Imagine if instead of the Dursleys, young Harry was found by the true heirs of Hogwarts Founders, each one alive in secret, guarding the ancient magic that built the school itself. Raised under their protection, Harry grows not as the boy who lived, but as the heir of Hogwarts, trained by the legacy of every house. Welcome to the Cosmic Harry, and today we are going to see, what if Harry Potter was raised by the heirs of the Founders? If you love crazy crossovers, dark twists, and powerful Harry moments, then hit that subscribe button. Also, I write stories by myself, so if you have any suggestions or what-if ideas, please let me know on comment section.
James balanced the toy broom on 2 fingers and made the hum with his mouth. Come on, little man, grab the broom. No, not with your mouth hands. Lily, he's trying to eat it again. He's 15 months old, Lily said, leaning on the doorframe with a tired smile. Everything goes in his mouth. Just don't let him actually get it, or we'll be explaining broom splinters to a healer. Harry squealed, both hands flapping at the polished handle. He missed, then caught James's thumb instead and tried to chew that. Oi, James said, feigning offense. That's Dad's flying hand. You've too, Lily said, and you're not going flying. James gave her a look like he might argue and then didn't. The sitting room smelled like dinner, onions softening, butter, the faint sweetness of carrots. A kettle clicked off in the kitchen. The fire was banked low. It was early, but the clocks had gone back and darkness pressed at the windows like a person leaning against the glass. Lily crossed to them and ruffled Harry's hair. His fringe fell back, stubborn. He wriggled toward her, and she lifted him onto her hip with the easy movement of a parent who did it 100 times a day. He tucked his feet into her stomach, settled, then reached for James again, as if any distance at all was too much. Wards are solid? She asked. Not dramatic, just the question she asked every night now. Twice. James angled the toy broom so its bristles tickled Harry's toes. You checked them 3 times. We're as safe as we can be. I know. Lily kissed Harry's temple. I know. He said it gently. He'd stopped teasing her about it a week ago. He rubbed the back of his neck. Peter's been odd. Odd, Lily repeated, neutral. She shifted Harry higher. He couldn't meet my eye earlier. Kept wringing his hands. He always wrings his hands, but this was different. Dumbledore says he's under strain. James didn't look convinced by his own words. We all are. Helga sighed. He means order, not harm, but order without choice still crushes children. Lily watched Harry inspect the toy broom with grave attention. He poked it, frowned like it had offended him, then tried to feed it to himself again. Lily pulled it away. Not food, sweetheart. Harry made a noise that sounded like an argument, then stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and forgot. James sat on the rug, stretching his legs out. I still think Sirius would have been better, he said low. But the whole point is that no one expects Peter. He didn't say the rest. That he didn't expect Peter either, and that was why the choice had felt clever. It didn't feel clever now. It felt like leaving your door open because no one would think you were stupid enough to do it. Dumbledore knows what he's doing, Lily said, because that was what they had. If he says the Fidelius is holding, it's holding. Ancestral claim speaks to blood, not knowledge. Fidelius guards the latter. Helga said, the adoption rite will re-anchor Lily's sacrificial protection to our care, blood-bound and stronger than before. Dumbledore can't pull that thread. James nodded, then nodded again, firmer. We're all right. We're all right, Lily echoed. She tapped Harry's nose. You hear that? You're all right. You're going to go to Hogwarts and hate potions and love charms. You'll learn to fly, and your father will make it look like a competition even though you're 5.
Oi.
James grinned without much light. I'll teach him properly. None of that hovering 2 feet off the ground nonsense. Gentle banking, good posture. Knees together, hands loose. Hands loose, Lily repeated, amused. You say that like you ever had a loose anything. He shrugged. I'll learn. He looked at Harry. We'll get sorted and I'll pretend not to care and secretly care very much. We'll sit in the stands for Quidditch and I'll boo the other team and you'll tell me off. You'll boo the other team and I'll tell you off. Lily rested her chin on Harry's head. He'll be safe. They stood there and let themselves have that picture. Robes and letters and trains, the sound of hundreds of kids shouting on a pitch, the feel of a warm hand in yours during a crowded feast. James squeezed her fingers. They stood still until her hand stopped shaking. The kettle clicked again as it cooled. A draft crept under the door and touched Lily's ankles. She glanced at the ward stone on the mantel. Its runes glowed steady blue. Her stomach didn't unclench. James saw the look and pushed himself up. I'll go run the pattern one more time, he said. You two sit. I'll be 2 minutes. 2 minutes, Lily agreed. He leaned in to kiss her and bumped Harry's foot with his chin. Harry giggled. James kissed Lily anyway, quick and soft, and then he left, wand loose in his hand, shoulders squared. Lily watched his back and felt the wrongness again like a hand on her spine. She didn't have a word for it. It wasn't fear exactly. It was the prickly feeling you get when a room goes quiet too fast. Hey, she told Harry, to keep the quiet from getting bigger. You're not allowed to grow up too fast, all right? One thing at a time. Teeth first. Talking later. Flying much later. And no biting brooms. Harry blinked up at her, 2 fingers still in his mouth, eyes wide and serious, like he understood and would consider it. In the hallway, a floorboard creaked. The house did that all the time. This creak had weight behind it. Lily's skin went cold. She didn't think. She grabbed her wand from the table. The movement so practiced her fingers didn't fumble. She started toward the door, then stopped, spun, and ran for the stairs instead. She didn't shout for James. There wasn't time. She took the steps 2 at a time. Harry clamped against her shoulder. His small body suddenly heavy, as if he knew and didn't. The landing's rug bunched under her foot. She kicked it straight and kept moving. Harry made a questioning noise that broke into a scared one when the ward stones in the walls trembled and flared. A sound split the air, wood tearing, hinges screaming, and the front door gave. Lily, James, from below. Fear under the name. Go! She slammed the nursery door, locked it with a word, then layered everything she knew on top, charms, wards, a shaky shield that made the air buzz against her teeth. Harry cried now. She set him in the cot because her hands needed freedom. He stood straight up and reached for her, face red and wet. I know, she said, breathless. She kissed his forehead hard enough to feel bone. I know. Mummy's here. Footsteps on the stairs. No hurry in them at all. James? She tried, because sometimes you say a thing and the world shifts to fit it. Silence. Then, another sound. A body hitting wood downstairs. Heavy. Final. She swallowed a scream and turned as the nursery door swelled and cracked. The lock shredded. Splinters jumped. The door opened as if a gentleman had turned the handle and walked in. He wore black. His wand stayed down by his side like it didn't matter where it pointed. His face was wrong in the way of a person who chose to be wrong. His eyes were flat. Step aside, girl, he said. No, her voice didn't shake. She put herself between the cot and the man and felt the shield hum harder along her skin. Harry's cry rose, high and raw. Stand aside. He lifted his wand. Not Harry. She took a step back and hit the cot with her calves. Please, take me. Kill me. Not Harry. He barely looked at her. Move. She didn't. Green light hit her in the chest. For a moment the world was white. She tried to say Harry's name and couldn't find her mouth. She fell back into the cot. Her shoulder hit wood. Her head knocked the rail. She slid, fought for the rail, missed, and hit the floor hard. Her breath didn't come. She tasted copper. Harry screamed, and the sound tore at something in her that still worked when the rest of her didn't. Crash, a cut-off shout. Then nothing. James had thrown a spell and another, quick, as if speed could cover distance. A green curse cut him across the chest. He looked shocked, like he'd missed a step, and dropped like someone cut his strings. There was blood on the floor and on the wall where his head had clipped it. He didn't move again. The man in black turned back to the cot. He raised his wand. The room stank of ozone and rot. Harry stood clutching the railing, red-faced and furious. The scar on his forehead wasn't there yet. His hands gripped wood like it might save him. The curse hit him dead on. It snapped back as if the world had pushed with both hands. The wand blew apart in the man's fingers. The curse didn't rebound like a neat beam. It tore through the air, shredded, and then gathered, and then all at once everything went wrong. The man's body came apart. Not blood, not meat, like a shell collapsing, a bag with nothing inside it anymore. His robes dropped. His bones hit the floor and cracked and then didn't, gone in a hot, sour wind. His face unmade itself. His scream was thin and shocked and over fast. Harry screamed, not neat or quiet. His skin burned. Magic crawled along him like live wire and dug into his forehead and left a mark that bled. He didn't understand. He wanted arms and there were none. The air smelled sharp and bad. The room rang. The shield Lily had cast flickered and failed when her heart stopped. Downstairs, the ward stones tried to hold and then didn't. The house sighed under it. Outside, the night carried on like nights do when a single house ends. The ceiling of the celestial castle arched high and out of sight. The air was thicker here, as if full of fine powder you couldn't see. Everything hummed, quiet until you listened, then too loud to ignore. The lake lay still. In the floor, water that didn't move like water, its surface showing here and there bright slices of places that existed far below, fields and alleys, a cul-de-sac with neat hedges and a street lamp flickering, a cottage with a blasted door and a woman dead on the nursery floor and a baby bleeding and screaming. Godric paced. He was broad in the shoulders, scar over one eyebrow, hair tied back like he'd yanked it out of his face in a hurry. His hands flexed like they itched to hit something. "For fuck's sake," he said. "For fuck's actual sake." Rowena sat so still her stillness felt louder than Godric's swearing. Her dark hair was braided tight against her head. Her hands were folded as if that was the only way to keep them from writing runes in the air. A ring on her third finger ticked faintly, a tiny hand that moved faster than any gear. 17 failure points in his strategy at minimum, she said, voice level. No, atin. The Fidelius was sound. The human variable wasn't. He knows this. He always knows this, and yet. Helga stood at the lake's edge. Tears ran down her face and she didn't wipe them away. Her shoulders shook once. She breathed through it and looked again. "That baby," she said, and the words were soft but they carried. "That baby is alone." Salazar leaned against a pillar, arms folded, mouth drawn thin. His robes were dark green and always had been. He looked tired of being right. "Albus Dumbledore," he said, the name like a blade laid down on a table. "The man cannot leave his chessboard. He moves people like pawns and tells himself the board is the world." "Manipulative old goat," Godric snapped. He stopped pacing and stabbed a finger at the water where the cottage showed. "He'll go from there to that coward's house. He'll put the boy on a doorstep like a bottle of milk and call it a plan. Put him there and it breaks him. That's the likeliest outcome." 94.2. Petunia Evans' resentment is a stable variable. Vernon Dursley's hostility is predictable by type. Their son's behavior will follow. Neglect is the minimum. Abuse is likely. "Enough numbers," Godric said. "We know what it's. We've watched." We've watched for years while he plays his long game and calls it the greater good. And for what? So he can pat himself on the back when the boy performs on cue. Helga closed her eyes and opened them again. Her tears kept falling. The woman is dead, she said. The man is dead. The child is hurt and alone, and the world is about to make it worse. I don't care about Dumbledore's angles. I care about that baby. Your sentimentality is noted, Godric, Salazar said, not unkindly, eyes still on the water. It's also irrelevant unless we act with precision. He finally pushed off the pillar and came to the lake's edge. The surface shivered as if it felt him looking. He frowned. There's more. Look at the scar. Rowena leaned forward. Her ring ticked faster. She didn't blink for 2 full minutes. Fragmented soul mass, she said. Foreign. Anchored at the wound site. It's suppressing the host's core and applying consistent pressure to mental pathways that aren't even formed yet. In English, Godric snapped. He's got a piece of that bastard in his head, Helga said, blunt. It's going to hurt him every day. Salazar nodded once. The parasite will limit core expansion, distort emotional response, and provide a conduit should the original find his way back to form. He glanced at Rowena. Expected rate of corruption? Without intervention? Rowena's mouth tightened. Childhood nightmares begin at 2 to 3. Chronic pain by 4. Core suppression measurable by 5. At 11, expect crises during channeling. Worst case, possession event by 15. Probability of the host's death before 18, 41%. If he survives, war tool at best. Broken man at worst. Godric swore again, creative and detailed. He scrubbed a hand over his face. He's 15 months old. Albus will not see this, Salazar said. He doesn't look for the rot when it would inconvenience his story. Rowena's eyes flicked to another slice of water. Dumbledore walked out of the broken cottage like the end of a task, face fixed in tired sadness that had practice in it. He'll take the boy, Godric said. He'll make the world cheer his choice, and none of them will carry the baby when he cries at night. Helga looked up at them. We cannot watch this again. Salazar's mouth curved. Not a smile. We agree, then, that non-intervention has failed. Godric barked a laugh. I agreed 5 minutes ago. I've been agreeing for decades. Let's go take our boy. Rowena's head turned, fast. Our boy. Salazar's eyes glinted. Rowena traced it. I confirmed. The child is our blood. He spoke it like a fact in a ledger. Evans through squib branches from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Potter through messy but valid ties to Gryffindor and Slytherin. Hidden marriages. Second sons. Names changed. Paper burned. Blood remembers. Helga's hand went to her chest. Oh, she breathed. Then firmer. Then that settles it. Rowena nodded once. Ancestral claim is absolute if invoked correctly. Godric's grin was quick and sharp. We don't need a claim to act, but it's nice to have a law to stand on at anyone who argues. Legal stones later, Helga said. Baby now. Salazar held up a hand. We do this, we do it properly. The parasite must be contained. We cannot remove it tonight, the host would die. We can cage it. We can ease the pressure. We can set the core to grow around it rather than under it. Rowena said, we retune the cage during growth spurts and fevers. Watch for night terrors, overchanneling, or a bad illness, those are trigger points. Helga nodded. Warm drinks, proper rest, no pushing on those days. Rowena was already shaping runes in the air with a finger. Lines burned blue and then faded. Containment lattice. For anchors. Gryffindor gives heat, Hufflepuff gives stability, Ravenclaw gives order, Slytherin gives will. The lattice will adjust for growth. We'll need a focus. Harry, Helga said. His name is Harry. Harry, Rowena repeated, like a number she liked. Yes. Godric rolled his shoulders. I'll carry him. You'll glare at anyone who breathes too loud, Helga said. I'll carry him. Salazar looked back down into the lake. The cottage bobbed in the water's impossible surface, and then the view shifted to a neat street, a cat on a wall, a man in the distance wearing whiskers that weren't real. Dumbledore's robes showed near a lamppost. He held a bundle. The bundle wriggled, then stilled. Privet Drive, Rowena said, distaste like a lemon on her tongue. Statistical analysis suggests. Rowena said, he'll find the burn and the quiet. He won't find us. The castle sits outside the usual maps. The summons leaves a non-local trace. Salazar added, he'll test wards, question neighbors, set watchers. Let him. The trail is cold. 94.2, Godric said, tired. We heard. They stood together for a heartbeat, all four, and listened to Harry cry. It came thin across distance and through whatever the lake did to sound, and still it hurt. Helga wiped her face. We go, she said. Salazar's mouth twitched. At last, a sensible suggestion. Shut up and draw the circle, Godric said, already moving. They didn't speak in long speeches after that. They worked. Rowena traced the outer ring. The chalk not chalk at all, but a powder made from ground oathstone that glittered where it fell. Helga set the 4 small bowls in the cardinal points and filled them milk, salt, iron filings, living water from the lake cupped in both hands and carried like something that could spill your life if you shook. Godric dragged an old banner out of a chest and tore it into strips to bind wrists when the time came. Salazar cut his palm and let the blood fall to prime the lines. The smell of it hit the air, sharp and metallic, and the castle seemed to turn its head and listen. Anchor names, Rowena said. She wrote them in the circle, not the names everyone knew, but the names the world bore under breath. Lines flared and sank. They stood at their points, red, gold, blue, green, and bound their wrists with the torn banner strips. Helga's hands shook once and then were steady. Godric rolled his neck. Salazar closed his eyes like a man stepping into cold water. Rowena's lips moved around silent numbers. On my mark, Rowena said. 3, 2, 1. They spoke the summons. It wasn't pretty. It hurt to say. The runes scraped the throat going out, and the air pushed back against the sound as if speech shouldn't do this. Power built like pressure behind a door. The circle lines burned white and then hotter than white. The bowls rattled. The lake stirred, its surface rising as if a breath moved under it. Heat came first, then pull. It grabbed at skin and teeth and the small bones in the ears. Godric grunted. Helga's eyes filled again and she didn't blink. Salazar's breath went thin. Rowena's ring spun and smoked, the metal protesting numbers this big. Hold, she said, not loud but final. They held. The castle groaned. The world below tilted. The view in the lake jumped, skittered. The blasted nursery, then the street, then the doorstep that had ice on it, stone cold as a threat. Dumbledore bent, laid the bundle down. Harry's cry hit a ragged note and broke off into hiccups. Dumbledore tucked a letter under the blanket and straightened. He looked old. He always looked old. For fuck's sake, Godric said, almost a whisper. Now, Rowena said through her teeth. They pulled. Space tore, not silently but with a sound like a sheet being ripped. Only the sheet was the distance between one breath and another. The circle blazed. The smell of burning magic was everywhere, sharp enough to sting eyes and make throats cough. The golden light wasn't soft. It hammered the room, too bright to look at even if you didn't have eyes. Helga blinked tears away and didn't look away. Salazar kept his focus on the center of the circle where the air bunched like a hand making a fist. Stone on Privet Drive steamed where the summons touched. The letter trembled. The blanket lifted. Harry went from there to here in a movement too fast for a word. He hit Helga's arms as if he'd always been meant to land there. He screamed once, hoarse and furious, and then hiccuped again and pressed his wet face into her shoulder. The scar on his forehead bled a thin, bright line. The blood soaked into Helga's sleeve. She rocked him without thinking, her cheek against his hair. "I've got you," she said. "I've got you." Godric blew out a breath he'd been holding for 3 decades. "Hello, little lion," he said, rough. Rowena's hands were already moving, drawing the containment lattice in the air above the circle. Lines that burned blue and then sunk into Harry like warmth instead of fire. He flinched once and then sagged. The humming in the room shifted tone. Salazar stepped close, eyes on the scar. He reached, stopped just shy of touching the wound, and the air around his fingers shivered. "There you're," he said to the thing that wasn't Harry. "Cage." He spoke the word like a lock turning. The pressure in the room eased by a fraction. The hum lost its sharp edge. Harry's fists unclenched a little. He made a small, exhausted noise and went heavy in Helga's arms. She pressed her lips to his temple and felt heat, then a slow cooling. Rowena nodded, satisfied in the way a person looks when a number comes out exactly as expected. "Done," Rowena said. "For now." Salazar exhaled. "We'll need to tend the lattice as he grows." Helga said, immediate. "You all will, I know. But I'll." Godric looked down at the steaming circle, then at the lake, where the doorstep showed again. A scorched mark sat where the bundle had been. The stones still smoked. The letter Dumbledore had tucked there fluttered in a small wind that hadn't been there a second ago. No baby, no sound, just empty. "Albus will shit himself," Godric said. "Good." Rowena didn't smile, but something eased in her face. "He will adjust. He always adjusts." "He can adjust without using a baby for it this time," Helga said, holding Harry closer. "He's ours." "Ours," Salazar said, as if trying it out. He glanced at Rowena. "We'll argue later about whether we should have done this sooner." "We'll," Rowena said. "Later." Harry stirred and fussed. Helga shifted him to the other shoulder. He made a burbling sound, half sob, half sigh. Godric reached a hand out and let Harry catch his finger. Tiny fingers curled around his fierce grip. Godric's face went soft and shocked. "Strong," he said. "Stubborn," Helga said. Rowena adjusted a strand of the lattice and watched the numbers settle. "Alive." Salazar watched the lake's view hold steady on an ordinary street at dawn. A lamp buzzed.
Akat yawned.
The scorched mark smoked. The letter slid along the stone and caught on a crack. No one opened the door. "Bring him away from the circle," Rowena said. "We'll ground him properly. Food. Warmth. Bath," Helga said. "He smells like fear and smoke." Godric snorted. "He smells like you, Helga. Milk and bread." "That too," she said. They stepped out of the circle. The lines dimmed, not gone, sleeping. The bowls cooled. The castle breathed. The hum took on a new note, unseen voices shifting to make space. Helga sat on the low bench by the wall and settled Harry on her knees. He stared up at her, eyes huge, as if surprised to still exist. She wiped his face with the edge of her sleeve. He blinked slow and then fixed on Godric again like the big man was the most interesting thing in the room. Godric held up the toy broom he'd brought from a shelf for a child centuries ago, and kept because he couldn't make himself throw it away. "Not for eating," he said, dead serious. Harry reached for it, solemn. He tried to put it in his mouth. Helga laughed through the last of her tears. 15 months, she said. "Everything goes in the mouth." Rowena flicked her wrist and a soft blanket draped itself over Helga's lap. The fabric was warm the instant it touched Harry's legs. He kicked and seemed surprised at his own toes. The lattice on his scar pulsed once and settled, a faint glow that only the 4 of them could see. Salazar stayed standing, arms folded, watching the scar. "We'll have to teach him to live with it," he said. "We'll make it so it doesn't eat him. We'll make him stronger than it." "We'll make him loved," Helga said. "That's first." "Both," Godric said. We're not raising a weapon. We're raising a boy. Rowena's ring slowed its spinning. She touched the edge of the lake with one finger, and the view shifted away from the empty doorstep to fields, to a castle on a hill that wasn't theirs, to a city alley where two boys shared chips and a thin coat. The world goes on, she said, matter of fact. We make this part better. Helga kissed Harry's forehead and ignored the sting as the lattice hummed under her mouth. We start with porridge, she said. Then we argue about names and sleeping arrangements and whose turn it's to walk him when he won't sleep. We don't need a plan for the war tonight. We need a cot. I'll make one, Godric said, immediate, already moving. Sturdy. No splinters. Rowena, Helga said. We'll need books. Rowena's mouth tilted almost smile. We always need books. Salazar's eyes cut to the lake one last time. The doorstep held. The scorched mark smoked and then cooled. The letter lay where it had slid, quiet as paper always is after it fails to be enough. He turned away and came to the bench. He reached out and, awkward, put one finger under Harry's small fist. Harry gripped him, too, as if satisfied to collect them one by one. Harry, Salazar said, testing the weight of the name again. Welcome home. On Privet Drive, dawn tried to take hold. The stone step was cold. The air smelled of car exhaust and wet leaves and the sharp metal tang of magic burn that no muggle would ever name. There was no baby on the doorstep. A letter shifted in a small wind and then lay still. The scorched mark smoked once more and went dark. Harry woke up crying. Too bright, too big, air heavy. Not the same air. Not the warm blanket from before. Not the smell of home. He tried to sit up and the world tilted. His head hurt, his forehead burned. He wanted the sound he knew. Mama. The word came out broken and wet. Ma. Arms closed around him before the next breath. Soft, strong. A voice close to his ear, warm. I've got you. You're safe. Breathe with me. He didn't know the words, but the sound settled some part of him. He pushed his face into cloth that smelled of lavender and mint. The cloth was soft and scratchy at the same time. He clutched it in both fists. The burning spot on his head throbbed. He whimpered. Poor baby, the voice said. You're burning up. Let's get you sorted. He felt motion. The room around him was wrong. Light came from everywhere and nowhere. The floor had a faint give when steps landed. Not hard like wood, not soft like a bed. His ears heard a hum. It made his teeth feel busy. He didn't have words for any of that. His world stayed small. Arms. Voice. Burn. Thirst. His magic, small and wild, flared without any plan. A bowl on a table lifted and floated. The air went colder, then hotter, then cold again. A strip of cloth rippled and tried to tie itself into a knot. The woman holding him didn't flinch. She made a small, soothing sound in her throat and kept the rhythm steady. Helga, another voice said, deeper, rough. How bad? High fever, the woman said. Shock? Magical bleed. He's hungry. She sat, and the arm around him became a lap under him. A cool hand touched his cheeks, his throat, the hot place on his forehead. The touch near the scar made his stomach twist. He kicked and whined. I know, she said. We're going to clean you up. Then tea. Then the others can poke and prod after you've got something in you. Hands lifted him again. He made a tired protest. She moved him with easy competence, supporting head and back. She set a bowl within reach. The floating bowl drifted down without breaking. She wet a cloth. The cloth was warm. She wiped his face. Blood had dried along his hairline, stuck in his fringe, flaked on his cheek. The warm cloth loosened it. She worked around the hurt spot. Every time the cloth got near the lightning shape, pain jumped. He cried louder. Shoo, she said. I know it stings. Almost done. Water dripped on his neck. She dried it. She kept talking, steady and low. like she talked to scared things every day. You're safe. You're not alone. I'm Helga. The loud one pacing is Godric. The quiet one scowling at problems is Salazar. The one with the numbers is Rowena. None of them will touch you until I say so. A snort from the pacing one. That's true. Sit, Helga said without looking up. You're making him jumpy. Heavy steps stopped. A bench creaked. The hum in the room changed as someone sat down. Helga hooked a finger under his lip and peered inside. Teeth breaking through, she said. That's part of the fuss. Poor love. She reached for another bowl. He blinked at the slow tilt of a spoon. Something warm and sweet touched his lip. He latched and swallowed. Warmth went down into the empty place in his stomach. His eyes slid half shut with relief. He drank again. Slow, Helga said. Small sips. We don't want it back up. The hum of the room steadied. The air settled closer to something he could stand. His magic stopped pushing at things. He sagged against her, chest hitching. A hiccup stuck between one breath and the next. She rubbed his back until it smoothed. Rowena, Helga said. We'll need the chamber in 5 minutes. He can't wait. Rowena's voice came from the doorway, calm, precise. The circle is almost complete. I need exact time of exposure and collapse. Exposure began at entry, Salazar said. His voice carried iron. Collapse of the attacker occurred within seconds. Horcrux attachment is at the wound. Residual curse impressions are minimal. The core is suppressed and bucking against the suppression. Plain words, Godric said. He's in pain, and we fix it now. Plain words, Salazar repeated, dry. Yes. Helga stood. We act. Bring the salves. Bring the grounding stones. And, Godric, fetch the little blanket from the blue chest. The soft one. On it, Godric said, already moving. Harry felt the air shift again as doors opened. Corridors. The sound in the halls went strange for a second, then dropped away. He blinked past Helga's shoulder. Columns rose into high space. The light in the ceiling glowed with no visible source. The floor was clear and faintly blue, hard under thin rugs, but it gave a fraction with each step like firm gel. A smell of clean stone and something sweet lay over everything. He didn't have a word for castle, or high, or column. His mind put it in simple boxes. Big. New. Not home. Helga was the only safe thing that made sense. They reached a wide circular room. The floor here wasn't simple blue. Runes were carved into it, lines set into lines, circles in circles. Clear crystal plates lay over the marks. Light pooled under them as if the writing itself glowed. Bowls sat at 4 points. The air tasted sharper here, metal on the tongue. Harry whimpered. The room felt like loud even with no voices. Helga pressed her cheek to his hair. I know. It's a lot. We'll be quick. Rowena stood inside the nearest arc of runes, palming a small stone over each line until the lines lit. She moved with small, efficient motions, checking, correcting, checking again. The ring is sound, she said. We need him in the center. Salazar had a coil of thin silver chain in one hand and a narrow knife in the other. He set both down with care on a low table that had been brought in. His mouth was grim. He met Harry's eyes and didn't smile, but he did let something in his face soften. It will be loud, he said, not to frighten, but because he didn't lie. It will be short. Godric came in last, a folded blue blanket under his arm and a hand-sized stone in his palm. He tossed the stone lightly and caught it, as if testing the weight. Grounding, he said, giving it to Helga. Helga set the stone in the crook of her knee and sat on the floor with Harry in her lap. She cupped his forehead. Her thumb brushed the edge of the scar. Even that light touch made him flinch. Heat rolled under his skin. She frowned. His temperature's climbing. We begin, Rowena said. Positions. Helga kissed the top of Harry's head and stood with him again. We're with you, she said against his hair. Even when you can't see us through the light, you'll hear me. She stepped into the center of the circle and crouched to lay him down on the crystal. It was cold against his back. He arched, startled, and cried out. Helga's hands were on his shoulders, steady. I'll not leave the circle, she told the others without looking. If he reaches, I'm there. Just around me. Rowena nodded and moved to her point. Salazar picked up the silver chain and the knife and went to his. Godric shook his arms out, rolled his neck, and took his own place, bare feet planted like he intended to push the floor down a fraction. Before we start, Godric said, voice rough, there's a terrified baby on the floor. Rushing will kill him. Planning forever will kill him. We go fast and we do it right. Thank you for your deep insight, Salazar said. Helga, keep his head straight. Rowena? On your word, Rowena said. No drift, no variance. Salazar knelt, put the knife on the floor, and ran the chain through his hands. He spoke, not in English, not in Latin. The sound hissed and rolled. It wasn't a simple hiss. It layered voices under voices, a small chorus coming from one throat. The air around his mouth shimmered. Light bled from the words and gathered into twisting lines that resembled serpents. They weren't pretty. They were functional. They moved with purpose. They slid through the air and down toward Harry's scar. The serpents touched skin. Harry screamed. The scream was high and from the center of him. His back bent so far his shoulders lifted off the floor. Blood ran from one nostril. Helga's hands kept him from thrashing. Her thumbs stroked his temples. I know, she said, steady. Right here. Scream if you need to. I've got you. The serpents went in, not through flesh but through whatever sits under flesh. Salazar's eyes narrowed, tracking the way they moved. Attachment is deep, he said. It has rooted in the core sheath. It's feeding. It's pushing anger and fear messages across open pathways. If we do nothing, it will become the default. Then we don't do nothing, Godric said, jaw tight. Salazar lifted one hand. The chain looped on the floor rose as if on hooks. He spoke 3 words that tasted of copper in the mouth. The chain moved as if it were liquid and formed a cage above Harry's head, then sunk half an inch into the air. The cage wasn't physical. It was intent shaped into a thing that could hold a wrongness. Cage is ready, he said. Rowena. Rowena's hands hovered over the outer ring. She didn't chant. She didn't wave her arms. She set variables. She adjusted timing. She changed one symbol by a degree and then another by half of that. Her voice stayed level. On my mark, cut the primary tether. The secondary holds will resist. Godric, you'll push on my count and only on my count. Helga, the moment the tether breaks, you flood him with ground. Don't stop until I say. Understood, Helga said, eyes on Harry's face. Godric gave a short grunt that meant yes. Rowena looked at Salazar. Ready. Salazar flexed his fingers. Ready. Mark, Rowena said. Salazar's parseltongue snapped into a different rhythm. The light serpents tightened their curves and bit. Not flesh. Connection. The room shuddered. The circle's light spiked white and then snapped back to blue. Harry screamed again, voice ragged as if he had already been crying for hours. A black smoke bled out through the scar. It smelled like spoiled meat and burned hair. The smoke twisted as if it had a face, then settled into one. Fine veins, slit eyes, a mouth that opened in a soundless shriek. Godric didn't wait to admire it. On Rowena's count of 2, he drove heat through the ring. The air in the circle went hot enough to sear lungs. Sweat sprang across his chest and ran down his spine. His teeth clenched. He pushed. The heat wasn't lightning. It was steady and brutal. It hit the smoke thing and it curled away, trying to find a fold to hide in. There were no folds. Salazar's cage stood in all the places the smoke tried to flee. Hold, Rowena said, calm, even as lines of light around her flickered with strain. Secondary tether at axis 3 is thicker. Salazar, sever it now. The parcel tongue shifted again. The knife moved. It didn't cut flesh. It traced a line in the air above Harry's head. The line glowed red and then split. The smoke thing lunged for the break. It hit the cage and stuck. It writhed. The smell got worse. Harry arched. Blood dripped from his nose onto Helga's sleeve in bright dots. Helga didn't look at the blood. She kept one hand on his sternum and the other under his head and spoke in a voice meant for scared children and animals that had been caught in traps. Breathe. In and out. I know it hurts. I know. Rowena called numbers. 3, 2, 1. Now. Godric pushed harder. He felt something in his left shoulder give and didn't care. The circle burned his feet. His breath came in short huffs. He held the heat steady, kept it from spiking into something that would scorch everything. Salazar's hands moved in tight patterns. The chain brightened from dull silver to white. It made a tiny ringing sound like glass under stress. He spoke one word in Parseltongue that human throats didn't like. The cage cinched. The smoke thing screamed, soundless, and shrank. Helga, Rowena said. Helga laid the grounding stone against Harry's palm and pressed his fingers around it. She put her other hand on the floor, flat, and pulled. The ground answered. Not dirt or rock. The weight of what holds. The air shifted. The smell of ozone and rot had something else threaded through it now that cut clean. Fresh soil. Green stems. She pushed that into Harry, not through his skin but into the place inside where his own small magic shook and shook. She didn't chant. She didn't count. She held him there and gave him the image in her own head of a low wall in a kitchen garden and warm bread cooling on a table, not as a picture but as a kind of weight. He moaned and his hands opened and closed on the stone. The smoke thing fought, tried to burrow deeper. Rowena's outer ring answered, sections lighting in sequence. Each time the thing pushed one way, a line cut the path. Rowena adjusted angles on the fly, hair sticking to her forehead with sweat. She didn't look at the thing. She looked at the numbers and the results and kept them in line. Blood ran from Harry's nose and now from the scar itself, a thin line following the lightning shape. Helga wiped it with the heel of her hand so it wouldn't run into his eyes. His scream broke and came back and broke again. It was the worst sound any of them had heard in a long time. They had all heard worse, but not from a child this small. Godric's jaw shook. Salazar's eyes were flat with focus and something else that wasn't cold. Last tether, Rowena said. We're almost there. Salazar, take it on my 3. Godric, don't overshoot. Helga, if he seizes, break his jaw tension. Ready? Salazar said through his teeth. Godric nodded once. Helga's fingers shifted, ready to keep the small mouth from clamping and cutting his tongue. Rowena counted. 3, 2, 1. Salazar spoke the last set. The knife slid through air and cut the final strand. The smoke thing jerked and lunged and hit the cage again. Godric's heat burned white. Helga's ground held firm. Rowena's lines went from blue to bright hard silver. The cage collapsed inward like a hand making a fist. The smoke had nowhere left to go. There was a sound like a thin glass ornament breaking. The smell spiked one last time and then vanished. The smoke thing folded in on itself and went out. The cage fell to the floor and lay dull. The ring lights went from pain bright to tolerable. The hum in the room lowered by a step. Harry's body, which had been arched and fighting, went suddenly slack. His chest heaved and then settled into wet, hitching breaths. His eyes rolled once and shut. His hand, which had been clamped around the grounding stone, loosened. The stone thumped on the crystal. Blood wept from the edge of the scar, then slowed to beating, then stopped. The angry red around it faded shade by shade until only a pale silver line remained under the blood smear. Helga was already moving. She slid her hand under his neck to keep his airway clear, turned his head, wiped his nose with her sleeve, and pressed 2 fingers to the side of his throat. Pulse is fast, she said. voice still level though her hands trembled now that she could afford it. Breathing is raw but regular. He's out. Good. He needs to be out. Godric staggered and put one hand on the wall to steady himself. Sweat ran into his eyes. He blinked it away. Is it gone? Yes, Salazar said. He picked up the fallen chain, coiled it, and set it aside with care as if it might still bite. He looked at Harry's face. His own face changed in a way he didn't often let it. It's gone. Rowena sank to one knee, then to both, and put both palms flat to the crystal. The lines under her hands cooled. She closed her eyes for 3 breaths, then opened them. The core is expanding. It will take days to settle, but it's no longer pressed under foreign weight. She looked up at Salazar. Any residue on the sheath? None that will not clear, Salazar said. We'll check again tomorrow and the day after. And the day after. Of course, Rowena said. Helga gathered Harry into her arms, lifting his heavy, limp weight with care. His head lolled against her shoulder. He smelled like sweat and old blood and that acrid magic stink that was already thinning. She pressed her mouth to his hair and let herself cry for the first time since they began. It wasn't loud. It was the slow release of a rope held too long. She breathed out and in until her chest stopped shaking. Godric wiped his face with the back of his hand and then wiped his hand on his trousers. He looked at the small body in Helga's arms and swallowed hard. At least if we fuck this up, he said, voice shredded. We only have to explain it to each other. No witnesses. Reassuring, Salazar said. His mouth twitched. Truly your people's skills are unparalleled. Rowena sat back on her heels and let out a breath that sounded like a number dropping into place. It worked. It worked, Helga echoed. She shifted Harry and adjusted the blue blanket Godric had dropped by her knee earlier. She tucked it around Harry's legs and feet so nothing cold could sneak in. We'll take him to the bedchamber. I'll sit with him, bring water, and a basin. Godric stooped and lifted the grounding stone from the floor. He set it on the low table and went to fetch water like a man glad to have a simple job. Salazar cleaned the knife with a cloth that had been laid ready and slid it back into its narrow sheath. He spoke to Rowena without looking up. I wasn't certain. I wasn't either, Rowena said. I set the lattice to account for 13 variants. We hit at least 8 I didn't predict. Your cage held anyway. Salazar glanced up, surprise quick in his eyes. Thank you. Rowena nodded once. Don't make me say it again. Helga stood with Harry and left the circle. The lines dimmed behind her like tired things going to sleep. The room's hum softened. The taste of metal in the air receded. The smell of rot was gone. The smell of clean stone and the faint hint of mint from Helga's sleeve remained. They carried him to a small room off the chamber. The bed there was low to the floor. The mattress was firm. The sheets were plain and clean. Light came soft from the ceiling. The temperature was steady. The sound from the larger room fell away to a hush. Helga laid Harry down on his back and slid a folded towel under his head in case the nosebleed returned. She wiped his face with warm water, careful around the pale new line on his forehead. The skin there was tender but no longer hot. She cleaned the dried blood from his hair and used her fingers to comb it flat. He stirred once and then settled deeper. Godric set a pitcher on the table and a cup beside it. He hovered at the foot of the bed with his hands hanging at his sides, at a loss. He looks smaller, he said, which wasn't true. He looked the same, but without the wrongness sitting on him, he seemed less burdened. He looks like a child, Helga said. He didn't before. Salazar leaned in the doorway, arms folded, not coming closer yet. The core signature has changed. He was quiet and erratic. He is loud now. It wasn't a complaint. It was assessment. He will be stronger than anyone expects. Rowena stood with her back against the wall and her eyes closed for a count of 5. She opened them and came to the bedside. She ran her ring hand a few inches above Harry's chest and felt the pulse of magic under skin. He's blazing. We'll have to watch for accidental bursts. He's 15 months old. He will not know how to throttle anything. Then we teach him to be gentle, Helga said, with the world and with himself. Godric rubbed at his shoulder. It would bruise later. He didn't care. He reached out and set one finger on the blanket near Harry's foot. He didn't touch the child until Helga nodded. Then he laid his big hand lightly over the small foot under the blanket and felt the tiny weight press back reflex. Salazar stepped into the room at last and came to the other side of the bed. He didn't reach. He watched. Freed from suppression, he said quietly. He will become more powerful than any wizard in living memory. He paused. He will become what we make room for. That's the point, Godric said without looking up. We make room for a person, not a weapon. Rowena's mouth tilted. We also build the structure that keeps both from happening at once. Of course, Godric said. Helga sat on the edge of the bed and rested a hand lightly on Harry's chest, feeling the rise and fall. The hitching breaths smoothed into normal sleep. She let her shoulders drop a fraction. We take turns tonight, she said. He shouldn't wake alone. Not after that. I'll take first, Salazar said, to the surprise of no one who actually knew him. He lowered himself into the chair by the bed and set his hands on his knees. Wake me for the second. I'll take third, Rowena said. Numbers make more sense when I've not been awake for 2 days. Godric rolled his abused shoulder and made a face. I'll take last. I'm not about to sleep anytime soon anyway. Helga smoothed the blanket one more time. I'll sit with him until his breathing is steady through 2 cycles. Then I'll go wash my face. No one argued. Silence fell. Not empty. Full of the sound of a sleeping child's breath. The small noises of tired adults adjusting in chairs. The low hum of the castle that now had another presence to carry. After a time, Harry stirred. Not a full waking. A small twitch. A soft noise like the beginning of a cry. His hand lifted and patted the air. Godric moved before the sound could become fear. He slid his arms under Harry and lifted him with easy strength. The boy settled against his chest like a sack of flour, heavy and floppy. Godric sat back in the chair Helga vacated and shifted until the child lay along his forearm, head tucked under his chin. Harry made a small sound and put his fist against Godric's shirt. The shirt was rough cotton. The fist relaxed. The breath smoothed again. Godric looked over the small head at the others. For once his voice was low and without any bite. You're safe, he said to the sleeping child. Words for Harry alone. We'll make sure you learn to use what's yours without letting it chew you up. We'll keep you fed and warm. We'll teach you to fly. We'll teach you to read the numbers and the snakes and the dirt. We'll make you a future worth the blood that got you here. He swallowed. That's a promise. Helga stood in the doorway and listened to him make it. She closed her eyes for a breath and opened them again. I'll put the kettle on, she said softly. We've a long night. Salazar nodded once without taking his eyes off the bed. And a longer life, he said. Rowena massaged her temples and let herself sit on the floor with her back against the wall. Good, she said. They kept the vigil. The castle listened. Harry slept, free of the thing that had tried to make room inside him. The pale new scar on his forehead shone faintly in the soft light. It was no longer angry. It was a mark and nothing more. When he woke, he would wake to arms. And when he cried, someone would answer. Harry turned 3 the morning the castle smelled like cake. Helga woke him with a kiss on the hair and a soft, "Birthday boy." He blinked at her, then at the paper hat she plopped on his head. It slid over one ear. He grabbed at it with both hands. Hat, he said, proud of the word. Hat, Helga agreed, fixing the elastic under his chin. And cake, and presents, and rules. Small bites, no running when the dragon is breathing. He sat up fast. Dragon. Small one, she said. Godric sized it for the hall. The great hall looked different. Banners hung from the high beams, bright cloth that shimmered when he walked under them. Ribbons floated and drifted like sleepy fish. A long table held plates that refilled when someone took a piece. Helga's living toys, a line of wooden animals with painted eyes, marched down the tablecloth, tails swishing, paws tapping. When Harry clapped, they bowed. Rowena had set up a wall of light that shifted when he touched it. He pressed his palm to a square, and a story unfolded. A picture of a boy in a boat following a thread that glowed on the water. The picture moved when he moved, changing with his hand. He laughed and slapped both hands on it to make the boat go faster. Godric whistled from the far end. A miniature dragon, no larger than a sheepdog, trotted out from behind him. The scales shone like coins. It snorted and a puff of colored flame rolled over the floor, warm but not hot. Harry squealed and ran toward it. Helga caught his shirt before he forgot about the no-running rule. He hopped in place instead. The dragon ducked its head and nudged his shoulder with a snout that felt like warm stone. Salazar stood beside a carved snake coiled around a stick. The snake blinked and lifted its head. "Say SSS." It hissed slow and friendly. Harry's eyes went round. He leaned. "SSS." He tried. His tongue stuck. Salazar's mouth tipped up at one corner. "Good," Salazar said. "Sound like wind. Try again." Harry pressed his teeth together and tasted the sound. "SSS." The snake nodded like a teacher. "Enough teaching before cake," Godric said, stepping in with 2 paper crowns hooked on his fingers. He put one on Harry and one on his own head at a cockeyed angle. "Gifts later. Play first." They all tried to pretend they hadn't argued for an hour before Harry woke up. Their voices still carried the shape of it. "He's 3, Helga had said, hands on hips. "He needs toys and a mess." "He needs a broom," Godric said. "Balance, reflexes, joy." "He needs a mind that cannot be broken," Salazar said. "We begin acclumency now. He plays at building and learns the shape." "He also needs numbers," Rowena said. "Not to recite, to use. Concepts. Patterns. If his mind learns to see structure early, everything else becomes simpler." "Cake," Helga said again, final, and that ended it. Harry cared only that the toys danced when he clapped. He chased the dragon's colored breath, laughed at the tickle of warm air on his face, and whispered SSS to the snake until the sound rolled smooth. He tried all the sweets. Helga cut the cake small and swapped his plate when he started shoveling with both hands. "Spoon," she said. He made a face and used the spoon. Chocolate stuck to his lip. Godric wiped it with his thumb and licked his own thumb like he'd caught treasure. Presents came after the second slice when energy slid into fidget. Godric brought out a broom no bigger than Harry's arm. It had soft bristles, a charm to never rise more than a foot off the floor, and a ridiculous bell tied to the end. "Broom," Harry breathed, clutching it to his chest. "Rules," Helga said, but she smiled. Salazar knelt and set a small carved box on Harry's lap. Inside were smooth wooden blocks, each etched with simple shapes. A square with a lock on it. A circle with a key. A triangle with a door. "For building," Salazar said. "We'll play a game after cake. The game is called Keep Out." Rowena placed a stack of thin cards on the table. Each card had a rune printed in dark ink with a small dot-to-dot pattern nearby. "You'll draw these with me," she said. "If you draw them well, the candles will light. If you don't, they won't. It will be obvious." Helga gave him a soft knitted dragon that smelled faintly like her kitchen and a set of little clay pots with seeds. "We'll plant these together after the party," she said. "Flowers you can choose." Harry looked around at all of them. "Family," he said, not quite a question. Helga touched his cheek. "Yes, love." Godric coughed and looked away. Rowena's mouth softened. Salazar cleared his throat as if a crumb had gone down wrong. They let him ride the broom along the hall while the miniature dragon jogged beside him like a guard dog. The bell jingled. Godric jogged with his hands ready. Helga hovered with a cloth for when he inevitably fell. He did. The broom rolled. His face knocked the floor and his eyes filled. Godric scooped him before the cry turned sharp, bounced him twice, and set him back astride. Again, Godric said. You're all right. If it hurts too much to laugh, we stop. Harry sniffed, decided it didn't hurt too much, and pushed off. The bell rang again. Lessons started the next day and the day after and most days after that. Not in rows at a desk. In corners, in halls, in gardens, in the air. Salazar began with the wooden blocks. He spread them on a mat. This is your head, he said, tapping the mat. These are your thoughts. He tapped the blocks. People may try to look at them without asking. Rude. Not allowed. We build walls. We play. I try to take a block. You stop me. Harry frowned at him, then at the blocks. Mine, he said. Exactly, Salazar said. Make places. This one is for happy. This one for scared. This one for secrets. Where do they go? What doors? What locks? At 3, Harry stacked towers and knocked them down. Salazar let him. Each time he named the stack. Door. Hall. Window. He tapped Harry's temple with 2 fingers, gentle. When I ask later, you make the picture there. You'll do it without the blocks. For now, we practice with our hands. The first time Salazar made a show of reaching for a block with 2 fingers, Harry slapped his hand. Salazar blinked and then laughed. A quick sound like a stone skipped on water. Correct, he said. No permission, no touch. At 4, they played slower games. Salazar sat across from him at a small table and asked simple questions. What color is the wall? What did you eat? Where is the snake? Sometimes he asked, What am I thinking? Harry frowned at him and shook his head. I don't know, he said. Salazar nodded. Good. It's your job not to know. When he pushed a gentle thread of pressure against the front of Harry's thoughts for the first time, a featherlight test, Harry scrunched his face and pictured the block tower they'd built with every block labeled Keep Out. The pressure slid off. Salazar's eyebrows went up. A small, private pride warmed his eyes. Again, he said softly, and the word meant well done. Not all of Salazar's lessons were games. On walks, he told short stories without names where someone smiled while taking something. What is the lie? He asked. Harry tried answers. He smiled. Smiling isn't a lie, Salazar said. Smiling can hide one. Look at the hands. Look at the eyes. Ask what is wanted. Why now? Why? Became a constant pattern. Salazar never said, Because I said so. He said, Because of this, and showed the because. He made Harry guess motives with toys and then with people in stories. He kept it age-appropriate, but he didn't pretend the world was kind. Godric kept things simple and loud. He built a wide ring of floating stones in the training hall and gave Harry a padded vest and a padded helmet and the bell broom without the bell. We jump, he said. We land. They jumped. Harry missed a stone, hit the next with his stomach, and wheezed. Godric laughed and plucked him up. Good, he said. You found the ground. Try again. Sometimes Godric let Harry sit in front of him on a proper broom anchored by a charm that made Helga breathe easier. The air in the hall turned hot and sparkly when Godric called to the old magic. It answered him like an old friend. Harry's hair stood up along his part. He shouted into the air and the air seemed to shout back. The first time a burst of old magic rolled out of him, nothing dangerous. A wave that rattled the windows and spread a warm pressure across the floor. Godric whooped and threw his hands up. Did I break it? Harry asked, eyes wide. No, Godric said, grinning like a fool. You found the throttle. Now we learn to close it as well as open it. They dueled with padded sticks that threw harmless stings. Godric let Harry hit him so Harry could see that hitting wasn't a sin if you were protecting yourself. Then he showed him how to stop, how to lower the stick and step back. The fight is the last choice, he said, banging the stick against Harry's stick in a rhythm until it felt like a game. Not the first, but you'll never feel bad for using it to keep yourself safe. Rowena's rooms always smelled like ink and hot metal. She had shelves of stones with markings on them in tight, precise rows. At first, Harry hated being there. The chairs felt scratchy, the quiet pressed, the marks were small and boring. Rowena watched without comment as he slumped and sighed and slid off the chair. Then she turned the lesson into a hunt. She hid a biscuit behind a panel that would only open if the rune drawn on a card matched the rune on the panel. "Draw a straight line," she said. "Not almost. Straight." He tried. The panel glowed feebly and stayed shut. He groaned and flopped across the table like the end of the world had arrived. Rowena slid a ruler under his hand. "Use tools," she said. "Clever isn't cheating." The second line was straight. He dotted the sequence. The panel clicked. He stared, mouth open, as it swung. He reached in and pulled the biscuit like treasure from a chest. He bit it and crumbs sprayed his chin. "I did it," he said, muffled. "Yes," Rowena said, pleased but not gushy. "That's what happens when drawings are correct. Eventually it's a light globe or a door or a bridge that holds. Wrong lines collapse. Right lines hold. Again." The day his light rune worked, it wasn't dramatic. A small stone brightened on his fourth try. He yelped like the dragon had nuzzled him and stomped in a circle and then carefully made 3 more in a row. Rowena set a hand on his hair and left it there a second longer than usual. "Now you know the difference," she said. "Feeling it helps more than any book." Helga taught everywhere, at the table, in the baths, in the garden. In the garden most. She gave him a patch of soil of his own and short tools made for his hands. The earth was cool under his nails. Worms twisted and he squealed, then gathered courage and let one crawl across his palm. They planted beans and flowers and, the day he begged for it, 3 jelly beans to prove a point. "Candy grows in shops," Helga said, amused. "Not in dirt. But we can test your hypothesis." She said the last word carefully, knowing he would repeat it. "Hop is," he said, grave. "Close enough." He watered the jelly beans every day for a week, then scowled at the unchanged dirt. "It's broken." "It's candy," Helga said. "It didn't fail. It's being candy." He stomped and then laughed when she tried to keep a straight face and failed. She kept the jar of jelly beans higher after that. Boundaries were kind with her, not squishy. "No dessert if you refuse carrots," she told him once, absolutely flat. He stared at her, weighing his chances. He tried to bargain. She didn't negotiate. He ate 2 carrots and received 2 biscuits. "See?" she said to the others later when Salazar muttered about strategy. "Not everything is a treaty." Nightmares came some weeks. He woke with the sound of a scream in his ears that he didn't have a picture for. He cried hard and loud without knowing why. Helga came every time. She didn't ask him to explain. She sat him on her lap in the chair by the door and rubbed his back and spoke in the same voice as the ritual day. "Breathe," she said. "In and out. Your chest up, down. I'm here." He asked about his mother sometimes, the way children do, not in a line of questions but dropped like a pebble in a bowl. "Was my mum nice? Did she like cake? Did she have hair?" Helga never said later. She told small, real things. She danced with you in the kitchen, holding you under your arms while the kettle boiled. She wrote your name on the wall with chalk and you tried to lick the chalk. She had hair the color of leaves in fall. She loved you. She would have liked this cake. He looked serious and then satisfied and then sad, and Helga let all of that sit in the room without fidgeting. They didn't keep him hidden from the world like a trinket in a box. Once a month, when the weather cooperated and their nerves steadied, they took him out among witches and wizards in places with safe doors and rules that held. An old friend of Rowena's, old in the way that meant long-lived and careful, ran a shop in a back lane where children came for sweets and picture books. Helga made sure the rules were clear with the owner. "We aren't here to be stared at," she said. "He is to play and eat and go home." The first time, Harry walked into a wall of noise and smell. Other children sounded bigger than they were. They knocked into him and smelled like different soap and different kitchens. Their magic felt jumpy, all edges. He froze with his hands halfway to his chest. Helga put one hand on his back and one on his shoulder. "We'll stand here until you're ready," she said. He took 1 minute and then 2 and then tugged her sleeve. "Ready." He walked straight to a table where a boy with wild hair and a girl with a missing front tooth were arguing about Quidditch. He sat down. "What's Quidditch?" They stared at him like he'd said the floor was soup. The boy puffed up. "You don't know Quidditch?" "No," Harry said, honest. The girl laughed in a way that wasn't kind. "He doesn't know Quidditch." Harry blinked. The boy explained loudly like a small professor, throwing in words that meant nothing to Harry. Harry listened, nodded when it seemed right, and felt something like a stone in his stomach that Helga later named for him. Left out. When he accidentally lifted a tin soldier to show the boy how his own game worked, the girl yelped and slapped his hand. "You're not supposed to do that," she said, scandalized. Harry dropped the soldier. Clattered. He looked at Helga. She shook her head once. "Not wrong, but not here." He tucked his hands under his thighs to remind himself. They left with a bag of biscuits and the knowledge that fitting in would be work. On the way home, Godric walked at his side and bumped his shoulder. "You kept your temper," Godric said. "That was hard."
I'm proud.
"Why didn't she like me?" Harry asked, small. "Maybe she was scared," Godric said. "Maybe she was mean. Maybe both. Sometimes people don't like you because they don't know you. Sometimes they don't like you because they think it makes them bigger. You don't have to carry it home." Harry thought about that and then let his shoulders drop a little. He held Helga's hand tighter. Another visit was better. A girl with ink on her fingers and careful plates watched him draw a rune on the fogged window. "That makes a light?" she asked. "Yes," he said. "Want to try?" She did. Her line wobbled. The light failed. He didn't laugh. He put the ruler in her hand and showed her how to hold her wrist straight. Her second line worked and they both grinned at the soft glow. Rowena, watching from the door, covered her smile with her sleeve. When he was 4.5, he wandered into Salazar's study after a quiet lunch and asked, "Why can't I go back to my real home?" Salazar closed the book he'd been reading. He waited. "Tell me what you mean by real home." Harry swung his legs against the chair. "The place with the front step. The letter. The street. Not here." Salazar didn't tell him that real had many meanings. He spoke like someone holding a fragile cup. There are people in that world who wanted to take you and use you. Some wanted to look inside your head. Some wanted to say your life was a symbol for their plans. They would have fed you things that tasted like truth and weren't. "We brought you here so you wouldn't be eaten by other people's needs." Harry listened. He understood some of it and kept the rest in his pocket for later. "Are you my family now?" Silence stretched. Salazar's face did a small complicated thing. He opened his mouth and shut it. Godric, who had been pretending to read by the window, turned his chair. "We're your teachers," he said. "We keep you safe. We feed you and tell you when to sleep and when to wash your hands. We tell you no when no is needed and yes when yes is needed. That's family enough for now." He scratched the back of his neck. "It's not the same as parents. It's ours." Harry watched his face. "Okay," he said. "Can I have more soup tonight?" "Yes," Helga called from the hall, because she always seemed to be there when needed. Rowena walked in with 3 books and set them down. "And extra bread," she added without looking up. Salazar breathed out. "And we'll make sure you can choose for yourself when you're old enough. Not because the world is fair. It isn't. Because you'll be strong and know how." Harry nodded like a small king granting a petition and then asked, "Can I go fly now?" "Yes," all three adults said at once. They tried to childproof a magical castle. It went as well as expected. Rowena warded the potion cupboard with a logic riddle. Harry answered it on accident by singing the wrong line in a children's rhyme that happened to match the counterphrase. "I did it," he announced, standing in front of shelves full of things that could explode. Rowena blinked at the open door. "You did," she said faintly, then changed the ward to something that required 2 adult signatures. Godric adjusted the safety catches on the training constructs. Harry redirected one with a laugh and it bonked Godric between the eyes. Godric sat down hard on the floor and started laughing too, tears leaking. "You're not supposed to do that yet," he told the construct, rubbing his nose. Helga put the jelly beans on a high shelf. Harry dragged a chair over, climbed, and stood on tiptoe. "No," Helga said from the doorway without raising her voice. He froze like a deer and then slowly climbed down. "You'll not fall and break your head today," she said. "We need it." Salazar cleaned a rune array on the wall and turned around to find Harry planting his knitted dragon in a pot and patting the soil around it. "We're growing a dragon," Harry said solemnly. Salazar stared at the dragon head poking out of dirt like a carrot. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Of course we're." On the morning he turned 5, the hall smelled like cinnamon. The cake had 5 candles. He was old enough now to blow them out in one go if he concentrated. He closed one eye and then the other and then both and blew until his cheeks hurt. The flames went out. Godric cheered. Salazar tapped the cake knife against his palm and said, "Precision," and cut exact slices. After cake and a new set of blocks with more complicated shapes and a real child's broom that would go 3 feet high under strict supervision and a book of puzzles where the pictures moved when you solved them, Rowena cleared a space on the table and set a small wooden ball in the center. Harry looked from the ball to her face and then to the others. Helga leaned her elbows on the table and rested her chin on her fist. Godric folded his arms and tried to look serious. Salazar stood behind him with his hands clasped. "You've been doing little things for months," Rowena said. "Water to your cup, a light to your hand, a pebble that hops when you ask. Today we try a thing on purpose. No guand, no help. You'll lift this ball and hold it one hand high for 5 breaths. If it falls, we try again. If it doesn't lift, we try again. If it shoots to the ceiling, we don't panic. We breathe and we try again. Yes." Harry nodded. He planted his feet. He put his hand out, palm up, like Helga had taught him when feeling earth power move. He looked at the ball. He didn't stare. He looked the way Salazar looked at a lock he intended to open. He made his mouth a straight line like Rowena when she drew runes. He let his shoulders drop like Godric before a jump. He breathed. In. He pictured a string between his palm and the ball, thin and strong. Not yanking, lifting, he said inside his own head, up. The ball trembled. His stomach turned over with the sensation, a tiny pull at a place below his ribs. The ball lifted the height of 3 fingers and hung there. He held his breath by mistake and the ball wobbled. Helga said, "Breathe." And he did, and the ball steadied. 1, Rowena said low. 2, 3, 4. On 5, Harry moved his hand slowly up. The ball followed, smooth as if the invisible string had no knots. He raised it to his eye line and held it there. The connection hummed like a bee caught in a jar. He grinned, then forced his face straight again because smiling made it wobble. "Down," Salazar said quietly when Harry's hand trembled. "On purpose." Harry thought down. The ball sank in a straight line and settled on the table as if placed by an invisible hand. He let out the breath he didn't realize he was holding and then hooped like a bird. The ball hopped at the sound and rolled. He chased it and caught it and hugged it as if it were a kitten. Godric grabbed him under the arms and spun him once, careful of the table. Rowena didn't grin, but the corners of her eyes softened. Salazar's shoulders loosened. Helga wiped her eye and then pretended she hadn't. You did that, Godric said, tapping Harry's chest with one finger. I did that, Harry echoed, amazed. Again later, Rowena said. Not until your hands stop shaking. My hands aren't, Harry started, then looked down. His hands shook. Tea, Helga said, brisk again. And a walk. They went to the garden where the beans had climbed and the candy had not. Harry sat on the low wall, legs swinging, the ball in his pocket like a prize. He was quiet in the way that meant his mind was loud. Am I the strongest? He asked, looking at his shoes. Strong isn't a number you can hold, Helga said. You're strong. You'll be stronger. It matters what you do with it. What if I do it wrong? Then we fix it, Helga said simply. If you break a plate, we sweep and glue. If you hurt someone on accident, you say sorry and learn how not to do that again. If you like hurting, we stop you until you can be trusted. You don't like hurting. I don't, he said fiercely. I know, Helga said, tracing a circle on his back through his shirt. Then we'll be all right. That night he fell asleep fast, tired in the bones. They stood at the foot of his bed and watched him, a habit they hadn't unlearned since the ritual. The new line on his forehead was only a pale mark now. His breath went in. 5, 6, 7. Steady. They went to the small room off the hall and shut the door. We can't pretend the world will wait, Salazar said first. He stood because he didn't like to talk sitting down. Politics begin now. Names. Faces. Who owes who. He will need to know what a contract is before he signs one at 11. We should expand arithmancy, Rowena said. Not numbers for their own sake. How they map to spell behavior. If he sees how to represent the world, he won't have to memorize pieces of it. Combat, Godric said. Proper footwork. Proper shields. Not because we want him to fight. Because people will ask him to and some will force it. He doesn't freeze when the first real one hits. We do the small hard things now. Helga folded her hands and kept her voice even though the worry sat in her throat like a stone. Balance, she said. He is 5. We've already made him hold stones in his head most children don't even see. He needs chores and mud and friends who don't care who he is. We find them. We build spaces where he can be ordinary sometimes. If we don't, we'll make a blade and call it a child. Silence. Not agreement. Not disagreement. The kind of quiet that happens when all 4 people in a room know the weight of what they hold and aren't sure where to set it down. We do all of it, Rowena said at last, which sounded impossible and obvious at the same time. We do it together, Godric added. We don't keep secrets from each other about him, Salazar said, which for him was the same as handing over a knife he liked. Helga nodded. And we take turns doing bedtime. He needs all our voices in his ear. Godric looked at the ceiling, blinked hard once, and then grunted. Fine. I'll sing tomorrow. You'll not, Salazar said, deadpan. I'll, Godric said, offended. I've an excellent voice. Helga smiled despite everything. Rowena pinched the bridge of her nose, which for her was a laugh. Tomorrow, Helga said. Tonight we sleep. In the morning we plant lettuces and learn a new rune and try not to set anything on fire. Reasonable goals, Rowena said. Speak for your runes, Godric muttered. Salazar's mouth tilted. I'll extinguish whatever you light. They stood there a minute longer, listening to the faint sounds of a child sleeping through a door. Then they stepped back into the hall and took their places, one to the window, one to the armchair, one to the floor with her back against the wall, one to the edge of the bed. The castle hummed around them, a steady low sound like a long breath. They'd built the first layer. It wasn't clean. It wasn't simple. It held. Harry didn't knock anymore. At 6, he knew which rooms required knocking and which ones didn't. Salazar's study looked like a room that wanted knocking, black marble desk, bottled things that used to be alive, books that breathed, but Salazar had told him once, If I'm in here and the door's not sealed, come in. I'd rather train you than stare at a wall. So Harry pushed the heavy door and slipped inside. The air always smelled like old paper, oil, and that faint metal smell that came from the wards or the jars or both. The desk was smooth and cold, a block of night with a gloss on it. Salazar sat behind it with a quill he never looked at when it wrote. He lifted his eyes, measured Harry the way he always did, then set the quill down. "What are we learning today?" Harry asked, climbing into the straight-back chair across from him. His feet didn't touch the floor yet. He hooked them around the chair rung and tried not to swing. "Blood magic," Salazar said. He watched Harry's face for the flinch. Harry didn't flinch, just leaned forward. "Does it hurt?" "If you're careless," Salazar said. "If you're precise, it stings and then it works. Blood carries more than meat and numbers. It carries your magical fingerprint, the resonance of your line, the echoes of old vows. That's why an oath on blood binds harder than an oath on breath. It's not poetic. It's chemical and magical both." Harry nodded slowly. "Is that why some families are strong for a long time?" "In part," Salazar said. "They know what they're doing. They record what works and pass it forward. They don't throw away tools because someone who doesn't understand them says, 'dark,' and faints." Harry looked at the nearest jar. Something pale floated in amber. He shifted his eyes back to Salazar. "Is that why some people hate Muggleborns? Because their blood doesn't have old echoes?" Salazar's mouth tugged at the corner. Approval, the study's rarest weather. Some people like simple answers that let them feel big. Old blood is better is simple. It's also lazy. Power comes from a lot of places. Ancestry is one. Knowledge is another. Will is maybe the biggest. A Muggle born with a spine and a brain will outstrip a pure-blood fool every time. "So blood matters," Harry said. "But it's not everything." "Correct," Salazar said. "We don't worship it. We use it." He took out a little stone disc, smooth as a skipping rock, and set it between them. He added a silver stylus and a small razor. "No ceremony. No candles. Just tools. We'll inscribe a ward keyed to you," he said. "If anyone touches this without your permission, it will sing like a kettle and bite like a dog. You'll feel it. You'll know where it will always know you. It's a good first lesson because if you're sloppy, the only person it bites is you." Harry glanced up. "Will you do it first?" "I'll talk you through it," Salazar said. "You'll do it." Harry took the stylus. The silver was cool and heavier than it looked. Salazar drew the pattern on a slate, 3 simple lines in a circle, a curl for mine, a bar for deny, a hook for answer. No fancy loops. Rowena's runes had fussy lines that needed rulers. Salazar's were workmanlike, worn thin with use. "Line depth matters," Salazar said. "If you scratch, the magic has nothing to anchor to. Cut the stone. Not too deep, not too shallow." Harry braced his wrist and pulled the stylus, tongue caught between his teeth. The first line wobbled. He steadied and made the second cleaner. Salazar grunted. A sound Harry had learned meant acceptable. He lifted the razor and held it in his palm, open. "Now the part that makes people dramatic," Salazar said, dry. "A drop, not a river. You want the magic to taste you, not drink you." Harry pressed the edge to his fingertip. It stung, then burned hotter than it should as the blood rose. He let one bead fall into the cut pattern. The stone seemed to drink it. He hissed on reflex. "Good," Salazar said. "Now intent. This is the part that separates useful magic from party tricks. Say inside your head, 'Mine, protected, answer me, hurt others.' It listens to will. If you ask like you're asking a favor, it might ignore you. If you tell it like you mean it, it will obey." Harry shut his eyes and did it the way he pictured occlumency, words pushed straight and square. "Mine, protect, answer me, hurt others." He didn't whisper. He set his jaw and told the stone the rules. Heat pushed at his palm from the disc. The cut lines glowed soft red and then settled like embers going dark. "Touch it," Salazar said. Harry did. The stone hummed, a small pulse that matched his heartbeat. "What happens if someone else touches it?" he asked. No fear in the question, only curiosity. Salazar reached, laid 2 fingers on the disc, and jerked his hand back with a soft "Date." "It bites," he said. "Adequate work. Perhaps you'll amount to something after all." Harry grinned. "Adequate," he repeated, and made it a private trophy. "Do it again," Salazar said, sliding another disc across. "Repetition makes competence. Competence makes survival." "Is this why people used to marry cousins?" Harry asked as he cut the second line, face serious. "To keep the resonance?" Salazar didn't blink. Sometimes for politics. Sometimes because humans make bad choices and then invent reasons. Cultivating a line isn't about pretending you're better than everyone. It's about understanding what your line actually is. If marrying a muddy-minded oaf with the right last name weakens the whole family, are you proud of your purity when your warts fall and your children can't lift a pebble? No, you're proud and dead. Harry nodded like he'd file the phrasing and pull it out later. When the second disc took and hummed, Salazar slid the razor away and replaced it with a cloth. "Enough blood for today," he said. "Vaish. We'll go visit the snakes." Harry perked up. The serpent room was warm like a greenhouse and smelled like warm stone, shed skin, and clean water. Heat runes kept the floor pleasant under bare feet. Enclosures ran the length of one wall. Sand, rock, branches, a low pool. A half-dozen serpents watched as they entered, heads lifting in small arcs. Their tongues flicked out, tasting the air. He greeted them in parcel tongue. To anyone else it would sound like soft hissing and sliding consonants. To Harry it was words. Polite words. Salazar had drilled that into him early. You don't command like a conqueror. You ask like you know they can say no. A slim green rat snake uncurled and slid onto Salazar's wrist for a ride. "The small one returns," it said, lazy. "The small one is taller," Harry said, smiling. A thick brown serpent in the corner raised its head and grumbled the way it always did. Complained about everything. The stone was too warm. Then too cold. The water bowl too full. Then too empty. Harry loved it. "Water inadequate," it announced, though Salazar had refilled it 2 minutes ago. "It's adequate," Harry said. "Inadequate," it said with deep injury. Salazar, straight-faced, murmured, "We must all suffer," and adjusted the bowl a fraction to the left. At the far end, a larger enclosure sat half in shadow with a warded pane in front of it and a bank of mirrors angled just so. Inside, on warmed slate, lay the young basilisk. It looked like a heavy green rope coiled under a thicker, darker rope. When it moved, the muscles under the scales flowed in waves. It was smaller than the one in the chamber Harry would someday learn about, but no snake that size was safe by default. Salazar's wards on this enclosure were thick enough to make the air buzz at a hand's length. "We're asking for a demonstration," Salazar said, voice calm. "Controlled. We don't stare. We watch the mirror. You speak with respect. It owes you nothing." "I know," Harry said, trying to sound older than 6. His stomach fluttered anyway. Respect and fear could share a room. Salazar lifted his hand, touched the ward, and spoke in Parseltongue. The ward softened with a sound like a sigh. He didn't open the door. He never opened it for this snake. He didn't need to. He set his hand on the glass and waited. The basilisk's head rose. Its eyelids stayed closed. It turned without hurry until its face angled toward them. Harry's skin prickled like it had when Godric called old magic. Instinct sat up hard in his chest. Salazar spoke again in Parseltongue, slow and formal. He asked if the basilisk would allow them to study a safe version of its power. He explained the purpose: to understand, to defend. He didn't flatter. He didn't beg. He asked as if he were speaking to an equal in a room with knives. The basilisk tasted the air. His tongue was long, thin, and wrong, a knife of black. It replied in parcel tongue, old and slow, vowels stretched like sun-warmed tar. It would permit a controlled gaze. It would open one lid to a slit. It would look at a mirror, not at them. Its contempt for the ward was absolute and obvious. "Thank you," Harry said carefully in parcel tongue. "Stand to the side," Salazar said in English. "Watch the reflection. Breathe." He adjusted the mirrors, then placed a thick slate chicken effigy on a stand inside the safety line. He nodded once. The basilisk slit one eyelid open. The room's temperature didn't change, but the air felt thinner. The reflected eye in the mirror wasn't dramatic. It was flat, old, full of a thing that wasn't human and never would be. Harry felt the hair on his arms lift. In the mirror, the slate chicken paled like chalk dropped in water. It lost its sheen. Then it lost its flexibility and sagged wrong. In the space of a long breath, it turned to stone. "Enough," Salazar said in parcel tongue. The lid lowered. The pressure in the room eased. Harry exhaled and realized he had not breathed for a few seconds. His legs felt hollow. "What did you feel?" Salazar asked. "Like my body wanted to run," Harry said. His voice shook once. He didn't hide it. Like something in my chest said, "Wrong, wrong, wronged." "Good," Salazar said. "That voice keeps you alive. You don't ignore it. You teach it when to listen and when to stand down." He pointed at the petrified effigy. "What did you see?" Harry squinted. It wasn't just eyes. It was the magic behind the eyes. It didn't push. It found something and turned it off. Salazar's mouth did the tug again. "A start," he said. "We'll go over the mechanism later. For now, remember the feeling. That's the warning bell. Your shields will eventually be able to blunt it if you must look. You'll still hate it. You should." The grumpy snake in the corner lifted its head. "The big one thinks it's important," it said sour. "Everything thinks it's important." Salazar's eyes crinkled. "We're all insufferable," he agreed, switching back to English so Harry would hear the joke, then to parcel tongue to add, "Your water is adequate." "Inadequate," the snake said automatically, and slid its head back down. Some lessons were words while hands did other work. Salazar liked to make Harry's mind do two things at once. While Harry oiled a chain for a ward anchor, Salazar told him about the school he had built and walked away from. "Everyone thinks you left because you hate Muggleborns," Harry said, blunt. He had stopped tiptoeing around certain topics. Salazar had never punished a real question. "Everyone thinks a lot of things," Salazar said. He reached across and straightened the chain without comment about Harry's grip. "I left because Godric and I couldn't agree on what to do when someone dangerous walks through your doors and insists they belong. He says, 'Teach them kindness and they'll be kind.' I say, 'Teach them control and watch them anyway.'" "Were you friends?" Harry asked. "Yes," Salazar said. He didn't dress it up. "We saved each other's lives more times than I can count. We drank and laughed and bled and planned. He makes me angrier than anyone alive. He still does. He is right about things I don't want him to be right about. I'm right about things he doesn't want me to be right about. We couldn't both be in charge and keep the walls standing. So I left." "Will you go back with me when I go?" Harry asked. Salazar was quiet long enough that Harry glanced up to make sure he hadn't missed something. Salazar's eyes were on the chain, but his face had shifted. "Not soft, not hard, old. Pride," Salazar said at last. "Stubbornness, and the knowledge that some fights don't end. If I go back, Godric and I'll have that fight again. If we've it again, we'll break something. I don't want to break what we built just to prove I'm right." Harry pulled the oiled chain through his fingers. "So, you protect it by staying away." "For now," Salazar said. "For you, I'll stand in any room I must. We'll decide when it's time. They didn't make it a ceremony. Salazar didn't hug him. Harry didn't ask for one. But the words hung between them like a promise anyway. Politics tasted like a game until you realized the pieces were people. Salazar cleared the black marble desk and set 3 stones on it: white, black, gray, and an old cup. 3 factions, he said, tapping each. The cup is the thing everyone wants but won't say out loud. It's the law. It's control of a seat. It's money. You pick. Seat, Harry said. He liked chairs. Chairs meant choices. Good, Salazar said. White wants it to feel safe. Black wants it to stand on other people's necks. Gray wants it not to fall on their head. How do you move the cup without hands? You move the stones, Harry said. Show me. At 6, Harry slid the white stone near the cup and announced a speech about safety. Salazar raised an eyebrow. And black eats you while you talk. Harry moved the gray stone to sit on the cup. Hide it. Gray can't sit on anything, Salazar said. Gray is busy working 2 jobs and trying not to die. At 7, Harry put the white and gray together and told the stone a story about protection for the majority. He moved black too far, then realized and pulled it back, offering it a side deal. Salazar's mouth did the tug again. At 8, Harry set black against a fake enemy, let white write the rules for stopping that enemy, and tucked gray into the wording so gray would survive either way. He left the cup exactly where it had been but made everyone else believe they had moved it. Salazar tapped the desk. Better, he said. Now take it apart. Where are the points of failure? Harry pointed. They argued. They replaced 1 stone with a coin and watched how greed changed the path of the cup. Salazar told short, tired stories while they did it. This family offered a marriage and signed 2 contracts. This goblin clan wrote a clause in a language no one bothered to learn and kept the bank when everyone thought they had lost it. This minister smiled and said, "Greater good," and stole 3 generations' tax money with a pen. Harry learned the patterns and then learned to mistrust the ease of patterns. People aren't stones, Salazar said when Harry got cocky. They lie. They panic. They get sick. They love their brothers and ruin their own plans to help them. Leave room for that. Harry rolled the gray stone under his palm and nodded. They didn't flinch from the forbidden. They discussed it without a flourish. The unforgivables, Salazar said one afternoon, setting 3 black glass beads on a tray. You need to know what they do and why the law says what it says. He pointed at the first bead. Avada Kedavra. It stops the heart and shuts off the brain instantly. It has no counter-curse. Shields don't like it. Wards hate it but sometimes fail if the caster is strong and the target is soft. Your best defense is making yourself a problem to hit and ending the fight before someone aims it at you. He tapped the second. Cruciatus. It lights every nerve in your body and leaves them on. You scream because you're built to scream when your skin feels like it's being peeled. It doesn't leave marks if the caster knows what they're doing. It breaks people if they use it long enough. Harry swallowed and looked a little green. Good, Salazar said, not kind but not indifferent. If this doesn't bother you, I start locking doors. The Imperius makes a puppet of a person. It slides your will into their eyes and moves their hands. The law is right that these are monstrous. The law is also full of politics. They made other things dark for no reason except control. You'll learn the difference. Harry nodded. Have you? Yes, Salazar said. No drama. No bragging. I've cast some and blocked some and taken some. I didn't enjoy any of it. We learn so you don't die ignorant. Harry stared at the beads. How do you stop the Imperius? You learn what you feel like inside, Salazar said. So when something else tries to wear you, you know it's not you. You learn to say no hard enough that your magic listens. Harry breathed out. Okay. They shelved the beads and washed their hands and went to eat stew. The world didn't turn into a speech because the topic was ugly. It was ugly and then it was dinner. Legitimacy and acumency turned into the hardest part. Salazar started gentle. "I'm going to look at the door," he said, meaning the front of Harry's mind where day thoughts drifted. "You close it." They sat knee to knee on the carpet the first day so Harry could feel the shift. Salazar's eyes changed when he pushed, a pressure behind them, like he was looking through a window. It didn't hurt. It felt like a finger pushing on a bruise you didn't know you had. Harry pictured the block tower he'd built at 3. He pictured the "Keep Out" sign in fat letters. He pictured a door. He shut it. The pressure slid off. "Good," Salazar said. "Now I knock harder." The second push made Harry wince. It didn't go deep, but it tried. He held the door and said no inside his head and felt the no shiver. The door held anyway. They practiced for weeks like that. Harry learned to hold the door while counting backwards, while reciting runes, while bouncing a ball. Salazar always made him do 2 things at once because that's how fear worked in a real fight. Then Salazar stopped announcing his pushes. Harry would be drawing a rune and the pressure would be there like a wave. He'd clamp down, spill ink, swear, and then breathe while Salazar waited without commentary. The day Salazar first went for a memory on purpose, he told Harry what he'd try to pull. "The smell of Helga's kitchen," he said. "You keep it." Harry didn't think words. He put the smell in a box, put the box in a room, and flooded the hallway outside with noise. He felt the pressure move, slide along the wall, test a seam, pressed. He sweated. He didn't let go. The pressure retreated a little, then surged. He grunted and clamped down harder. "Enough," Salazar said, voice normal again. He looked tired. Harry's head hurt like he'd squinted too long at a bright light. "Water," Salazar added, and handed him a cup. "Again?" Harry asked after a minute. "Yes," Salazar said, and didn't ask if he was sure. That was part of it, learning to use the pain without making it holy. They built and rebuilt the mind spaces. The block tower turned into halls and doors, then into a small city. Salazar encouraged tricks. "Hide a knife in the bread," he said. "Paint a door on a wall that doesn't open. Bait a trap with a memory you can afford to lose and nail the ceiling down on an intruder while he's in it. But don't make it so clever you can't remember where you put your own floor." Harry learned to throw up a blank sheet, calm, safe, boring, so someone pushing would see nothing and get lazy. He learned to let a shallow probe in on purpose and walk it in circles until it got tired while the important room stayed shut. He failed often. The first time Salazar pushed hard, Harry's nose bled and he cried, furious at himself for crying. Salazar didn't comfort him. He handed him a cloth. "You're not broken," he said, businesslike. "You got hit. You learn. We go again when your headache goes." Harry slept for 2 hours and woke up angry. "Again," he said. They did it again. Months later, when Salazar came in hard without a warning and hit the front doors like a battering ram, Harry didn't try to hold the doors. He stepped aside in his own head and let the pressure blow past into a room he'd built for this. Salazar moved like water into the space and reached for the shining thing on the table. The thing exploded into ink and his shoes stuck to the floor. He hesitated. Harry slammed the real doors shut behind him and threw a bar. The pressure hit the bar and rattled the walls. Salazar didn't back out. He kept pushing, hard enough that Harry's hands shook in the real room. Harry pictured Godric's training bells and Helga's steady hand on his back and Rowena's straight lines. He said no without words and held. The pressure stopped like a door slamming from the other side. Salazar blinked back to the room. He breathed in through his nose, out slow through his mouth. He looked at Harry the way he looked at a piece of craftwork that had finally held weight. "You begin to understand," he said, and didn't pretend it wasn't a big moment. "Your mind is yours. Don't give it away." Harry wiped his nose. He smiled, small and fierce. The headache lasted all afternoon. Helga handed him broth and shooed away Godric when he tried to make a joke. Rowena brought a cool cloth and pretended she had to pick up a book in his room for no reason. Salazar stood in the door to make sure Harry ate half the bowl and then left without a speech. It still felt like a speech. Harry's sarcasm grew like a weed under Salazar's sunlight. "Stop forcing it," Salazar said one morning while Harry tried to anchor a ward to a hinge. "Magic doesn't respond to desperation. It responds to belief. Breathe. Then do it like you already know how." "Right," Harry said, expression flat. "Let me just flawlessly perform a ritual that takes most adults years. I've had, 3 weeks? I'm basically ancient." Salazar looked up, surprised into an actual laugh. "Mouth," he said. "Less of it." Harry did the breath anyway. The ward took. Later, when Harry misread a symbol and the anchor spat his magic back at him hard enough to sting, he hissed. Salazar didn't say, "Are you okay?" He said, "Where did you wobble?" "I didn't wobble," Harry said. Stung pride and actual sting tangled. "You did," Salazar said. "Find it." Harry found it. He hated that Salazar was right and liked it too. Not every comment landed. Once, frustrated, Harry said, "Maybe the stone doesn't like me." "That's the most ridiculous thing you've said today," Salazar said, dry. "Given this morning's performance, it's an achievement." Harry snorted despite himself and redrew the line. Some nights Salazar told stories he hadn't planned to tell. He sat with a book open that he wasn't reading and said, "My eldest had your mouth." Harry looked up from copying a rune, startled. "You had children?" "Two," Salazar said. "A boy who argued like it was breakfast and a girl who didn't argue at all until you realized she had built the house around you, and you were now living in it under her rules." "What were their names?" Harry asked, careful. Salazar said them. The names sat in the air like small grave markers. He didn't embellish. He didn't say how they died. He didn't need to. His voice did it for him. "Did you teach them?" Harry asked. "I tried," Salazar said. "I wasn't good at patience then." He looked at Harry without apology. "I'm not good at it now, but I'm better." Harry went back to his rune with his chest warm and weird. He didn't have a word for the feeling. He didn't reach for one. On the morning he turned 8, Harry could hold a legitimacy block for 10 breaths and lift a stone for 20. He could greet every snake in the room by name and not get bitten unless he deserved it. He could draw a simple ward pattern without smearing ink on his own face. He could also still trip over his own feet when Godric shouted "duck" in the training hall. And he still sometimes cried at night when the smell of cooking set off a memory that wasn't clear but cut anyway. The two truths lived next to each other without one canceling the other. After drills, Salazar called him back to the study. Harry went without wondering why. Salazar rarely did flourishes. If he'd called, there was a reason. On the desk sat a book. It was the size of Harry's 2 hands side by side, bound in dark green leather that looked like scales when the light hit it. A thin strap wrapped around it. No title. No lock Harry could see. "Take it," Salazar said. Harry did. The leather was warm like someone else had been holding it. He opened to the first page. Ink lay there in Salazar's hand, small, precise, a little slanted. The first pages weren't instructions. They were comments. Power isn't a moral. It's a tool. Your choices are the moral. If a law is written by a fool, it makes fools of men who obey it without thinking. If you find a better proof than mine, use it. Then show me. 6 pages held thoughts like that. The rest were blank. "It's keyed to you," Salazar said. "If anyone else opens it, they see blank paper or rude drawings. I haven't decided which yet. Probably rude drawings." Harry snorted. "You'll write in it," Salazar went on. "Not my words. Yours. When you learn something that matters, write it down. When you disagree with me, write that down. When you figure out a better way to anchor a hinge, draw it. Don't become a list of my ideas. Become a person who can argue with me and not be wrong." Harry ran his fingers down the edge of a blank page. You want me to build my own? Yes, Salazar said. Power inherited is nothing compared to power earned through understanding. A parrot is useless in a war. Harry closed the book carefully and held it to his chest. He felt the ward catch in the leather and hum back at him like the stone discs. He looked up. Thank you, he said, trying to put everything he felt in the two words.
Privet.
Fear. Want. Relief that someone expected him to think. Salazar nodded once like he was acknowledging a point made in an argument, not a gift given. Don't make me regret trusting you, he said, which for him was I trust you. Harry turned and left before he said something stupid, like, family, which he had said once and wouldn't say here. He walked down the corridor with the journal tight under his arm. The castle's light made the leather look like a living thing. He wanted to run to Helga and show her, to Rowena and ask for a good pen, to Godric and tell him it wasn't for swinging. He wanted to go to the garden and write 3 lines about dirt and then cross them out and write something better. Behind him, in the study, Salazar watched the door close and let his face go blank again for no one. He set his hands flat on the cool marble. The room smelled like old paper and metal, same as always. He didn't speak. If he had, it would have sounded something like, the boy has the shape of greatness. Let's see if we gave him a spine to carry it without breaking. Harry woke to his blanket vanishing and a hand catching his ankle. Up, Godric said. Cheer loud and cruel at once. Combat training doesn't wait for comfortable hours. Boy, an enemy won't schedule his attack around your beauty sleep. It's not beauty sleep, Harry mumbled, grabbing for the blanket that no longer existed. It's sleep. Now it's walking sleep, Godric said. He swung Harry's legs over the side with one hand and hauled him upright with the other. Boots. Robe. Wand. You can complain while running. It's not even light, Harry said, pulling his robe crooked and shoving his feet into boots. Dark is when most mistakes happen, Godric said, steering him into the corridor. We'll train there first. The training grounds were bigger than any room had a right to be. Godric could change them with a thought, and he liked to show off. Today the flat floor rippled into dunes, then snapped into a stone courtyard with low walls, then rolled into a tilted field studded with pillars. The air smelled like old stone, sweat, and that hot, bright scent Godric's magic always left behind. Wand in hand, Godric said. Shield up. I haven't. A blue construct popped into existence to Harry's left, man-sized, no face, all edges. It snapped a stinging hex and hit his shoulder before he could raise his arm. Pain cracked sharp and hot. Thinking time is over, Godric bellowed. Move! Harry moved. He dove behind a pillar and threw up a shield charm that formed late and wobbly. The next hex smacked it and the shield rippled like a drumskin. He felt the impact through his wrist. Footwork, Godric shouted. Your feet are your life. Another construct blinked in to the right and fired. Harry rolled, hissed as stone scraped his knee, and came up with his wand already moving. Protego! The shield snapped stronger this time. He didn't wait. He darted left, scrambled over a low wall, and felt a hex skim his back with a numb sting. Good! Godric's voice carried over crack and thud. Don't plant your feet and die on principle. Breathe. Harry breathed. Air dragged rough in his throat. The constructs weren't fast at first, but Godric made them faster every time Harry blocked one cleanly. Harry learned to look for the small twitch of a shoulder that meant incoming, not the glow at the wand. He learned that dropping his weight before a turn meant his legs wouldn't skid. He learned Godric's habits, too, when Godric shouted. A new construct was about to appear behind him. Left! Godric roared. Harry didn't look. He threw a shield to the left and ducked right. A hex splashed against the shield with a hollow thump. He laughed once, breathless, without meaning to. Felt good when the shield held. Felt like catching a ball with both hands after missing all morning. Again! Godric said. Faster. By the time the sun pushed a dull gray through the high windows, Harry's shirt stuck to his back. His legs trembled when he hopped the small wall for the 4th time. His wand hand shook. He missed a shield and took another stinging hex on the ribs. It hurt enough to pull a noise from him he didn't like. "And run," Godric called. The constructs dissolved. "Walk. Don't sit yet. Walk it off." Harry walked. His calves burned like someone had poured something mean into them. He held his ribs and hissed air through his teeth. Godric put a hand on his head like he was smoothing hair on a dog. "Better," he said. "You stopped arguing with gravity." "It argued first," Harry said, deadpan. Godric barked a laugh, then jerked his chin at the far wall. "Water. Then we go again." "Now?" "Now," Godric said. "Enemies don't care if you're tired." Harry groaned on principle and went for the water anyway. Godric thought physical training was half the job. He didn't say fitness. He said, "Your body needs to keep up with your magic, or you'll fall over like a puppet with the strings cut." So Harry ran. He ran stairs that moved. He crawled under low bars while jinxes snapped over his back and left warm thuds on the floor. He dragged sandbags while Godric jogged backward in front of him and shouted encouragement and insults in the same breath. "Arms straight. Don't twist. If you twist, you'll pop your own shoulder, and then where will you be? On the ground, which is where you die." "I'm 6, Harry said once, flat, while trying not to drop a sandbag the size of a small hippogriff. "Then you'll be very good at this by 8, Godric said, cheerful. "Move." They drilled footwork until Harry dreamed in steps. Godric drew chalk lines on the floor and made him move them single, double, diagonal, pivot, recover, again and again until his legs shook and he hated chalk. Then Godric wiped the lines away and made him do it without looking. He clapped his hands on the beats Harry missed and swore when Harry paused between steps. "No pause," Godric said. "A pause is where a curse lives." They cast under fatigue. Harry had to hold a steady shield while he climbed, had to hit a moving target with a stunner while he hopped side to side over a rope, had to whisper a cutting jinx while his lungs felt like needles. "This is impossible," Harry gasped once, hands on knees. "Everything's impossible until you do it," Godric said. "Up." Harry got up. He hated how proud he was that he did. Godric didn't stand on the side and shout like a coach who'd gone soft. He ran with him. He took hexes from the constructs to show it was fine. He lifted more weight than any person had a right to lift and grinned while he did it. He moved in fights with an economy that made Salazar's eyes narrow. There were no wasted steps. When he cast, the air felt thick and hot. When he laughed, it bounced off the walls like a thrown ball and came back twice as loud. Harry's first clean win came 3 months into the schedule that wasn't a schedule. Godric didn't tell him which day would be the day. The constructs came as usual. The floor shifted mid-lesson, a petty trick that always drove Harry mad. A low wall slid forward under his feet. He didn't fall. He rode the shift, cut left, slipped a hex by inches, and hit the closest construct with a silent stunner so clean it folded. "Again," Godric said, but he was grinning now. The second construct tried to pin him against a pillar. Harry went low and rolled on a shoulder the way Godric had drilled. He came up under the hex and popped a shield. The hex hit, the shield held, and he shoved a stun through the shield's skin like a person tossing a coin through water. It landed. The construct went down. The third hung back. Harry didn't give it space. He pressed. He missed his first shot but didn't flinch. He crossed the room with 3 steps, slid, planted, and snapped the stunner at the point Godric had made him hit 10,000 times on empty air. The construct crumpled like a puppet with cut strings. Silence hit hard after all the noise. Godric let it sit for 2 breaths. Then he threw his head back and laughed. "There," he shouted. "That's what I'm talking about." Harry leaned against a pillar and tried not to grin like an idiot. "Don't lean," Godric said automatically. "You'll get used to it." Harry stood upright, still grinning. Ancient magic, Godric said later. Voice low not because it was mysterious, but because loud didn't help with this. They were in a warded chamber that didn't look like much. It was a cube of stone, rings set into floor and ceiling. The wards were thicker than the basilisk room. You could feel them buzzing under your skin. Rowena's got her runes, Godric said. Salazar's got his knives in the dark. This is older than both. This is what people did before they started telling magic to sit still. It won't sit still. It'll crush you if you let it. So you don't let it. You drive it. How? Harry asked. Want something and mean it, Godric said. You make it happen without a word. No Latin. No circles. You and your will and your magic. Simple. Simple like the obstacle course is simple, Harry said, dry. Godric grinned. Exactly. They started small. Godric told him to warm his hands without a spell. Harry thought warm, and nothing happened. He thought hot, and his fingers tingled for a second, then cooled. He got frustrated and it worked for a moment, then dropped again. Godric didn't fix it. He stood with his arms folded and said, Want it more, but don't beg. They tried pulling a ball across the floor without a wand. Harry stared, sweated, and moved it 2 finger widths in 5 minutes. Felt like trying to push a wall by glaring at it. Good, Godric said. Again. It took weeks to coax a pulse of raw force out of his hands that didn't fizzle like cheap fireworks. Godric nodded each time and said, Again. And Harry wanted to chuck the ball at his head. He didn't. The first time it really worked wasn't planned. Godric built a target dummy and made it walk toward him while hurling light shocks. He let it hit Harry 3 in a row and kept saying faster. You're slow. Again. You're still thinking. Again. You're letting Salazar live in your head when I need you to live in your body. Again. Harry's face went hot. His eyes stung. He snapped, I'm trying. Then try harder, Godric said, not unkind and not gentle. Something in Harry jumped. He threw his hands up without a spell or a word. The room boomed like thunder in a small box. A flat wave of gold shot out and smashed the dummy to pieces. The power wasn't a beam. It was a shove with all of him in it. The rings in the ceiling sang. The floor rattled under his boots. Harry staggered. His stomach rolled. His hands trembled, and not from fatigue this time. Godric didn't scold. He grinned so wide it looked like it hurt. There it's, he said. That's yours. That's the old stuff. Your ancestors built this place with magic like that. No wand. No words. Just will. Felt good. Felt too good. The empty that followed felt awful. Harry bent over and braced his hands on his knees. His magic felt used up, as if he'd scooped himself out and flung the scoop across the room. Sit, Godric said. Head down. Breathe. Harry sat and breathed. The walls did that slow pulse they did sometimes when old magic moved. After a long time his stomach stopped twisting. That, Godric said once he had color back, is why you don't throw it like that unless you must. Emotion feeds it. Rage is easy fuel. It also empties you. You can't be a bonfire all the time. You'll go out. How do I use it without that? Harry asked. Control the feeling without killing it, Godric said. Name it so it doesn't own you. Aim it like a spear instead of kicking down the whole house. We'll start small and work up. When you feel the surge, you put reins on it. You don't choke it. You direct it. Like flying, Harry said, thinking of the way Godric's constructs moved under his feet when he made himself trust them instead of fight them. Exactly like flying, Godric said. Trust it and guide it. If you clamp down, you fall. Took months. They did breathing drills that made Harry dizzy and bored and then, suddenly steady. Godric made him summon the warm in the hands feeling, then flick it into his fingers and stop it at his wrist, then send it into a coin so it jumped and clinked once, not 10 times. If it jumped 10, Godric said too much and made him start again. When Harry sent a tight, bright push that knocked a target back one step and didn't drain him flat, Godric punched his shoulder with a proud hand. Harry grinned despite the sore spot. The armory looked the way a story would draw it if it didn't want to lie. Racks of spears, shields on the wall, blades in rows. Some peasant iron, some not. The sword sat alone, above head height, in a bracket that had no dust on it ever. The blade caught light even when the room was dim, like it found light on its own. Harry stood under it with his neck craned and his mouth open a little. Godric liked that. He tried not to show it. "Goblins forged it," Godric said. "It drinks what makes it stronger. Venom, magic, whatever gives it teeth. It won't cut a loaf for you. It will cut a basilisk." "Can I?" Harry started, then stopped. He didn't want to ask wrong. "You can hold it," Godric said. "You can't swing it. You'll drop it on your toes." "I'm not a baby," Harry said, but he said it with a smile. "You're not," Godric said. "You're 6, which is smaller than this sword's appetite. Hands under the balance, not the edge. I don't want to explain to Helga how you lost a finger in a room with no enemies." Harry put both hands under the guard and lifted. The sword moved and then didn't. It was heavier than it looked. It felt alive the way a sleeping animal feels alive, weight and waiting. He held it still for 3 breaths because pride is powerful. Then he set it back careful and shook out his arms. "Right?" Godric said, pretending his mouth hadn't softened. He led Harry to a rack of training blades that were lighter, edges blunted and enchanted. He handed Harry one, and it settled in his hands like a thing with opinions. The grip molded a little to his palm. He liked it. "We're not doing fancy dueling," Godric said. "We're doing not dying. That means footwork, distance, and not chasing someone's blade like a cat after a string. The blade is your hand made longer. It's a line between you and the person who wants to ruin your day. Make that line mean something." They drilled basics. Guard up, elbow in. Don't swing like you're chopping wood. Hips, not shoulders. Turn the blade when you deflect so you don't take the full hit. Step when you strike or you'll hit air. "Your shoulders," Godric said. "Drop them. If your shoulders live by your ears, they'll set up house there and your neck will hate you." Harry snorted and forced them down. When he got it right, the sword moved like it wanted to help. When he got it wrong, it felt like he was dragging a bucket through sand. They blended magic with it. Godric made him throw a shield with his offhand while he struck, made him snap a stunner and step on the second beat into a thrust, made him pull a bit of ancient magic forward and pour it into the blade so the metal hummed and made a practice dummy shudder even without a perfect cut. "Don't watch the blade," Godric said. "Watch the man. The blade tells lies. The hips tell truth." "Salazar says the eyes tell lies," Harry said, sweating and happy. "Lies are very fancy and very easy to stab through if your feet are right," Godric said. "Feet, hips, shoulder, truth. You can trick a mind. You can't trick a bad knee." Harry laughed and forgot he was tired for a minute. The rivalry made Harry's life harder and easier at once. "Physical training is less important than mental discipline," Harry said to Godric one afternoon while trying not to fall off a narrow beam. He didn't look down. He tossed the line into the room like a stone into a pond. Godric stopped. His eyebrows went up. "Less important?" he repeated, too calm. "Less important?" "Harry nadid grave. Salazar says. That snake-obsessed old bastard wouldn't know real combat if it bit him on the arse," Godric roared, delighted to be offended. "Right, double drills. Tell him I said so." Harry held back a smile. When Salazar asked later why he was limping, Harry mentioned Godric's comment in a mild tone. Salazar's eyes went cold and satisfied at once. The next morning Harry found himself doing a clemency while balancing on the same beam with Godric throwing foam balls at his shins. "You started a war," Helga said, pinching the bridge of her nose when she caught on. She tried to look stern and failed. "If you die, I'll kill you." Rowena's mouth twitched. She placed a bet on how long Harry could keep it going before they both noticed. He did it for a week and then felt guilty and confessed. Both men pretended to be shocked. Then they kept competing anyway because they couldn't help it. The day's training had gone too long. Godric pushed hard when Harry was close to a breakthrough. It made him brutal and generous in the same hour. Harry hurt everywhere and didn't want to admit it. He sat on the floor with his back against a wall and held his training sword across his knees because putting it away meant the session was over and he wasn't ready to hear that from his own head. "Talk," Godric said, lowering himself to the floor with him. He sat heavy, like a man who'd learned to rest where he fell between battles. "About what?" Harry asked, tired and small. "Whatever is chewing on you," Godric said. "If you don't spit it out, it'll eat through to your spine." Harry stared at his hands. The sword's grip had left marks on his palms. He picked at one with his thumb. "I was scared," he said finally, voice flat so it wouldn't crack. "On the beam, when you made the wind go sideways. I did it anyway, but I was scared the whole time." Godric didn't laugh. He didn't say good. He didn't say wrong. "Fear's natural," he said. "Only fools claim fearlessness. It's a fine way to run off a cliff. Courage isn't not feeling it. It's feeling it and doing the thing anyway. That's the mark I care about. You did the thing. That's courage." Harry nodded. He didn't feel better yet. The tight knot sat under his ribs. "And the other thing," he said, quieter. "What if I'm not enough? You all keep saying there's a war. You don't say it like a story. You say it like a calendar. What if I get there and—" he swallowed. "What if I disappoint you? What if I fail?" Godric sighed and leaned his head back against the stone. For once his voice didn't boom. It sat close and honest. "I carried that every day," he said. "Still do when I'm not paying attention. Every brave bugger I've known has had nights where they stare at a wall and think they're a fraud and the wall knows it. The secret is boring. You get up and you try anyway. And you don't do it alone. That's what family is. Not people who never doubt you. People who stand steady when you doubt yourself." Harry's eyes stung. He blinked hard. "Family," he said, testing the word. "Fit here." Godric nudged his shoulder with 2 fingers. "I don't need you to be a prophecy," he said. "I need you to be the boy who gets up and tries. There's a man out there who murdered your parents and thinks he can scare the world into his shape. You'll be strong enough to stop him one day. Not because a story says so, because it's right. That's it." Harry breathed and the knot eased. It didn't vanish. It didn't even shrink much. It loosened enough that air could pass. "Okay," he said. "Okay," Godric said. He bumped Harry's knee with the back of his hand. "Now get up. We're stretching or Helga will come in here with a stick." "Helga already has a stick," Harry said, smiling a little. "Exactly," Godric said. "Up." Fire training sounded like the best thing in the world and then wasn't. "Terror in furnace," Godric said in the same warded room where the rings hummed. "Fiendfire's mad brother. This is its sane cousin, older than both. It eats magic when you tell it to, not when it feels like it. If you ever learn this, you'll use it twice in your life if you're careful. You'll want to use it more. That's the danger." He showed him first. Godric stood with his hand out and didn't draw a wand. He didn't shout. He let his magic climb into the room like heat and then call. Flame bloomed out of the ring in the floor, not orange like a candle. It was deep and hot and wrong in the right way, a thing with edges and a spine. It moved when Godric turned his hand. It licked a target and left the target smoking, not gone. It looked at Godric when he told it to sit, and then it did. The smell wasn't only burning. It was the smell of a summer field when the wind shifts and you realize there's a fire too far away to see. It set hair on end without a sound. "Your turn," Godric said. Harry tried. He made a weak flare that signed its name and went out. He made a big burst that almost bit the wall and nearly threw up from the drop after. Godric cut it with a flick of his hand and a muttered word older than the castle and said, No. I thought this would be fun, Harry said, sweat running into his eyes and stinging. It will be when you can make it sit, Godric said. Right now it's a bear and you're dangling a stake. Stop dangling. Make it heal. How? Harry said, teeth clenched. Same as the ancient magic push, Godric said. Name it. Own it. Give it a job and don't let it do any other job. If it wanders, you kill it. We kill it. You don't keep a pet you can't control. They spent months on the part before the flame. Visualization. Harry had to picture a line, not a flood. He had to picture a leash in his hand and not let it slip. He had to pull the heat up the back of his neck, down his arm, and out his palm like drawing a rope through tight loops. If it snagged anywhere, the flame sputtered or jumped. If he got greedy, it ran. The first time it obeyed felt like riding a fast thing and not falling. A coil of fire spun out, bright and lean. Harry moved his hand and it followed. He sent it to a target and it bit and released. He held his wrist steady and it stayed steady. It wanted to race. He didn't let it. He grinned, raw with pride. Felt like being 10 feet tall. Godric's voice cut through that feeling sharp. You feel that rush? He said, quiet and very clear. That thrill? That's the trap. It will make you think you're a god. You're not. You're a boy holding a knife made of weather. Remember why you learn it. Protection, not domination. Harry's grin faded. He nodded once, sober again. He told the flame to die. It did. Good, Godric said. We put it away. We eat. Then we come back tomorrow and do the boring parts again. Harry made a face. Boring parts. Boring parts keep you alive, Godric said. Ask Salazar. He'll say it with more syllables. Harry got hurt. Stinging hexes left welts that Helga soothed and pretended to scold about. A fall left a bruise that covered half his thigh and made Salazar raise an eyebrow at Godric until Godric rolled his eyes and muttered something about, learning the beam means falling off it. Once Harry pushed too hard and tasted copper and had to lie in the cool dark until his pulse stopped punching. Godric crouched nearby and told a low story about a raid that went wrong and the man who kept 3 others alive by being stubborn about walking. Training hurts, Godric said. Real combat hurts and kills. I'm trying to pack the hurt into rooms we control. When it's not in our control, you'll still hurt, but you'll move anyway. That's the point. Harry didn't argue with that. He held the ice and thought about moving anyway. On good days, Godric was a festival. He ruffled Harry's hair until it stuck up worse. He told stories about spear lines that broke and pubs that didn't. He pantomimed falling into a bog and made his own grand failures the punchline. He admitted fear without drama and mistakes without shame. He said out loud when he was proud. That's my boy, he roared one morning when Harry combined a shield, a step, and a sword strike so clean the dummy's head popped off its peg. The shout bounced around the room and hit Harry like a warm wave. He stood straighter without meaning to. On hard days, Godric's voice went flat and the room got small. He'd correct the same mistake 12 times without raising that flat voice once. He'd stop a drill and say, "We're done. Your feet aren't listening. Go drink water. Come back when they remember you're in charge." Harry hated those days and needed them. Harry turned 8 with sore arms and an appetite that made Helga mutter about hollow legs. After the morning's run and Rowena's neat cake in the kitchen and Salazar's dry gift of a new warding needle, "Don't bleed on my floor," Godric took him back to the armory. He didn't talk much on the way. It was unlike him. A new blade lay on a table, smaller than the sword, built for Harry's hands. The metal wasn't shiny. It was honest. The grip wrapped in something that would shift as he grew. Runes sat small and quiet under the guard. "For you," Godric said. He didn't do speeches well when it mattered. He pushed the blade a fraction closer with his fingertips. "It will grow with you. It will listen to your magic. It will not fix your footwork." Harry picked it up. It settled into his palm like a thing that had been waiting. He turned it a little and saw the inscription along the inside of the guard. Not big so the whole room could see, but clear enough for him. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. He read it twice and swallowed. I thought, he started, then stopped. He looked up. Thank you. Godric cleared his throat like he had dust in it. When you're ready, he said, glancing at the sword on the wall without naming it. The old one will come when you need it, not before. Not because I hand it to you, because you prove to it and yourself that you won't swing it for the wrong reasons. Harry nodded. He didn't say, I'll be ready. He didn't promise what he couldn't promise. He raised the new blade and moved through the first form. Guard. Step. Cut. Recover. The blade felt right. When his elbow drifted, it tugged him a little. When his foot landed lazy, it told him. It didn't coddle. Godric watched him like a man watching the horizon, hands tucked behind his back so he wouldn't fix Harry's grip every 30 seconds. Pride sat open on his face. Fear sat under it, the kind you couldn't scrub out with a laugh. The thoughts he didn't say were simple. The boy could be the best duelist since the century he loved most. The boy could also break if all they gave him was metal and heat. Thank magic for Rowena's lines and Helga's hands and even Salazar's knives in the dark. Between the four of them, maybe they weren't only making a weapon. Maybe they were raising a good man. Harry finished the form and grinned, breathing hard and bright-eyed. Again? He asked. Again, Godric said, and the room filled with the honest sounds. Boots on stone, breath, a blade cutting air, a teacher's low corrections, and a boy answering them with work. The library didn't fit in a normal room. Shelves went up too high and then kept going. A ladder led to a balcony that looped into itself and came back to the same spot 2 turns later. The air smelled like parchment, ink, and something sharper he couldn't name. Harry sat at a low desk Rowena had set to his height. Parchments covered the surface in neat, cramped lines. 3 runic chains, for energy totals, and a sketched ward circle with tiny arrows showing flow. His ward didn't work. It should have flared when he laid a hand on the test plate. It had sputtered once and gone dead. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hand. They burned. His fingers were ink-stained. His wrist ached from drawing tight lines. Rowena appeared without footsteps. She always did. She looked over one shoulder, then the other, then set a small tray with water and sliced apples at the corner of the desk. Why do you think the sequence fails? She asked. No hello. No, poor thing. Just the question. I checked the math 5 times, Harry said. Too fast. The totals line up. That wasn't my question. Her tone wasn't unkind. It was even. Why do you think it fails? He stared down at the page and forced himself to breathe. She wouldn't hand him the answer. She never did. She always asked until he found it. He tried to pretend it was a game and not a test. Input runes, he said, tapping each. Algize to key it to me. ISA to stabilize. Then Soilo to power the response. The output is a simple flare. Rowena glanced once and said nothing. He frowned. The arrays are right. The energy budget is tight, but it balances. What does ISA do? She asked. Freeze. Stabilize. Hold. And Soilo? Sunday heat. Movement. He stared. He didn't like the silence that followed because he knew what it meant. He had missed the obvious. They fight, he said, heat in his face. I told them to do opposite things next to each other. ISA held while Soilo tried to move. I built a brake and an accelerator on the same wheel. Rowena nodded, the hint of a smile showing. Exactly. Magic isn't arbitrary. It follows rules as consistent as mathematics. If you tell it to do 2 incompatible things in one step, it refuses. What could you do instead? Stagger them, he said, the solution clicking into place with a small, satisfying snap. Let ISA settle the circle first. Then drop it out of the active chain and bring in Soilo to drive the flare. Or, she said, Choose a stabilizer that channels rather than halts. Rado would guide flow without freezing it. Different trade-offs, different behavior. Change the rune, change the system. He scratched out ISA, penciled in Rado, and redrew the lines to match. His hand cramped by the second pass. He shook it, blew out a breath, and redid the energy total with the new loss value. Try again, she said, stepping back. He set the new chain on the small chalked circle, fixed the lines with a quick breath, and touched the test plate. The ward pulsed once, steady. The flare winked on, not bright, but clean. He felt it more than saw it, a rightness that ran along the bones in his hand. He grinned despite himself. Rowena set a finger on the paper near his correction. What changed in your mind between the first and second attempt? I started thinking about what the runes wanted to do, he said. Not just the numbers. Good, she said. Numbers describe behavior. They don't replace understanding. He took a slice of apple so she'd know he had heard everything, not just the praise. Arithmancy stopped being charts and became tools when she showed him why numbers made spells work. Consider the fundamental principle, Rowena said, chalk in hand at a slate that erased itself when she finished a line. Magic is energy transformed by will and structured by understanding. If you comprehend how energy flows, how intent shapes it, how structure stabilizes it, you can manipulate any magical effect. She didn't draw a mess of symbols. She wrote a simple line. Input will plus ambient, times structure equals output. That's not a real equation, Harry said. It's a frame, she said. Frames keep your thoughts from falling apart. She pointed to structure. This is where arithmancy lives. We choose shapes that fit the energy we intend to move. If you push too much through a weak shape, it collapses. If you choose a shape that resists the direction of flow, you get nothing or you get backlash. He thought of ISA and Soilo. He nodded. Levitation, she said. Show me the numbers. He wrote the power cost he'd memorized for a textbook feather. She raised an eyebrow. Now a quill, she said. Then a book. Each time he wrote a new number, she made him justify it. Not because the book told him, but because weight changed work, and the structure had to carry the work. Most wizards never ask why, she said. They wave and say the word and accept the result. They try to push harder when it fails. They don't rebuild the structure. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. This is tedious. It will make everything else easier, she said. You like winning. This is how you win before you start. He didn't admit she was right. He finished the line and translated it into a small change in his wand movement for the book, wider arc at the lift, to match the larger number. When he tried, the book rose with less wobble than usual. Your mind is teaching your hand now, she said. That's the point. We train patterns until your subconscious does the mathematics and your conscious mind can make decisions. That hit the thing that had bothered him when Godric and Rowena pulled him in opposite directions. So I don't pick instinct or analysis, he said. I build the analysis until it becomes instinct. She smiled, quick and real. Exactly. Runes turned into a language he could use, not a list to memorize. Rowena stacked tablets on the desk. Elder Futhark first, then Anglo-Saxon Futhork with its extra signs, then younger Futhark's stripped-down shapes. She set Ogham next, all lines and notches, and a small slate with a clear, simple script she called Theban that she used for private annotations. Why so many? He asked, already reaching for the Futhork because more symbols meant more options. Different alphabets grew around different magical cultures, she said. They've biases. Elder Futhark is balanced. Futhork is verbose and good for precision. Younger Futhark is efficient but loses nuance. Ogham likes earth and plant work. Theban is a cipher. I use it to hide my notes. You hide notes from Salazar? Harry asked. From Godric, she said, dry. He writes in the margins. He snorted and bent over the Futhork chart. She didn't have him memorize in rows. She had him combine. Write a sequence that opens when your signature touches it and stays shut for anyone else, she said. You may ask me the name of a single rune you don't know. Choose wisely. He tried an easy path first, Algize for self, then a direct gate rune. She said nothing. He frowned and added Perthrow to handle chance because people weren't machines. She still said nothing. Question, he said. What in Futhorc carries identity better than Algize? I don't want a generic self. I want me. Rowena inclined her head. You could use a bind rune. Name your birth name and your bloodline in the structure. Blood, he said, thinking of Salazar. He added a small, contained bloodmark rune, not open, but as a key. He then wrapped the gate in Tawaz for law, his law, and added Othala to tie the ward to the room itself. He made the lines tight. He kept Soilo away from Isa this time. He could feel the shape settle as he drew. When he activated the tiny test on the desk, the little circle hummed faintly. He pressed his palm to it. It warmed. When Rowena tried, it stayed cool. Programmable, she said, satisfied. Now make it respond to conditions. He learned to add checks, time of day, number of touches, the feel of a friend's magic. He hated the trial and error until he designed a ward that let Helga walk in without a flare but pinged him if Salazar stepped over the line and pretended he hadn't. Rude, Salazar said later when it chimed. He looked mildly impressed anyway. Rowena never told him good job the way Godric did. She said, notice what changed when you rotated Iwaz? Or, look at the energy cost here compared to the alternative binding. It meant more most days. His first big independent attempt started as a neat sketch and turned into a lesson in failure. He wanted a room ward that protected and didn't smother. The castle was safe, but he liked the idea that his space responded to him, not the building. He drew for 2 weeks. He planned layered defense. A veil that blurred the interior for anyone outside, an alarm tied to his ring, a reinforcement that pulled extra power when attacked, and a simple barrier that would engage only under direct force. Rowena answered only yes/no questions about runes he didn't recognize. What's the best drain? He asked once without thinking. She looked at him until he realized what he'd said. The best depends on the system, she said. There's no universal answer. Define your goals. Constrain the problem. Then choose. He rephrased. I need to shed heat from fast feedback. Options. She listed 3. He chose one that fit his flow map. When he built the array on the floor of his room, chalked clean, hand steady, he felt proud. He placed the anchor stones at the corners, set the focus at the foot of his bed, and breathed power into the circle the way she taught him. For 1 second, it worked. Then the reinforcement fed the alarm fed the reinforcement, and the line between push and sense blurred. The whole array surged. He jumped back as the air snapped hot. The veil flashed and popped like a soap bubble. The taste of metal hit his tongue. Rowena stepped in and flicked 2 fingers. The circle went dark. Harry's heart hammered. He felt stupid and small and angry at himself. He waited for disappointment. Excellent, she said. He stared. I almost blew up my room. You learned what doesn't work, she said. Now you know to incorporate a bleed-off mechanism. Where is your pressure relief? He swallowed and looked down. He had no relief path. He'd built a loop and assumed stability. He hated that he had missed it and loved that she didn't raise her voice. He redrew with a proper sync rune into the castle's grounding lines, with a cap on the reinforcement channel so it couldn't drink its neighbor. He split the alarm from the reinforcement and added a one-way read, not bidirectional. He tested each layer alone, then together. The ward set with a soft hum he felt in his teeth. He pressed a hand to the frame. It warmed for him. When he sent a small push, the reinforcement flexed and settled. When he banged a fist on the outside as a test, the barrier woke and pushed back in a steady, even way. Rowena ran a blunt diagnostic. Inefficient at junction B, she said, tapping the line. You can gain 3% by rotating Ken-S and shifting the bind point. He did. The hum steadied. The ward felt like a held breath that didn't strain. He slept that night with the quiet comfort of a thing he had built that did what he asked. They created a spell together on a Tuesday because he couldn't shake a question. Most wizards use what exists, Rowena said, setting a clean sheet and an empty slate. Someone designed Lumos. Someone calculated Protego. Spells are invented. Let's invent one. I want to reveal invisible ink, Harry said. Salazar wrote something and smirked. Define the effect, she said, dipping her quill. What do you want to detect? All invisible markings? Only those masked by simple absconditus inks? What's your tolerance for false positives? He thought. Start with a broad reveal. Narrow later. Good, she said. Theory. Invisible inks sit in the visible layer of a page but out of the normal light window, he said, repeating her earlier lesson about perception and bands of magic. We can push light through a different band or make the ink fluoresce. 2 approaches, she said. Which is cheaper? Fluorescence, he said. We only energize what we want. They calculated the energy cost and the right color of magic to push. She made him justify the numeric choices. When he guessed, she sent him back to the book until he didn't. Wand movement, she said. Broad passes flood the page. We want a sheet-wide reveal without heating. Shape the movement to drag the correct band across. They drew a shallow wave, followed by a short hook at the end to cap the effect. Incantation, she said. Words help shape intent. Latin is traditional. Your mind believes it means magic. What sounds right? Invisum ostend? He offered. Clunky, she said. You'll stumble over it at speed. Scriptum patifatio, he tried. Show the writing. She tested the mouthfeel once, twice, and nodded. Clean. He held the wand above a blank page. Scriptum patifatio, he said, moving his wrist in the small wave and finishing with the hook. Nothing happened. He frowned and felt silly. He focused on the exact band they had chosen and the idea of ink responding. Scriptum patifatio, he said again. Letters bloomed faint and then sharp in a tidy hand that made him roll his eyes. If you require a spell to look, you're late. Try earlier next time. SS. Harry snorted. Rowena's mouth tugged, then evened. First attempt after design, she said. Not luck. Process. Keep the notes. He copied the equation and the movement and the corner cases they had discussed. The simple spell felt like proof that nothing was fixed if you understood the pieces. Rowena taught with questions and clean lines. She also left gifts without saying they were gifts. A thin journal appeared on his desk one morning. It wasn't blank. When he opened it, his own study notes slid into place on the pages, neatly sorted by topic, with small crosslinks that took his fingers to related entries when he tapped. An index built itself as he added more. Organizing your thoughts organizes your power, Rowena said when he looked at her. She didn't say, I made this for you. She didn't have to. She set books in odd places for him to find later, always on the exact thing he had been chewing on. A scroll left rolled on a sill held a treatise on low-friction energy joins he needed the next day. A pamphlet tucked into his lunch explained a better way to count when flows changed with temperature. When he dragged himself to her table after a hard afternoon where 3 constructs in Godric's room had pinned him until he wanted to cry, she didn't tell him to shake it off. She handed him tea and said, I once collapsed a building because I refused to update a calculation when conditions changed. I was very clever and very wrong. Clever isn't a shield. Process is. He didn't know if he was supposed to laugh. He did anyway. Her humor was dry. When he proposed building a ward that responded to the color of a person's shirt, she said, testing your hypothesis would require either brilliance or catastrophic stupidity. I leave you to determine which category your suggestion falls into. Given my track record, he said later, grinning, Probably the second, but I'm hoping exposure to your brilliance will improve my odds. Hope isn't a research methodology, she said, but the edge of her mouth softened. Your self-awareness is promising. They studied Hogwarts from the Lake of Lands. The image wasn't just a picture. It was layers. Rowena touched the surface and the castle peeled back like a model. He saw corridors as lines in a drawing. He saw rooms as nodes in a network. He saw runes under floors he had walked that he hadn't noticed. Hogwarts isn't a building with enchantments applied, Rowena said, fingertips shifting the map to show a set of carved channels beneath the main stair. It's a three-dimensional runic array. We designed the walls and corridors as conductors. We set it on a ley convergence so the ambient field stayed full. Every stone sits where it sits because the numbers said it should. He leaned in until his nose almost touched the water. What does this corridor do? Heat regulation, she said, showing the path that bled excess energy into the lake. And noise control. And occasionally it moves a staircase to force a late student to take the long way so he stops being lazy. Harry snorted. He watched the main ward bubble around the building. Under her direction, he traced the anchoring points. He felt the tug between gate runes. He followed the path that detected malign intent and spun a gentle confusion on those who came with it, nudging them off the grounds without a fight. This is, he didn't have a big word, useful. Art, she said, and then, because it was her, and numbers. She didn't flatter herself with history tales often. When he asked why the school had drifted from this level, she didn't rant. She said, people forget what they don't use. They accept the surface and stop asking why. We made a place to teach people to ask. Then people in charge decided asking made children harder to control. The rest follows. He didn't know what to say to that. He filed it in the place where grown-up unfairness lived and circled back to the work. They argued once, real argument, not her asking and him guessing. He had been working on flow maps for 2 days and his head hurt. The model they used treated magic as a steady current in channels. It worked. It also failed in moments where small bursts hit hard and quit. What if we're thinking about it wrong? He said, rubbing the base of his skull. Some of this behaves like packets, not a smooth stream. Bursts then rest. Like a heart beating, not a river. Rowena's eyebrow went up. The continuous model covers most observed cases and keeps error small. Most, he said. Not all. Salazar's blood wards and Godric's punches with ancient magic aren't steady. They spike. The current model chokes in spikes. What if we plan for pulses in those use cases? She started to say no. He saw the shape of her no. He held up his notes before she could. I mapped pulse behavior for 3 small arrays, he said. The energy loss looks worse on paper, but the actual performance is better under stress. Look, he pushed the sheet to her. 2 runs with spikes. The river model blew the join and spit back. The pulse model took it and recovered. The total cost was higher. The failure rate was lower. She went quiet in a way that meant she was thinking, not offended. She took his quill and adjusted one number, then another. In certain applications, she said after a long minute, that has merit. You accept higher idle costs for stability under load. Trade-offs. He nodded. We choose on purpose. She handed the sheet back. Document when you use which. Future you'll forget if present you doesn't write it down. He grinned. That felt like a win. Sometimes he hated her lessons. Not her. The feeling of being small in front of a wall of symbols, knowing he could climb it if he kept going and wanting to throw the quill at it instead. Why does it work that way? He snapped once. What makes magical energy behave differently from other kinds? Rowena didn't take the tone personally. Because it isn't one thing, she said. It isn't electricity in a wire. It's more like light and heat and thought at once. It interacts with minds. That makes it messy. Our job is to make it less messy when it matters. He exhaled. His hand hurt from writing. His eyes felt gritty. He kept going because the moment when a line balanced or a ward hummed cleanly felt too good to give up. He finished his apprentice work at a small table with a candle guttering low and the library humming around him like a quiet machine. The idea was simple: portable ward stones. A bag of runestones he could drop around a campsite, a door, a bed. Place 4, set a perimeter in minutes, and have something real, not a child's blanket fort made of light. He designed 3 types of stones: anchors, sensors, and talkers. Anchors made the shape and held it. Sensors detected crossing. Talkers carried messages between stones so the system acted like one circle instead of 4 lonely rocks. He started with straight Elder Futhark on the anchors, Athala for boundary, Tuwaz for law, Iwaz to channel. He over-optimized and the first set felt prickly. He softened by adding Wonjo to keep the vibration from making his teeth ache. He limited the law to permit listed signatures, not deny everything, because the latter cost more. Sensors got Raidho movement, paired with Algi's bound to Harry for discrimination. He added a small friend key rune that let him load signatures into the set once and reuse. He was proud of that. Talkers used a quiet Theban string Rowena preferred for control language, simple, hard to interfere with, designed to carry commands along short distances without leaking. He placed 4 anchors at corners in the training ground. He tied them with a quick loop of power through a small central focus stone to prime the net and then pulled the focus out. The stones thrummed and talked. He set 2 signatures as friend and walked through. The perimeter breathed around him and didn't wake. He told Godric to walk through without key. The net hummed, sensors pinged, and the anchors stiffened. It didn't throw him back. It told Harry in a clean chime and a small tickle in the back of his head that someone was there. Selective permeability, Rowena said, circling the stones as if they were an art piece. Good. What happens if a skilled opponent lifts one and moves it? Harry knelt and lifted an anchor. The system detected orientation change and sent a warning to the talkers. The anchors pulled slack from the lines by adjusting the shape to a triangle. The perimeter weakened but didn't fall. Energy cost under attack? She asked. He handed over his numbers. She read without commentary, then tapped a figure with a fingernail. Your bleed here is wasteful. You can save 6% with a different sync. Show me the runes you considered. He did. She shook her head at one, circled another. Evaluation, she said, stepping back. Her posture shifted from teacher in a lesson to examiner. She walked the perimeter. She cast a small static curse at one anchor and nodded when the net absorbed the hit and distributed it instead of letting the anchor blow. She asked him why he chose Futhark here and Theban there. She pushed 2 stones out of position further than a normal intruder would and watched the net decide to drop rather than hold at dangerous parameters. She made a note in the air and then tucked it away. Inefficiencies remain, she said, and his stomach sank and steadied at once, because that was always true. Here, here, and here. Your choice of Wonjo is doing double duty and may introduce a false positive under certain emotional signatures. We can fix that with a separate damping layer later. Your communication layer is solid. Your discrimination is better than I expected at your age. More importantly, she paused long enough for him to look up. This demonstrates genuine understanding of fundamental principles. You're no longer simply applying what I've given you. You're synthesizing new applications. Continue on this path, and you may yet become a scholar worthy of the Ravenclaw name. It wasn't a shout. It landed harder than one. He let himself smile, tired and proud and already thinking about how to save that 6%. At dinner that night, Godric told a story about a horse that kicked him. Helga laughed until she choked and then scolded both of them for laughing while she choked. Salazar pretended not to care about a set of small stones in a bag and asked 3 pointed questions that made Harry adjust his friend key to resist a kind of trick he hadn't considered. Rowena sat quiet and watched Harry eat 2 plates and then fall asleep at the table on his folded arms. She pulled his enchanted journal from his belt and slid a page marker into the new section for portable perimeter arrays. She checked the lake once, a habit she wouldn't admit to anyone, to make sure his room ward still hummed clean. It did. Later, when the others argued softly about whether he needed more sparring or more sleep, she said, precise as always, balance isn't a mood, it's a schedule. He will do both. He will also be 8. Godric blinked and then grinned. Helga squeezed Rowena's hand under the table. Salazar pretended not to see. Harry slept through it, ink still on his fingers, a small smudge on his cheek where he'd rubbed his eye while the numbers finally did what he told them. The greenhouse never felt like training. It smelled like wet soil and mint and something sweet from flowers Harry couldn't name yet. Warm air fogged the panes. Vines climbed the arching ribs of the ceiling and tucked themselves into neat trellises Helga had charmed to move a little when the sun shifted. Harry knelt in the dittany row with a small trowel and a basket. He pinched dead leaves, checked for rot, and pressed fresh soil around the roots. The plants hummed under his fingers, soft, steady, like hearing a heartbeat through a door. Helga worked beside him in a wide-brimmed hat. Dirt smudged the back of her wrist. She didn't hide the smile when he looked up to check if he was doing it right. Good, she said. Feel the leaf before you pluck it. Ask it. He closed his eyes. It was easier to feel than to look. The weak leaf felt thin and tired. The stronger leaves felt full and heavy, like they held a sip of warm tea. He removed the weak ones and set them in the basket. The plant brightened under his palm. Better, she said, and set a small jar by his knee. Roots like a little of this. Not too much. What is it? Compost tea, she said, and a pinch of magic, like soup for plants. Harry snorted and poured with a careful hand. The earth drank it in. They worked in a quiet that wasn't empty. He liked that about Helga. She didn't fill space to prove she cared. She showed it by being there, by handing him the right tool, by knowing when to say something and when to let the garden say it for her. How are you feeling today, love? She asked after a while. He almost said, fine. Came to his mouth by habit. Don't be brave for me, she said, soft, like reminding him of a rule they both knew. Tell me the truth. He set the trowel down. Tired. My head feels crowded. I kept messing up with Salazar this morning. Godric said my feet think faster than my wand. Rowena found 3 errors in my totals before I finished the first line. He swallowed. I know they're right. I wanted one thing to go right today. Helga brushed hair from his forehead with the back of her fingers. That's honest. Am I allowed to say I hate today? You're allowed to say anything here, she said. Then we figure it out. He nodded and went back to the dittany. The steady work helped. He could count his breaths and match them to the plants, slow in, slow out. The hum under his hands fell into rhythm with his chest. Good, she said again. Earth likes you when you match it. The day finally broke him 6 hours later. Salazar had pushed a mental probe harder than usual. Harry blocked the first 2 and then lost his grip when he flinched at a sharp feint. Godric's afternoon course added 2 moving walls he didn't anticipate. Rowena stopped him halfway through a proof and said, Start again. Your step 4 assumes stability that doesn't exist. She was right. He started again. He finished wrong. Twice. He didn't cry in front of them. He made it to the greenhouse before the tight feeling in his throat won. Helga found him sitting against a planter box with his knees up and his face pressed into his arms. He didn't try to stop the tears. He hated the sound. He hated how small he felt. She sat down beside him without a word. She didn't reach for him right away. She just leaned so her shoulder touched his and waited. When the storm slowed, he sniffed and dragged a sleeve across his cheeks. Sorry, he muttered. For what? Being weak. It sounded stupid out loud. He stared at the floor. Tears aren't weakness, dear child, she said. They're honesty. The strongest people I've known were those brave enough to feel deeply and wise enough to express those feelings. Don't let Salazar's stoicism or Godric's bravado convince you emotions are liabilities. They're part of being human. I want to do everything right. I know. She finally pulled him into a hug. She was soft but solid, warm and steady. She smelled like lavender and bread. His forehead found the place under her jaw that always felt safe. And you're 8. I'm 7, he mumbled into her shoulder. You'll be 8 soon and I can still make you nap, she said, a smile in her voice. He snorted wetly. What didn't work today? She asked when he quieted. Occlumency, dueling, and numbers, he said. So everything. 3 things isn't everything, she said. What did work? He thought. I finished the friend key on my portable ward. Rowena said the logic was clean, and I built a better hip turn when I blocked right to left. Good. So not everything, she said. Try again tomorrow. Rest now. He let himself lean. She didn't rush him. Helga didn't teach Earth magic like a weapon. She taught it like a conversation. They went to the packed field she used for lessons. The ground there wasn't bare so much as ready. Lines crossed under the topsoil from place to place, old channels she'd cut and refilled so students could feel where the earth liked to move. Shoes off, she said. He kicked off his boots and stood on warm dirt. The sun made the back of his neck itch. A few bees moved slow over clover in the edges. Close your eyes, Helga said. Breathe with it. The slow and steady, like a heartbeat. Match it. He breathed in. He tried to catch a rhythm under all the noise inside his head. Thoughts about drills kept trying to cut in. He let them go and counted. Good, she said. Now feel beneath your feet. Not just dirt. Stone under dirt. Water moving under stone. Roots tying it together. Don't order it. Listen. Felt like trying to hear a deep drum through a wall at first. He almost said he couldn't when his heels picked up a tiny, slow pulse. He followed it. It was patient. It didn't care if he noticed. It would be there either way. Say hello, she said, and he rolled his eyes even as he did it. The hello wasn't a word. It was a small press of magic, gentle. Now ask for a hand. He reached, not pushing. The earth answered like a heavy friend standing up to help lift a table. The feeling made his shoulders drop with relief. Raise a knee-high wall, she said. Slow. No HEIR. He tried. Nothing moved. He got frustrated and shoved magic at the ground. The dirt bucked and threw a clod at his shin. Ow, he said, hopping. Helga's mouth twitched. You tried to order it. I asked. You asked and then demanded, she said. Start again. Bless you. More listening. He tried again and failed again. He tried a third time and the ground gave him a small lump that fell apart. Everything else listens to will, he said, breath short. Fire likes when I push. Air likes when I direct. Why is Earth stubborn? Because Earth is about staying, she said. It holds weight, keeps promises. It responds to respect. You're not commanding the earth to obey you, you're asking it to help you. There's a difference, and the earth knows which one you're doing. He closed his eyes and let the need form cleanly in his chest. This wasn't about proving he could. It was about building a thing that should be there. He pictured a wall knee-high, like the low edges in the herb beds that kept soil from washing in the rain. Please, he thought, and pressed his hand to the ground. The dirt rose like a breath. It didn't burst. It flowed. A neat ridge lifted and settled. He laughed before he could stop it. There, Helga said, pleased. Feel the difference? Yes, he grinned. It wanted to help. It wants to do what it's, she said. Hold, bear, protect. Remember that. They spent the week on small, useful shapes. Ridges, low walls. Steps shallow enough for a child to climb. He made pits and learned to close them fast in case someone stumbled. He learned the ground under soft grass felt different than packed clay, and that stone had its own slow, private voice. He went to bed those nights with calves aching and fingers dirty and felt proud in a way that didn't need anyone else's approval. Again, Helga said 1 month later, standing on the edge of a dry riverbed in a warded chamber she'd carved under the east wing. Harry stood with his hands on his knees, catching his breath. Pebbles skittered in a neat circle at his feet, turning and stopping, turning and stopping. He called them without hands, only with attention. The rhythm made his head heavy. "Small tremor," she said. 2 counts. Then stop. He nodded and reached with the part of him that listened now before it asked. The stone answered with a little shiver. He cut it off cleanly and exhaled. "Good," she said. "That stop matters. Power isn't just what you start. It's what you can end." He learned to shape clay into bowls that held water and statues that didn't look like anything he meant them to look like. He laughed and tried again until one looked a little like a dog and he felt ridiculous and proud at the same time. Helga didn't rush. She wouldn't let him grow the work until the control felt boring. "Bored?" she asked one afternoon. "A little," he admitted. "Good," she said. "That means your body learned it. Now we can add weight." He wasn't allowed to touch the big working until he could hold a field of stones steady while Helga walked through it and then tell each stone what to do without looking. Took months. When she finally nodded toward the broad, marked ground, he swallowed and wiped his hands on his trousers. "Terra Tyrannus isn't a toy," she said. "It's the earth waking enough to move for you. Can build homes in minutes and tear them down faster. Can shield a village from fire and break a charging line. It can also crush a body in ways that leave nothing to fix. You'll not use it in anger. You'll not use it to show off. You'll use it when there's genuine need for protection. Do you understand?" "Yes," he said. His voice went small on the last word. He cleared his throat. "Yes, Helga." "Breathe," she said. "Match the rhythm. Call what you need, not more." He set his feet and closed his eyes for a second. He could feel the big channels under the chamber. Helga had cut them herself and filled them back in. The earth lay like a sleeping animal with one ear tilted toward him. He didn't shout in his head the way he had with fire the first time. He asked, "Please." Protective posture. Height like a grown man. Hands to catch, not crush. The ground lifted. Stone and packed soil rose together in a rough shape, squat and wide, shoulders like hilltops and a chest like a wall. It stopped when he told it to stop, then settled in a stance that waited for instruction. The power moving through him didn't roar. Pressed. Felt like leaning into a big friend who wouldn't move if you leaned too hard. He could feel every place the shape touched the ground and knew if he overreached, it would sag. "Walk it 3 steps, Helga said, voice steady. He pictured weight rolling through the feet and the earth ahead making room. The golem moved with a heavy grace that made his teeth clack with each step. Pebbles danced around its ankles like excited dogs. "That's enough," she said. "Set it down." He let the shape sink back. The ground returned to flat with a soft sigh. He realized his hands shook. He sat down fast. Helga handed him water. "How does it feel?" "Big," he said, "but not loud, like carrying a full bucket very carefully." "Good," she said. "Remember that feeling. If it starts to feel like a flood, you've taken too much." He nodded, still breathing hard. His shirt stuck to his back. He laughed once, breathless and a little wild. "Salazar's going to hate this." "He'll pretend to," she said. "He'll also ask you how you did it, so he can audit your control." Harry grinned. Healing lessons started the same way as Earth, small and patient. They sat on the greenhouse floor with a tray of sad plants between them, a drooping violet, a bent stalk of foxglove, a dittany cutting a bit brown at the edges. "Look," Helga said, "with eyes, then with hands, then with magic." He touched the violet. Its leaves felt thin. He sent a trickle of energy and watched the veins plump. He sent too much and watched the leaf spot and sag. Too strong, she said. Healing isn't pouring power until things stop hurting. It's listening and replacing exactly what is missing. He tried again. He messed up again. He got it right on the third pass and felt the rightness settle quiet and neat. They mended a broken stem with a rap and a charm. He learned to call new roots in a pot that had too few. He learned to sense when a plant wanted food and when it wanted rest and when it wanted nothing from him at all. They moved to animals when his hands stopped shaking. A hedgehog with a cut paw. A barn owl with a bent feather line. He cried the first time the owl flinched away and then came back because his touch didn't hurt. "You feel it?" Helga asked, fingers over his on the bird's wing. "The break in the pattern," he said, "like a skipped beat." "Good," she said. "Invite it back to the right rhythm. Don't force it. Show it where it belongs." He healed his own bruises after Godric's worst days. He set a finger he jammed on a door. He learned to stop and ask for help when a hurt felt beyond him. "Ethics," Helga said one evening, pouring tea and not starting the lesson until he was warm and fed. "The power to heal is the power to harm. You can knit a bone wrong and trap someone in pain. You can encourage cells to grow in ways they shouldn't. The trust a patient places in a healer is sacred. If you aren't sure, you say so. If you make a mistake, you say so. We don't play at God's here." He nodded hard. He took that one and wrote it in the front of his study journal in Rowena's neat, enchanted index. Healing equals trust. Never fake certainty. She showed him soul work from the other side of what Salazar had taught. "What we did when you arrived," she said, hands steady as she drew a soft light in the air over his chest, "was destroy a wrong thing and protect a right one at the same time. Is that why I don't remember my parents well?" he asked, voice small in the quiet room. "Was the Horcrux making it blurry?" "Partially, yes," she said. "It suppressed your magic and your memories. It also blunted some emotions and let others run too hot. That's why feelings sometimes arrive without a clear reason. We healed your soul, but healing is ongoing. Give yourself time. When the feelings come, let them. We'll sort them." He stared at her hand in the light. "I hate that it was in me." "So do I," she said. "Hate it, then breathe. You aren't broken. You aren't dirty. You're you." He nodded and blinked hard. Helga taught wards that didn't like to be noticed. Salazar's bit and bled. Rowena's sang and shifted. Helga's lasted. They built one at the greenhouse door that drank a bit of sun in the morning, a bit of heat in the afternoon, and a bit of wind all day. "External energy means you don't have to feed it," she said. "Set it up right and it runs for years." Harry traced the anchor into the doorframe and fed the lines into the hinge. He built a matrix that flexed under pressure instead of cracking. "Now intent," she said, rolling her sleeves. "We want it to admit friends and stop enemies. What if a friend has a knife and an enemy comes crying?" He frowned. "We can't use names alone." "No," she said. "Names fail. Intent isn't perfect either. Nothing is. But it's useful. Magic responds to emotion and will. We can teach a ward to notice when someone approaches with harm in mind or when someone is frightened and needs help. It's a judgment. You'll tune it." He built a small sensor that tasted the air in a way magic understood. Sharpness for malice, sour panic for fear. He hated that it made sense. He also loved that it did. His first pass misread Godric's battle high as malice and pinged an alert loud enough to bring Salazar at a dead run. "Annoying," Salazar said, breathing hard. "Fix it." Harry tuned the layer to look for focused, cold intent rather than hot, joyful adrenaline. He set a separate flag for fear so the ward opened even if someone didn't have the key but needed help. He left a manual override for Helga because she asked for it and he didn't argue. They tested until the ward stopped yelling at Godric and only nudged at Salazar when he was in a bad mood. "That's better," Helga said. "Write down what you learned while you remember it." They cooked on rest days. Helga said knowing how to feed yourself wasn't optional, even for wizards who could summon a roast with a flick. Harry learned to knead bread. He learned to keep flour in the bowl and not on his face, the table, his hair, and the ceiling. He learned to crack eggs without adding shell and how to whisk cream until his arm burned and he thought he would die. He set water on fire once with a stray spark and nearly cried from embarrassment. Helga laughed so hard she had to sit. "Well," she said, wiping her eyes, "at least you're consistent. Your first spell was a disaster too, and look how that turned out." He grinned and flipped a pancake too early. It folded on itself and looked sad. He ate it anyway. Helga kept regular meals no matter what the others planned. She would appear at the edge of a training ground with a wooden spoon and a look. Godric tried to argue once and got a pie thrust into his hands and a schedule thrust into his face. "No," she said. "He needs rest. The training can wait. His health can't." Godric sulked and then ate 2 slices. Salazar pretended to have been on Helga's side the whole time. Rowena didn't pretend. She took notes and added meal compliance to Harry's schedule. They talked about loyalty while they folded dough. "People think my house's motto is be nice and don't think," Helga said, snorting. "It never was. Loyalty isn't blind. True loyalty is discerning. It's earned and kept with action." Harry rolled a strip of dough and set it on the pie. "What does that mean for me?" he asked. "Choose who you tie yourself to," she said. "Choose principles even more carefully. Check that the people you trust still deserve it. And don't mistake obedience for loyalty. I don't want you obedient. I want you thoughtful." He was quiet a second. "We're talking about Dumbledore." "We're talking about everyone," she said, "including Dumbledore. He meant well and made choices that harmed you. Both can be true. Judge people by patterns, not speeches." He nodded. He didn't feel angry the way he had when Salazar talked about it. He felt clear. On the last day of October, he was quiet. Helga noticed without saying so. She set a basket of bulbs on the table and waited. "Can we make a garden for them?" he asked, voice tight in the way it got when he was trying not to cry. "For your parents?" she asked. He nodded. They went to a small square on the south side where the sun came first in the morning. The soil there was good. Helga had made sure of it years ago without knowing why. They planted lilies for his mother. White ones and orange ones because Harry liked the bright ones. They planted a rowan sapling because Helga remembered James laughing under one at school. "He liked trees that fought back," she said, smiling. They worked without talking much. Dirt under nails. Cool air on necks. Birds shouting in the hedge. Harry set a small stone in the front with no names. He didn't write anything. He didn't need to. When they finished, they sat with their backs to the warm wall and looked at the small new place. "I don't remember," he said after a while, voice small. "Not really. I know facts and stories. Sometimes I dream and it feels like something, but—" He swallowed. "It's like it's behind glass." Helga took his hand. "Grief doesn't always use pictures," she said. "Sometimes it's weight. Sometimes it's a small emptiness that moves around. You don't have to prove it to me." He nodded hard. He let himself cry a little. Not the storm of before. The slow kind that didn't need to hide. They left the garden when the shade came. Helga checked the wards twice. Harry checked once and smiled when he felt the intent layer breathe. The question he was almost afraid to ask came a week later at twilight while they watched Bee stagger home. "Why are you all training me to be so powerful?" he asked. "What do you want me to do?" Helga didn't rush to fill the space. She set her hand on his hair and thought. "We aren't training you for a single task," she said. "We're giving you knowledge and power so you can choose. There are threats now and more coming. Voldemort, people who like control more than care. People who will try to use you or fear you. We want you strong enough to face them and wise enough to decide how. The world will tell you stories about your destiny. You don't owe those stories anything." What if I make the wrong choices? Then you make different choices next time, she said. That's growth. We can teach you spells and strategies. Wisdom comes from living, from failing sometimes. Don't fear mistakes. Fear refusing to learn from them. He leaned into her side, tension easing. Will you be angry if I choose something you don't agree with? He asked. I'll be honest with you, she said. I'll tell you why I think something's wrong. I'll fight you if you try to become a tyrant. She nudged him with her shoulder. But I love you because you're you, not because you do what I want. That doesn't change. He let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Okay. Okay, she repeated. They watched the sky go darker. Stars came out like someone had poked holes in a curtain. He yawned and tried to hide it. You're done, Helga said, amused. Bed. I'm not, he yawned again. That tired. She snorted. Come here, sweet boy. He fell asleep before they reached the door, head against her shoulder, breath warm on her neck. She carried him through the ward he'd built, and it warmed under her hand. She set him in bed, pulled the blanket up, and smoothed his hair off his forehead. She stood there a long time, listening to him breathe. She wasn't naive. Concentrated power twisted people. Training could harden a child. She had seen it. She had failed children in her long life. She had outlived almost everything she loved. But she looked at Harry and thought, balance. He has it. Salazar's sharpness. Godric's fire. Rowena's edges. And this garden dirt, warm bread, slow drums under his feet. Family that argued and fed him and made him laugh and told him no. All we can do is lay the foundation, she whispered. You'll build the rest. He shifted once and settled. Helga left the door ajar and went to the kitchen to prep breakfast for the morning. She set out flour and a bowl and smiled to herself, already imagining the mess he'd make, and how proud he'd be when the loaf came out right. Outside, in the small new garden, the lilies held their shape in the dark. The rowan's leaves clicked once in a small wind and then went still. The intent ward breathed like a sleeping thing. The earth was steady under it all. Rowena didn't announce herself. The map did that for her. A wall of living geography humming on its own axis, rivers and mountain ranges stitched with tiny lines of light that moved when she breathed on them. Harry stood in front of it on his toes, trying to see everything at once. He couldn't. The thing went up forever. Start with what you notice, Rowena said. He pointed. These clusters, they're not towns, they're ward hubs. The big one here, London. Ministry, this web toward Scotland, Hogwarts. And these moving points, incidents. Rowena came to his shoulder, hands folded behind her back. Significant magical activity. Some are planned rituals. Some are accidents. Some are crimes. Most are politics wearing different clothes. He felt the map through his magic the way he'd learned to feel the ground in Helga's garden, pressure, direction, a quiet pulse. Here, he said, finger over a dim red flare that faded as they watched. It flickered. Death magic, Rowena said. Not deep, not sustained. Someone tried something they didn't understand and got burned. That happens more than you'd think. Harry swallowed. And this, he tapped a soft blue net strung across a coastal region. Old family wards, not the fashionable kind. Generational. They stop most trouble before it reaches the door. He traced the thin threads connecting blue nets to smaller lights. Power lines. Connections, she corrected. Influence. Favors owed. Seats on committees, shares in companies, patents for potions, ownership of import docks. Power is a system, not a person. People move inside it. She flicked her fingers and names floated in small, neat script over key points. The families who can pick up a quill and make more happen with a letter than most can accomplish with a wand. Look at how they overlap with ministry departments. Harry read, lips moving. Bones, Greengrass, Abbott, Yaxley, Folly, Knot. He paused on one label that stretched like a shadow across several regions and circled back to the ministry's highest floors. Dumbledore. Rowena's mouth tightened by a fraction. He has spent decades weaving a net of goodwill, obligation, and fear, some of it earned, some of it manufactured. He sits on the Wisengamot, runs the school, chairs committees with names that sound like they save the world and mostly save reputations. He rarely orders. He nudges. People like to be nudged by a hero. Is he wrong? Harry asked. Sometimes disastrously. Her voice stayed even. He means well more often than he doesn't. That doesn't make the harm less real when he decides the end justifies the means. Harry watched a small green ember drift in the map's north and then extinguish as if it had ducked underground. You said Voldemort was gone. Rowena didn't look away from the ember's path. Gone from his body isn't the same as gone from the world. His followers are habits as much as men. Habits take longer to kill. He stared until his eyes watered. The map didn't blink. He did. So what do I do with this? You start learning where power really lives. She stepped back. Books will lie to you less than speeches. Numbers rarely lie at all. We build your model of the world now, while you still ask questions instead of looking for proof you were right. They didn't keep him inside anymore. Not always. The first day out, Helga pressed glamours into his skin with a hand on his cheek and that soft, grounding magic she carried like a second heartbeat. Normal, she said, adjusting the color of his hair to an unremarkable brown and shrinking his eyes by the smallest touch. We're aiming for forgettable. Harry made a face at the mirror. I look like a chair. Perfect. She smiled and pulled a wool cap down over his ears. Hold my hand. If anything feels wrong, squeeze twice. The village was loud in a way the castle never was. Smells collided, fried bread, wet wool, cauldrons, soap, dragonhide oil. Children ran, not with purpose like Godric's courses or Salazar's drills, just because running was fun. A boy tripped, bawled, got up, and ran again. Harry stared. They just buy things. Most people's lives are buying things, selling things, and taking care of the people who matter to them, Helga said. The rest is what they talk about at dinner. He let the crowd push him a little. Not too much. The press of magic in the air made his skin buzz. Small workings everywhere, quick and dirty and good enough. He had to stop himself from fixing them on instinct. A stall's light flickered at the edge of burning out. A cobbler's charm to waterproof boots wasn't sealing at the heel. He rolled his shoulders and exhaled like Helga had taught him. Feel the urge and let it pass. They paused by a stall selling self-stirring spoons. The spoons jiggled in their jar like anxious fish. The shopkeeper's patter was relentless. Last longer than any you've used, no sticking, no splashing, no. A shout cut across the lane. Not a fight shout. Petty one. Look at that, a man said loudly, and a small family froze. The mother held a stack of books. The father balanced a bag of potion ingredients that kept trying to adhere to his sleeve. A girl near Harry's age blinked as the ribbon she just bought stuck itself to her hair and refused to let go. The man wiggled his fingers and another sticking charm landed on the father's boot. Laughter bubbled from two onlookers. Clumsy lot, aren't you? Helga's fingers tightened in Harry's. Walk, she murmured. He tried. The girl tugged at the ribbon, cheeks coloring. The father kept his voice even. Sir, please. You people always please, the man said. Please let us in your club. Please don't be better than us. Please. Harry's feet stopped moving. Hey, he said, louder than he meant. Helga's warning pulse brushed his wrist. He heard it. He also heard the wet sound the stuck boot made when the father tried to step and nearly fell. Leave them alone, Harry said. His voice was steady. It surprised him that it was. The man looked over, eyes making the quick calculation of a bully. Small boy, no wand out, safe target. And who are you, little? Harry lifted his hand. It wasn't a big gesture. He just unclenched. The sticky weave in the air shivered and came apart like poorly tied knots. Books stopped trying to escape. The ribbon loosed. The father's boot came free with a thunk. Silence hit the lane like a low boom. Heads turned. A vendor's spoon stopped jiggling. Helga didn't say a word. She squeezed Harry's hand once and then moved, quick as any dual step, sliding them into a side alley. The glamour thickened, blurring the edges of his face as they walked fast and didn't look like they were walking fast at all. Back in the castle, they stood in the garden. The smell of thyme and wet soil cut the market's noise out of his head. I wasn't going to let him. I know. Helga touched his shoulder. You were right to help. I would have helped too. I would have done it quieter. He nodded, throat tight. People stared like I did something wrong. You did something unusual, she said. Unusual gets stares. It also gets stories. The others came when she called them. Godric clapped him on the back, grin bright as a brazier. Good, he said. Always good to make a fool swallow his teeth, metaphorically. Salazar didn't grin. You showed capability in public. It was that or let him keep going. I didn't say you were wrong. Salazar's eyes were flat in the way that meant a lesson was coming. I said you showed capability in public. Rowena folded her arms. And we learned something for free. That level of petty cruelty triggers no enforcement. Either no one cares or no one wished to be the person who cared enough to act. That's data. Godric snorted. It's cowardice. It's also tomorrow's political reality, Salazar said. He looked at Harry. Power used is a signal. People will start to look for you. Some to thank you, some to use you, some to stop you. Learn to choose which moments deserve a signal and which deserve silence. Harry rubbed the heel of his hand over his chest where his magic sat a little high after the market. How do I know? Helga's answer was simple. We practice. If you want to help a person, you can almost always help. If you want to help a system, it takes planning. They took him to the ministry next, but not as visitors, as ghosts. A forgotten door led to a narrow stair and a pane of glass that wasn't glass. Rowena stood beside him in the hidden gallery above the Wisengamot and kept a running score under her breath. Watch the old ones, she said. They don't need to talk. They already decided everything in a room with no minutes. The chamber was theater. Purple robes. Floating candles. The minister's hair never moved even when he did. Dumbledore sat near the front, very slightly to the side, where one could claim to be merely observing even while pulling the entire tide. A junior barrister tried to present evidence about illegal portkey shipments. An elder lord yawned audibly. Someone coughed boring and didn't bother to hide it. Dumbledore leaned forward by an inch at exactly the right moment and murmured something to the witch at his left. She stood and shifted the topic without anyone saying the previous matter didn't matter. Harry watched 10 minutes and understood too much. How does anything ever get fixed? It doesn't until a fire starts, Rowena said. Then they'll move to put out the smoke and let the house keep smoldering. That keeps donors happy and papers quiet. Down on the floor, a man from a small department tried to speak about Muggle-born harassment statistics. Half the chamber looked at their schedules as if they couldn't hear him. Dumbledore frowned in a way that communicated concern without commitment. A reporter in the gallery scribbled, "Dumbledore worries for our children." Harry's jaw hurt from clenching. If everyone knows, why doesn't someone? Someone is always a man behind you, Salazar said from the doorway. He didn't come in, but his voice carried. And by the time you turn around, someone becomes no one. So you force it? You make it more costly to refuse than to act, Salazar said. Or you build a new door and take people through it. Harry looked at Dumbledore's still hands. He looks tired. He is, Rowena said. Tired people make mistakes. So do men who think they're the only ones keeping the dam from breaking. Gringotts smelled like old money and something that remembered caves. They entered under glamours that made them a group of uninteresting clients and were escorted out of public view before they'd taken 10 steps. A goblin with scars that weren't decoration met them in a room made for negotiations. Not comfort. Sharp angles everywhere. No cushions. No refreshments until a deal was struck. That sort of room. Names, the goblin said. Rowena dropped the glamours. The air changed. Not temperature, pressure. The goblin bowed with his head and not his spine. Respect without subservience. Founders. His eyes slid to Harry. And the project. Child, Helga said, pleasant as a warm oven. The goblin smirked, which for a goblin meant he respected the correction. He asked no questions he didn't need answers to. Salazar placed a parchment on the table. We'll need full accounting on all Potter holdings, trusts, and proxies, and copies of authorizations currently in place. Of course. The goblin snapped his fingers. Another goblin appeared with a ledger bound in dragon hide that looked like it would bite anyone who wasn't invited to open it. Numbers lived inside, precise and cold. Harry leaned in. Money was math. He could do math. Headmaster Dumbledore set up a trust when no guardian came forward, the goblin said, watching them as much as he watched the columns. Quite proper on paper. No theft, no misallocation by legal standard. Generous sponsorships to charitable funds he chairs, which purchase goodwill that can be converted into votes on unrelated matters, Rowena said. The goblin didn't smile. You should spend more time with goblins. We like you. He turned a page. There are clauses that allow for urgent disbursements in the interest of the war's aftermath. We can't prove misuse of those. We can say they were used. Harry's hand sat flat on the table. He kept his voice even. Can we stop anyone else from touching it? Yes, the goblin said, pleased. If the account holder breathes and speaks, then yes. Salazar nodded. Then we breathe and speak. The next hour was a lesson with teeth. Salazar translated legal structure into plain speech. House status wasn't a hat. It was jurisdiction over contracts, properties, sponsorships, and ancestral magics that could override ministry guidelines if you knew where to press. Goblin witnesses signed where wizarding ones would pretend to read. Protections tightened around Harry's inheritance like a lock finally closed. Lordship can't be claimed until age, the goblin said, but acknowledgement of headship in absentia can be registered with conditions. We'll file the paperwork and install tripwires. If a signature appears that isn't his, something sharp happens to the signatory's reputation. Godric laughed. Remind me to be your friend forever. We accept gold, artifacts, and competent respect, the goblin said dryly. Artifacts preferred. His gaze lingered on the cut of Godric's sword under its leather wrap. No one mentioned it. They left with a portfolio thicker than Harry's arm and agreements the ministry would frown at only if it noticed. The goblins didn't shake hands. They did nod. That meant more. Rowena and Godric argued about social skills like they were debating siege tactics. He needs peers, Godric insisted. He needs to bump his knees in a crowd and learn not to punch back every time. He needs competence more than he needs playground diplomacy, Rowena said. There's less time than you think. Both, Helga said, ending it. Pick families who won't sell what they see for a newspaper headline. Short visits. We watch. He tries. If it goes poorly, we try again. It went poorly at first. Harry approached children like a test. He listened too closely and answered too precisely. Other kids wanted to talk about Quidditch. He had read Quidditch rules. He had never watched a match. When he admitted that, one boy stared like Harry had admitted he didn't know what bread was. You've never.
No.
Do you live under a rock? A castle, Harry said, which wasn't an answer and sounded worse. A week later they tried again. A small gathering in a garden behind an old house whose wards tasted like the map's blue nets, generational, well-fed, protective without being paranoid. The girl he was introduced to had cool eyes and a polite smile that said she was gauging him the way adults did, which was interesting. Daphne, she said. Harry, he said, not his other name. The one they'd agreed to use out here. When she raised an eyebrow at the lack of a family name, he raised one back. Her smile turned real. They sat under an ash tree where grown-ups could see them but not hear every word. Do you ever feel like everyone expects you to be someone you haven't decided to be yet? She asked casually, picking at the edge of a picnic napkin. All the time, he said. Do you ever feel like everyone has already decided who you're, and they're just waiting for you to agree? That's pure-blood society, she said, deadpan. You're supposed to be charming and clever but not threatening and never smarter than the boys unless the boys are old enough to be flattered when you make them look brilliant. He snorted. I don't think you're very good at that. Thank you. She tilted her head. You read a lot. Is it obvious? You watch people like their books, she said. It's useful. It's also how people who don't read feel when they meet books for the first time. Annoyed. He grinned despite himself. Do you want to talk about transfiguration theory? Only if you can define Gamp's law, she said sweetly. He opened his mouth and then closed it. I don't know that one yet. Then no, she said, and laughed when he rolled his eyes. I like potions better anyway. They behave. Only if you treat them right. Exactly, she said, and they were off, arguing about whether ingredients had a say in their own outcomes, about whether arithmancy was philosophy with numbers or just numbers with better PR. When he slipped and said something too advanced, she didn't get prickly. She got curious. Where do you learn? She asked. Not suspicious. Interested. Everywhere, he said. I've good teachers. Lucky, she said, and he wasn't sure whether she meant it or not. They met again. Not often. Enough. She pointed out the unspoken rules he couldn't see because he hadn't grown up breathing them. Who you spoke to first in a room, how long to hold a handshake, which jokes meant more. He traded back little pieces of theory that didn't give anything away but made her eyes light with the thrill of understanding. Felt like a fair trade. His 10th birthday arrived without fanfare. The castle didn't do balloons. Helga made pie. Godric demanded a ridiculous obstacle course and then pretended to be offended when Helga banned it for the day. Rowena set 3 thin boxes on the table and stepped back with the kind of formality she used when she knew something mattered and didn't want to make it harder by making it grand. Helga went first because of course she did. She handed him a simple wooden case. Inside lay a cloak folded so smooth it might have been poured there. It didn't shine. It swallowed light. Your father's, Godric said quietly for once. Harry touched it. It was cool against his fingers and then nothing at all. His breath hitched. It's. Rowena's eyes flicked to Godric, and he said, a very good cloak. Harry didn't ask the bigger question. He could feel one answer itching in the room and knew from Salazar that sometimes you didn't say a thing out loud until saying it helped and not before. The next box held 2 wands. Lily's felt like the air in Helga's garden when it rained. James's felt like wind over a broom at speed. He didn't lift them. He pinned them with his eyes like they were animals you didn't wake until you had somewhere for them to run. These aren't for you to use, Rowena said. They're for you to know. He nodded. He understood. The 3rd box was plain. Inside were 2 letters, the parchment sealed, the handwriting different. The room got smaller. His heart did something uncomfortable in his chest that wasn't pain and wasn't anything else he could name. Take your time, Helga said. He took them to the garden without being asked. He sat where the time crowded the stones and broke Lily's seal first because that's the one his hands reached for. Her handwriting was neat and a little hurried, like she always had 3 tasks lined up and loved all of them. She wrote about small things, Harry trying to eat the broom again, James pretending he didn't cry when Harry fell asleep on his chest, a stew that came out wrong and they ate anyway. She wrote about hopes, not prophecy ones, human ones. If you want to be a healer, I'll brag about you to everyone and bring you biscuits during late shifts. If you want to be a shopkeeper, I'll help you count inventory and yell at suppliers who are rude. If you want to do something I can't even imagine, I'll try to imagine it with you. Be kind when you can. Be brave when you must. I love you more than any story someone else will tell about you. He put his face in his hands and cried because he was 10 and because there was no good way not to. When he could see again, he opened James's letter. James's writing slanted like a man who wrote leaning on a doorframe, too restless to sit. He tried for jokes and missed half of them. He tried for advice and landed on something better. You don't have to be the best to be good. You don't have to be fearless to do the right thing. Promise me you'll find people you trust and let them see you when you're scared. If you end up in Slytherin, I'll learn the handshake and pretend I always liked snakes. If you end up somewhere else, I'll still learn the handshake because your mom says it's polite. Harry laughed and cried at the same time until it made a weird sound that would have made Godric tease him if Godric had been there. He wasn't. Helga was, eventually, sitting quiet on the grass at an angle that said she would stay as long as he needed and not a minute more. "Do you think they'd be proud?" he asked, voice rough. "Yes," she said, no hesitation. "I'm learning things they wouldn't have liked at school. Blood magic theory. Dark curses, so I know what they do. People will say many things." Helga's hand found the back of his head the way it did when he'd run too hard and gone too far. "Your mother didn't stop when a professor told her something was impossible. Your father never once stood by while someone smaller got pushed. You carry both of those. The tools don't make you good or bad. The choices do." He breathed. The words in his lap were warm from the sun. He read them again and didn't try to memorize them. He didn't have to. They were already part of him. The Hogwarts letter would come next summer. They all knew it. It would be addressed to number 4 Privet Drive, where no one would read it to him. The castle's great hall held 4 chairs and a table that never needed polishing. They sat there anyway like a jury. "We keep him," Godric started with, because he always started with the fight he wanted. "We teach him until he's unbreakable, and then we let him loose." "That makes him a weapon," Helga said. "Not a person." Rowena set a set of notes on the table without looking at them. "He'll never be completely ready. What matters is control under pressure and judgment under provocation. Both improve with practice in real conditions." Salazar steepled his fingers. "He can attend under another name. Observe. Learn. Choose when to reveal." "No," Harry said, before the part of him that liked plans could agree, for heads turned. He was used to that weight now. He carried it better than he had at 8. "If I hide, I start by letting someone else decide who I'm allowed to be. If I come as me, it's messy, but it's honest." "Honest gets you shot," Salazar said mildly. "Sometimes," Harry said, "but so does lying when someone catches you." He looked at each of them in turn. "I can't fight rumors about me if I'm not there. I can't challenge bad rules if I don't have to live under them. I can't understand people if I meet them all from behind a mask." Godric grinned like a storm breaking. "There's the spine." Rowena's eyes warmed. "There's the logic." Helga wiped at her cheek and pretended she hadn't. "There's my boy." Salazar didn't smile. Not then, but he nodded once. "Then we prepare for that war." So they did. Rowena shifted lessons to patterns he could do on reflex. Godric tied instinct to tactics until his body moved before his anxiety could. Helga built routines that included sleep and food no matter what else the day held. Salazar drilled him on reading a room, counting exits, hearing the meaning behind words. They also talked about the boring parts no one wanted to hear, how house proxies worked, which elders would try to claim him, which reporters would write profiles without meeting him, where Dumbledore would stand when he tried to touch Harry's shoulder and smile for the cameras. "Don't let him touch you first," Salazar said. "If you decide to be photographed, you set the frame." "That's a frame?" Harry asked. "It tells the world who's holding whom," Salazar said. "Small signals matter." He practiced signatures, not to sign but to refuse. He practiced saying no comment without sounding like he was hiding something. He practiced, with Helga, how to end conversations that were meant to trap him without starting a fight he didn't need. On the last night before he turned 10 and one day, he stood in front of the Lake of Lands and watched Hogwarts swim in the bowl like a fish that knew it was being observed. The castle's wards hummed in chords he could almost harmonize with now that Rowena had taught him how to listen sideways. Salazar came up beside him, hands tucked in his sleeves. They stood together long enough for the air to cool on their faces. "Ready to face your destiny, boy?" Salazar asked finally, voice light enough to be teasing and not so light Harry missed the test inside. Harry didn't look away from the castle. "I don't believe in destiny." He let the words settle. "I believe in choices. I'll go. I'll listen. I'll learn. When something needs doing, I'll do it, not because a prophecy says I've to, but because I decided I should." The corner of Salazar's mouth moved. It wasn't quite a smile. For him, it was a grin, spoken like a true Slytherin. "This will be entertaining." Harry didn't answer. He watched the castle. He thought about letters and markets, and rooms where men talked in circles and called it government. He thought about Helga's garden and the feel of the earth saying yes. He thought about Godric yelling and hugging in the same breath, and Rowena's questions that felt like keys. He stood in the quiet with all of it and let the feeling bloom, not fear, not exactly. A weight. A rightness. The next part would be louder. He'd handle it. And when he couldn't, he knew the way back to the garden. July 31st. Harry woke to the quiet hum of the celestial castle. His 11th birthday, the last morning before everything changed. He dressed without fuss, simple dark robes Helga had mended last night, boots Godric insisted were proper for travel, the serpent leather journal from Salazar tucked in his satchel, Rowena's neat schedule folded into an inside pocket. He breathed in and out the way Helga taught him. 4 counts in, 4 counts out. Calm face, busy mind. Breakfast was a small table in Helga's greenhouse. Eggs, toast, sliced strawberries that actually tasted like strawberries. No speeches, just family eating together. "Eat," Helga said, topping off his tea. "You'll forget once the day starts." "I won't," Harry said. He would. She smiled anyway. After plates were cleared, the 4 of them led him to the ritual hall. Crystal floor, steady pulse of ambient magic underfoot. No banners, no ceremony beyond what mattered. Rowena stepped forward first. Reference, on demand. She slid a slim iron ring onto his right index finger. It warmed against his skin. "Think open and picture the subject. It will surface the text to your sight. It will also refuse unsafe queries until you're ready." Harry thought thank you and kept his hands still so he wouldn't fidget. Salazar held out a small leather pouch. Coins lay inside, for discs stamped with a raven, lion, badger, and serpent. Communication tokens. Press the house that corresponds, think your message, release. Replies appear only for you. Silent, secure, and rude to eavesdroppers. His mouth ticked. A feature, not a bug. Godric looped a plain pendant over Harry's head. A tiny steel plate rested against his sternum. "Call, and in true need the sword will come. Don't test it to show off." Along with that, he handed over a short combat knife in a snug sheath. "Goblins forged. It won't bounce spells. It will cut what needs cutting." Helga set a clay pot in his hands. Inside sat a leafy green with tiny yellow buds. "Stoneheart. It thrives with attention. If it wilts, you're overtired, unwell, or in danger. Don't argue with a plant, dear child. Sleep." He swallowed around a sudden tight throat. "I'll keep it on the windowsill." Rowena lifted a shallow bowl. The liquid inside was clear and still. Now the last gift. They stood at the circle's marks. The founders pricked their fingers, a single drop from each falling to the bowl. Harry did the same. Ancient words that weren't showy filled the room with weight. Runes lit along the floor like slow dawn. Heat pressed gently on Harry's chest. A thread linked itself to his core and reached outward, then down, as if a giant door far away had opened and looked back. Godric's voice was steady. "Heir of Hogwarts, recognized." Harry didn't see the castle, but he felt it. A deep acknowledgement, the sense of being marked known. Acceptance, then quiet. Helga wiped his blood with a cloth, her hand lingering on his cheek. "There. Now we start," Salazar said. "Remember, listen more than you speak. Smile when useful, not when expected. Watch everyone's hands. Eat between events," Helga added, "and sleep on the train if you can. Rowena, use the ring as reference, not a crutch. You think first. Godric, if anyone tries to corner you, make space. Doors, windows, floor, use all of it." Harry nodded because he couldn't trust his voice not to shake. They chose noon. Busy enough to be seen, not so late it looked like a stunt. Godric and Salazar walked with him, glamour's softening faces, not hiding power. The alley hit like a wave. Hot stone, potion smoke, parchment, frying oil from somewhere, hundreds of voices, owls overhead, too many eyes, too many whispers that weren't even whispers. Calm face, busy mind. Gringotts' doors were cool under his palm. The goblins watched from high desks with flat attention that wasn't unfriendly. "Harry Potter," he told the counter-goblin, "access to family vault, and weave filings." "Griphook will escort you," the goblin said, already turning a ledger. "Respect without fuss." A metal stamp thunked. Griphook appeared, bowing fractionally to Godric and Salazar. "Follow." On the way to the carts, they passed a ministry clerk clutching a briefcase. The man's eyes landed on Harry's scar and then on Salazar's indulgent little smile. The clerk blanched and, without meaning to, dipped his head. He would run to someone important within minutes. Good. Let them run. The cart rattled through cold air. Wind tore at Harry's hair. His stomach dipped in the quick turns. He gripped the rail and tried not to grin at how alive it felt. The vault's door rolled back. Gold. Too much of it. The smell of old metal and stone. But the coins weren't what Salazar steered him to. A chest. 2 wrapped bundles. A flat box with seals intact. Harry opened the chest. A leather journal sat on top, the first page signed James Potter. Notes on transfiguration theory filled it, short lines, practical fixes, tiny diagrams. He touched the ink with one finger like it might vanish. The wrapped bundles, Lily's neat research notes, ward matrices, edits in the margins, little arrows that said check later. Under those lay legal tubes with golden cords. Salazar broke one seal with a permit from the goblins. "Wisengamot proxy," he said, scanning. "Dumbledore has voted it for a decade. All legal. All convenient to him." He didn't look angry. He looked satisfied to be right. "We'll file the revocation now." Griphook placed the correct parchment on a slate. Harry pressed his ring finger to the line. The iron ring warmed. Ink flared, set. The goblin's mouth bared a hint of teeth. "Recorded." "Also," Salazar added casually, "begin procedure to notify the ministry that lordship status isn't vacant." "Of course," Griphook said. Like of course meant this will ruin someone's afternoon and will enjoy it. They left the vault lighter than they came. Not from the gold. From the feeling that a piece of something crooked had been straightened. By the time they reached the bank floor, the whispers had turned into a current. "Harry Potter. He's here." "With who is that? Where's Dumbledore?" Quills scratched. A woman with a prophet badge elbowed through, hair already escaping its pins. "Mr. Potter." "Miranda Skeet, Daily Prophet. Where have you?" Salazar stepped into her space like a closed door. "Private tutors. Family rights. He looks forward to school. That's all. The public has a right to buy your paper," he said. "Not to interrogate a child. Good day." He turned his body just enough that she had to give ground or be stepped on. She gave ground. Godric's hand squeezed Harry's shoulder once. Pride, not show. Harry kept moving. Shop bells chimed. Floors creaked. Cauldrons smelled metallic and clean. Quills hissed softly on paper when he tested them. He bought what he needed and nothing extra. Ollivander's was cooler than the alley. Dust. Boxes as far as you could look. The door shut and the shop swallowed the outside noise. Ollivander appeared like he'd stepped through a seam in the wall. Pale eyes, head tilt, voice that slid instead of barked. Mr. Potter. I remember Willow and Holly. I remember many things. Harry stood still and let himself be measured by someone who was actually measuring him. Boxes stacked on the counter. Harry lifted wands when offered. Some sparked too much. One cracked with a sharp, wrong sound. One did nothing. Ollivander's face went from curious to intent. Your resonance is unusual, he murmured. It's as if you carry multiple schools in concert. He vanished into the back. He returned with a long box that looked older than the shop. He opened it carefully. The wand inside was a warm brown no known would quite matched, grain tight and straight. Made in an older era, he said. A prototype my ancestor crafted. A synthesis. Try it. Harry closed his fingers around the handle. Heat ran up his arm without burning. The hairs on his forearm rose. Light gathered at the tip and spilled like sunlight pushing through cloud. The shop felt smaller, then exactly the right size. And in that breath he tasted echoes. Ash and rain, bright feather, clean earth, something old and serpentine. Ollivander's eyes widened, not performance, real surprise. For cores and balance, he said softly. Fire, earth, air, serpent. This wand waited centuries. See you use it well. He bowed his head an inch. Greatness isn't a promise, Mr. Potter. It's a risk. Be careful. Godric paid. Salazar's gaze flicked over the wand like he was cataloging its place in a plan. They stepped back into the noise and sun. By then Harry's jaw hurt from keeping it set. People stared like he was a headline and not a person. He kept his face calm. He kept moving. He bought a trunk with good hinges. He bought parchment and ink that didn't smudge. He bought a small plant book he didn't need because Helga would smile when she saw it. When they finally took a back passage out of the alley, Harry let his shoulders drop a fraction. Godric clapped his back so hard he almost stumbled. Didn't punch a single reporter, Godric said. Proud of you. Salazar snorted. Low bar. He cleared it anyway. Harry breathed and felt the pendant cool again against his chest. September 1st came fast and heavy. They arrived early. The barrier was just a brick wall until it wasn't. The platform beyond breathed steam and noise and too much color. All four came, glamours or no. They ignored the looks. The looks ignored them back until they didn't. Helga hugged him first twice, then fixed his collar like that would keep him safe. Right? She said. Eat, sleep, if that plant even droops. I know, he said. I promise. Rowena rested her hand over his faded scar. Not for show, a quiet touch. When confused, reduce the problem. Inputs, outputs, constraints. Ask for help when it serves the goal, not your pride. Godric squeezed his shoulder until it hurt, and Harry didn't mind. Make friends. The real kind. Also, don't try to set the Great Hall on fire. First week, at least. Salazar placed his palm on Harry's head. Brief, approving. You know the game. Play it. Don't let anyone else define your board. Harry nodded hard. He didn't trust words. He took his trunk handle and stoneheart pot and walked with them to the barrier. The wall let him through like it knew him. Maybe it did. The platform was alive. Students in robes, trunks banging, owls complaining, parents doing last-minute fixes and arguments. The Hogwarts Express breathed steam like a patient dragon. Harry stood to one side and watched. He catalogued without meaning to. Red-haired family with multiple trunks and easy laughter. Weasleys. Tall man with cane and pale hair scanning the crowd like it owed him taxes. Malfoy. Other crests on cloaks, from Rowena's chart, Greengrass, Bones, Abbott. He filed all of it where it would be useful later. A few people noticed him and then more did. The ripple went out. He kept his shoulders relaxed. Lucius Malfoy glided over like a ship. "Mr. Potter," he said, voice smooth. Lucius Malfoy. He held out a hand that meant too many things. Harry took it with a grip firm enough to be clear and not a challenge. "Lord Malfoy, thank you for the welcome." A flicker, calculation adjusting. "My son is in your year," Malfoy said. "I expect you'll find common ground with the right company." "I plan to evaluate people by their character," Harry said, even voice, polite. "I'm sure your son and I'll speak." "Indeed." The smile thinned. "Enjoy your term." "You as well," Harry said and stepped away first. Godric's laugh rumbled behind him. Salazar's quiet, adequate, floated like a dry leaf. He climbed into the train, found an empty compartment halfway down, and sat. He put Stoneheart in the window. It glowed faintly green in the morning light. He let his jaw relax and then set it again when footsteps approached. The door slid open. A girl with bushy hair and an earnest, tight expression looked in. "Everywhere else is full. May I?" "Of course," Harry said, standing to help with her trunk. "Window or aisle?" "Window, please." She sat and immediately started talking, words tumbling.
"I'm Hermione Granger."
"I read all the course books and also Hogwarts. A history and 2 arithmancy primers, even though it's a second-year elective because I thought it would help, and my parents are muggles so I don't have context for any of this, and I'm excited and also terrified. Sorry. I talk when I'm nervous." She stopped to breathe. "Breathing is a good habit," Harry said, mouth twitching.
"I'm Harry."
He watched her eyes land on the scar. He watched her not bring it up. That counted. She peered at Stoneheart. "Is that a safety plant?" "In a way." She chewed her lip. "Do you know much about transfiguration? The book says the wand movement is simple, but the energy focus is the trick." "It's an equation," Harry said. "Mass exchange and structural mapping. If you think in steps, it gets easier." She blinked. "An equation? The books call it intent." "Intent structured by rules," he said. "Intent without structure fails. Structure without intent fizzles." She leaned forward. "What rules?" He mentioned constraints Rowena drilled into him. She listened like she was storing every word for later. It felt good to talk theory with someone who wanted to talk theory because it was interesting, not because it was a test. The door slid again. A boy with pale hair and a polished smirk stood there with 2 larger boys flanking him. "So it's true," he said. "Harry Potter."
"I'm Draco Malfoy."
He said it like a name should be enough. "Harry," Harry said. "You should pick your friends carefully," Draco said, eyes flicking at Hermione like she was a smudge. "I can help with that." He held out his hand. Harry looked at the hand and then at Draco's face. He kept his voice friendly. "I choose friends by how they act, not by their last name.
"No offense."
Draco's jaw worked. "You don't want to make enemies." "I don't," Harry agreed. He let a thin ribbon of magic press outward. "Nothing flashy. Just wait. But I don't accept terms that ask me to be someone I'm not." For a second, even the 2 boys behind Draco straightened. Draco's eyes narrowed. "We'll see." He left. Hermione exhaled. "Was that?" "Yes," Harry said. "It was." He didn't explain further. He didn't need to. Time showed up as food. The trolley rattled. Pumpkin pasties smelled like nutmeg and butter. Harry bought 2 and passed 1 to Hermione without asking if she wanted it. She took it like she hadn't eaten breakfast. A round-faced boy peered in later, wringing his hands. "Sorry, have you seen a toad? I've lost him." "Neville Longbottom," Harry said. The boy blinked. Do we? Your crest? Harry said, nodding to the stitched pouch on his belt. And you look like your dad. He stood. We'll help. They searched the corridor. Harry listened the way Helga taught for small life. He found the toad under a seat 2 cars back and coaxed it out with a quiet pulse of earth-steady magic. Thanks, Neville said, flushing. Gran says I'm always losing things. She says I need to be more like... He stopped. You don't have to be like anyone else, Harry said. You set your own bar. Neville stared at him like no one had said that out loud before. Right, he said. Right. Thanks. Back in the compartment, Hermione asked, How did you find the toad? Listened, Harry said. Everything has a pattern. That sounds nice. She looked out the window at fields blurring into hills. Do you think Hogwarts will feel like a home? I think it will feel like itself, Harry said. And I'll fit or I'll learn to. He didn't add that he already felt a thread pulling in his chest like a tether to stone. They dozed in turns. He woke as the train slowed. The air cooled when the carriage doors opened. Students spilled out in a tide of robes and chatter. First years, a big voice called. The lake waited, black and still. Boats bumped gently against the dock. Harry stepped into one with Hermione and Neville and a boy with dreadlocks who introduced himself as Dean. The wood was damp under his fingers. The water smelled clean and old. As the boats pushed off, the castle rose from the dark like it had just decided to be visible. Windows glowed. Towers reached. Harry didn't look at the drama. He closed his eyes and let the markers at his core tug. Scene. It wasn't words. It was recognition. The way a place looks at you like you belong there. Weight settled under his ribs, not heavy, steady. He opened his eyes. You okay? Hermione asked, voice low. Yeah, Harry said. I think it knows me. She didn't ask what that meant. She would later. They shuffled into the entrance hall, wet shoes squeaking. Torches hissed. Professor McGonagall stood like a straight line with a mouth. She gave the speech about houses and family and points. Kids whispered around them, nerves leaking. Harry looked up at the high table. Dumbledore sat in the center, beard like a storybook, eyes scanning the group with that famous twinkle. The twinkle vanished when it landed on Harry. Shock, quick and raw, then polite interest slid into place. The mask was back. Harry didn't smile. Not where you left me. McGonagall turned. This way. The great hall doors waited. Harry's heart thumped once, hard. He looked down at Stoneheart's last leaf tucked in his satchel. Helga insisted he bring a cutting for luck. It was green. He stepped forward. He hadn't packed in front of them. Felt safer to do that alone. But before they left for the station, Helga found him by the garden door. Let me be a mother for 5 minutes, she said, kissing his forehead. Then I'll go back to being a terrifying ancient witch. He laughed, came out shaky. 5 minutes. She straightened his hem and tucked an extra pair of socks into the side of his trunk. You'll be kind, she said, but you'll not be a doormat. You'll help where it helps. You'll rest when you must. I love you. You don't have to say it back if it embarrasses you. It doesn't, Harry said. I love you too. Rowena walked him through 3 contingencies he already knew, then stopped herself and put both hands on his shoulders. You're allowed to not know something, she said. That isn't failure. That's the first step to learning it. Okay. Godric tried for a joke and ended up clearing his throat. If anyone starts a fight, hit first. Godric, Helga said. Metaphorically, he amended. Usually, he crushed Harry in a hug. Salazar waited until the last second. I won't say be careful, he said. Careful people achieve little. Be aware. Be precise. And when you choose to be dangerous, be certain. Harry nodded. I'll. Salazar made a face like feelings were a draft in a closed room and then, just for a breath, smiled. The reporter tried one more time as Harry boarded, calling his name like it belonged to her. Godric blocked her with his grin. Salazar blocked her with physics. They didn't come any farther. As the train pulled out, Harry leaned back and let the rhythm of the rails thread through his nerves. He let himself be 11 for 2 minutes. He watched kids hang out windows and wave. He watched a mother run alongside until the end of the platform. He didn't think about prophecies he hadn't been told. He didn't think about a man with a twinkle who had signed his proxy for years. He thought about pumpkin pasties and the smell of old leather. He thought about the first time he held a wand that fit. He thought about a castle that had said "I know you" without speaking. He dozed and woke and dozed again and arrived. A red-haired boy poked his head in, eyes wide. "Bloody hell, you're Harry Potter." "Ron," Hermione said, warning in her tone. "Sorry," he said, "not sorry."
I'm Ron.
"Ron Weasley." Harry said. "This is Hermione." Ron eyed Stoneheart. "You brought a plant?" "It's quieter than a rat," Harry said. Ron brightened. "I've a rat." He held up a sleepy lump of fur. "Scabbers."
Charming, Hermione lied.
Ron grinned like he believed her. They talked about sweets and houses and whether flying was as hard as it looked. Ron bragged about his brothers. Hermione asked good questions. Harry deflected when conversation curled toward headlines. After Ron left, Hermione looked at Harry. "You handled that well." "Practice," he said. "From what?" "Old people with opinions." She snorted. "I've those too." "Then you'll do fine," he said. McGonagall's voice was a firm line down the center of the group. The doors swung wide. Candlelight floated. The ceiling mirrored a clear night even though it had rained earlier. Harry didn't look up. He looked at the 4 tables, the empty stool with the hat, the teachers watching, the headmaster sitting like he owned the world. He felt the markers in his core answer a question the castle asked. Not words. A checksum. A yes. Ready. He stepped into the hall with everyone else, anonymous and not anonymous at once. A boy with a trunk and a plant and a wand that had waited longer than anyone in this room had been alive. He took his place in the line and waited for his name. The game had begun. The ceiling looked like a night sky and a mirror at the same time. Stars hung where there should have been stone, the moon a thin line of silver. Candles floated at different heights, dripping no wax, humming with a soft ward that kept heat away from curious fingers. For long tables waited under the fake sky, packed with students who craned and whispered as our group filed in behind Professor McGonagall. On the surface, it was beautiful and loud. Underneath, the castle thrummed. The floor pushed strength up through my shoes. Runes nested in the walls like veins in leaves. The main ley line that cut beneath the hall pulsed at a steady pace, and there were smaller lines crossing it at angles Rowena had drilled into me. The whole place sang, quiet, steady, ancient. I breathed in, and it felt like the castle breathed back. The stool sat in front of us with a battered hat on top. Old fabric, heavy with 1,000 minds. I recognized the stitching pattern on the brim from Rowena's sketches, the exact weave Helga had used to bind memory to cloth. Godric's laugh lived in the crooked fold over the left side. Salazar's precision was the neat seam down the back. They'd told me the hat was never meant to be a perfect copy of any of them. It carried pieces. That was enough. McGonagall unrolled the parchment. We stood in a cluster, the new and the nervous, while the hall watched like it was a show. Abbott, Hannah. The hat barely touched her hair before. Hufflepuff. The first names set the rhythm. A few pauses. A few quick calls. The room rose and fell with each shout. Granger, Hermione. She jumped like she hadn't expected to hear it that soon. She sat, back straight, lips moving like she was counting numbers to calm down. The hat stayed silent long enough that the whispers started. Ravenclaw? Before it finally yelled, Gryffindor. Hermione's face went through confusion and then a small, proud smile as the table cheered her over. Malfoy Draco. barely lasted a breath under the hat. Slytherin. He stood with the sort of swagger you only get when people have clapped for you since the day you were born, and slid into his place like he owned it. Crabbe and Goyle sat with identical blank faces that still managed to look smug. Names kept coming. My stomach was calm. My hands weren't. I flexed my fingers once and stopped when I felt Salazar's old lesson slide through my head. Power doesn't fidget. Potter, Harry. The hall sucked in a breath. The word ran around the room like wind. Potter. 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 Dumbledore's gaze hit like a focus charm. Bright. Searching. Too interested. McGonagall's eyes were wide for a half-second before the mask came back down. Snape didn't move. His eyebrows might have shifted a millimeter. I sat. The fabric smelled like dust and old smoke. Well, the hat said inside my head, dry as a desert. There you're. Here I'm, I said back, keeping the shields where Salazar would approve. Open enough for a conversation, closed tight around anything the hat didn't need. Your core is fascinating, the hat mused. For resonances braided, Godric's raw push, Salazar's sharp line, Rowena's lattice, Helga's waiting. You're exactly the sort of puzzle they enjoyed. They told me you'd complain about how interesting I'm. It made an amused sound. Cheek, I like it. You know I could put you anywhere, yes?
Ido.
You do well in Gryffindor. You're brave and, more importantly, you choose action when it's needed. Hufflepuff would be good for you. You carry loyalty in the way you breathe, and Helga's steadiness sits deep in your bones. Ravenclaw would feed your mind and your appetite for building ideas from principles. And Slytherin? You're already thinking like one. The hat didn't sound disapproving. You want the difficult path on purpose. Dumbledore expects easy, I told it. He expects the version of me he wrote in his head. Gryffindor fits that story. Slytherin breaks it. If I'm going to change the system, I need to sit where that system keeps its teeth. I can't reform a house from outside it. You know what you're choosing, then, the hat said. You'll be challenged from your first step to your last. Some students in that house learn to hate the name you carry before they learn to write their own. They'll test you. They should, I said. If they don't, the house is already dead. Another amused hum. Godric will make terrible jokes about this. Salazar will be insufferable for a week. Rowena will say inevitable as if she planned it. Helga will worry and then send snacks. She already packed me a plant, I said. Of course she did. The hat's mental tone went firmer. You're not asking me because you're dark or because you like cruelty. You're asking me because strategy lives right next to your sense of justice. I can work with that. It's politics, I said, not a personality flaw. Very well, Mr. Potter. Better be. Slytherin. It rattled around the hall like a dropped cauldron. For one heartbeat, nothing moved. Then noise broke all at once. Gryffindor's table actually sagged, the disappointment that dramatic. Ravenclaw looked like they'd lost a particularly promising library card. Hufflepuff whispered with their heads together. Slytherin, half of them looked offended. A quarter looked interested. A few looked quietly pleased, and Draco's face did a startled twitch before he schooled it. I pulled the hat off, handed it back, and walked. If someone wanted the version of me who faltered, they weren't getting him. I sat at the empty space that opened without anyone admitting they'd made it. The air was cooler here. The light off the lake through the green glass made the silver plates gleam. Continue, please, Dumbledore said mildly when McGonagall's mouth stayed slightly open, and the list restarted. I watched the rest and filed it the way Rowena trained me to do. Weasley, Ronald, Gryffindor, big relief, nervous grin. Zabini, Blaise, Slytherin, slow smile, sharp eyes. Bones, Susan, Hufflepuff. Thomas, Dean, Gryffindor. Not Theodore, Slytherin, quiet, watchful. When it finished, Dumbledore stood. He gave the speech he always gives. if the archived memories I'd studied were anything to go by. Welcome. Rules, no forest, don't murder your neighbor with a broom. He didn't say my name. He didn't need to. Every time his eyes drifted, they snagged on me. A little too often to be accident. Food appeared. The smell hit first, roast meats, buttered vegetables, fresh bread. The table chatter came back in waves, and the first test walked in wearing a prefect badge. Gemma Farley, she said to our little clump. Brown hair, calm eyes, voice like she was used to being obeyed because she made sense, not because she shouted. Welcome to Slytherin. We'll do the tour after dinner. Until then, eat, and don't feed the rumor mill. Her glance flicked to me for half a second and then moved on, professional. The boy to my left cleared his throat. Not, he offered. Theodore. He said it like a data point, not an invitation. Harry, I said. You already knew that. His mouth twitched. Difficult not to. Across from me, Blaise tilted his head. I thought you'd be louder. I save that for when it matters, I said and reached for potatoes. A familiar drawl traveled down the bench. Draco didn't come over. He made sure we could all hear him from a safe audience distance. Just because a hat was confused doesn't mean you belong, he said, polite sugar on top of acid. It didn't sound confused, I said without turning. It sounded decisive. A couple of older students glanced down the table to see how I'd handle it. I kept eating. When you act like the ground is solid, people stop checking for quicksand. Daphne Greengrass slid into the seat diagonally across and set her goblet down with the kind of care that said she'd been taught you can say a lot with how you hold a cup. Her eyes were curious, not hostile. Question, she said. What's your stance on blood politics? It seems relevant. That people who use it as a bludgeon are boring, I said. That ability isn't inherited like tableware. That my mother was brilliant and muggle-born, and anyone who thinks that made her less didn't know her. Draco made a small noise. Daphne didn't. Fair, she said, and moved on to ask Blaise whether his mother's seventh husband really was a poet. Blaise smirked and refused to answer on the grounds that it was more fun that way. Plates emptied. The tour happened. We followed Gemma down stone steps that sweated a little with lake chill. The common room was long and low with green lamps and ironwork that looked like vines. Windows gave a view into the black lake where something big and lazy drifted past and stirred the light. I picked the bed near the window in the first-year boys' dorm because I like exits and I like to see the sky, even if it's green water and not sky at all. Draco tried to claim the center bed like it came with a crown. No one argued. Blaise unpacked with elegant economy. Nod arranged his books in weight order. A nervous boy with the surname Parkinson fumbled his trunk's latch 3 times and flushed darker each time. I knelt, popped it open with a wandless nudge I disguised as a trick with the key, and showed him the catch. Thanks, he said, embarrassed. Severus Parkinson. My mum says not to bother older years unless it's important. Good rule, I said. We'll figure the rest out. I set Helga's plant on the nightstand. It was small and cheerful and quietly judgmental about the damp. The leaves perked as soon as it recognized my magic. A tiny rune at the pot's base pulsed once in acknowledgement. Alive, safe, listening. When the room went dark and the breathing settled into different rhythms, I took out one of Salazar's coins and pulsed a thread of power along the right pattern. Well, Godric's voice came first, warm and smug. How does the snake pit feel? Cooler than the rest of the castle, I murmured back. The coin carried sound in my mind. My lips didn't move, and no one rolled over to shush me. The lake light makes the ceiling look like it's moving. Helga's tone tucked itself around the words. And you? How are you? Tired. Fine. It was loud when the hat yelled. Salazar's amusement was sharp and pleased. You handled Malfoy? By not handing him anything to push, I said. Daphne asked about blood politics. I answered. Blaise is watching everything for fun. Not is a brain with patience. Excellent, Rowena said. Your first assumptions were correct, then. Sleep. Tomorrow you'll manage expectations. I slept. Morning hit fast. The common room tasted like damp wool and smoke. Breakfast was a wall of sound and steam. Schedules landed in our hands. First class. Transfiguration with Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall turned her desk into a pig and back like the opening flourish of a concert. The class gasped on cue. She didn't do it to show off. She did it to set the standard. Transfiguration is dangerous, she said. Anyone making jokes will leave. Her eyes flicked over Draco for a fraction too long to be entirely coincidental. Then she walked us through the first exercise. Match to needle. Theory, intent, structure, safety. I did it the way Rowena taught me. Picture the change as numbers and edges as much as image. Feel the grain of the wood collapse into alignment, push the potential toward metal. I picked up the needle and tapped it. Pinged, clean and light. Excellent, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, and didn't say more. She didn't need to. Her eyebrows did the work. She saw Neville chewing his lip and split her attention. Me, sharp nod. Neville, a steadying hand on the table. I slid my diagram across. Try it in pieces, I whispered. First the tip, then the shaft. It's easier if you don't force all of it at once. He tried, and when a bit of wood flashed to steel, his shoulders dropped an inch out of his ears. Charms with Professor Flitwick felt like stepping into a warm kettle of ideas. He practically buzzed around the room. I didn't need to sit on a stack of books to see him over the desk. He hopped up himself with practiced glee. Wingardium Leviosa, he said, and walked us through the way the movement linked to the word and the word wrapped around the intent. My feather lifted on the third pass and hung steady at eye height as I stabilized the flow. Flitwick glowed like a lamp. Well done, Mr. Potter. Points for Slytherin. The silence that followed lasted a half-beat too long to be comfortable. Flitwick noticed and smiled wider. And points for anyone who follows his control. Hermione's quill scratched so fast it squeaked. She got hers up a few seconds later, jaw set stubborn. We shared a quick grin before we both pretended not to. Potions lived in the cold. The classroom smelled like vinegar and copper and something that tried to be sweet and failed. Jars lined the walls with floating things that might once have had names. Snape came in like a gust and started talking as if we'd already wasted his morning. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory. He did the speech. He meant every word of it. Then his eyes found me. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Half the class turned their heads toward me. Some looked gleeful, some sorry. I could answer it all the way. Helga had shown me how to pair asphodel's cooling with wormwood's sharp cut, and how the balance goes wrong if you don't time the valerian root. It forms the base for the draft of living death, sir, I said. I've read the theory. I haven't brewed it. Snape blinked, the tiniest change. Where? He said, soft as a scalpel. Did you read the theory? In texts my guardians provided, I said. They're careful about what I try without supervision. One eyebrow went up by a degree. We'll see if you can follow instructions as well as you read. He moved on without awarding or docking any points. My cauldron stayed clean. So did my record. Between classes, the castle moved with kids who already knew the steps and kids who were learning them. I learned the Slytherin route to the greenhouses that kept you from slogging through a pack of third-years who liked to block the corridor by the Kneasel statue. Neville lit up in herbology like the sun had finally found him. He talked to plants the way Helga does, like they were people you respect. When his devil's snare nodded under his steady words, I couldn't stop my grin. See, I said, you're good at this. I'm only good at plants, he said, still half-whispering like someone might take the feeling away. Then you're good at something most people ignore until it saves their lives, I said. That's not a bad start. In the library that first week, I ended up across from Hermione with a stack of reading we both didn't need to finish to pass. She talked fast when she was nervous and faster when she was excited. We got through an argument about whether levitation counted as constant energy input or if you could set a stable hover with shaped intent. She listened when I explained the way Rowena taught conservation in spell work, and I listened when she pointed out an inconsistency in a 19th century charm treatise that I'd never noticed. "How do you know all this?" she asked finally, suspicious and admiring at the same time. "I had unusual tutors," I said. "It didn't come with social lessons. You can help with that." She blinked. "You want help? From me?" "I'd rather not say something that makes everyone stare because I learned it from a book 2 centuries old and not from what people actually say to each other," I said. "You're good at reading rooms." She tried to pretend she wasn't pleased. She failed, and I didn't call her on it. Slytherin politics settled like silt. Draco made plays for dominance that would have worked if I'd given him anything to grip. He said the wrong sort and the right friends and watched to see if I'd bite. I didn't. Blaze floated through everything like a cat, interested in nothing and everything, collecting stories, not watched and sometimes asked a question that went straight to the center. Daphne found me in a corridor after dinner one night. "I knew you were different in the village," she said quietly. "I didn't know you were that different." "You didn't know who I was in the village," I said. "I still don't," she said, and that honesty was why I trusted her more than most. "But I like the person I met then. Don't make me regret it." "I won't," I said. "Hold me to it." A week into term, a polite note arrived requesting my presence in the headmaster's office. I went. Pretending not to would have been a bigger statement than going. The gargoyle moved when I said the password the note included. The staircase turned under my feet in a slow spiral. The office was a museum of whims. Silver instruments spinning or ticking, portraits that pretended to sleep and didn't, a phoenix on a perch whose feathers made the air feel more alive. "Harry," Dumbledore said in a voice that practiced kindness like an art. "Please sit. Lemon drop." "No, thank you," I said, and didn't look at the dish twice. "I must say, I was surprised to see you here," he said. "When I left you with your family, I had hoped that they would raise me to love their home," I said. "So your blood wards would hold." He paused. The twinkle cooled a degree. "You know about the blood wards?" "I know what they require," I said. "They require love. That wasn't going to happen there." He folded his hands. "I acted to protect you, Harry. Fame isn't kind to children." "Neither is neglect," I said. I kept my tone level. "Helga taught me you can say hard things softly and they land sharper. I've been cared for. I've been educated. I'm safe." "By whom?" His eyes looked gentle. The push in my mind was gentler. Legilimency light as fog brushed the outer edges of my thoughts. Salazar's lessons held. I kept the surface clean, homework, the taste of pumpkin juice, the way the library smelled. Underneath, I wrapped the rest in a wall of numbers and stone. "Family," I said. "I hope you'll understand if I worry," he said, letting the probe slide off like it hadn't been there. "Being sorted into Slytherin, well, that house has produced many great witches and wizards. It has produced others as well. I'd hate to see you led astray." "I'm not led," I said. "I choose. That's the point, isn't it?" His mouth made a small smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Indeed. Do let Professor McGonagall know if you need anything. My door is always open." "Thank you for your time," I said. I stood. The phoenix watched me go and tilted his head like he was filing me under interesting. Back in the dungeons, the air felt cleaner. Nights became routine. Work, library, common room green with the lake's slow light. Draco tried again every 3 days because he's nothing if not persistent. He wanted me to slip, to lose my temper, to give him a story he could use. I didn't. Sometimes he did it so obviously that Blaze coughed to cover a laugh. In the second week, I walked into the common room to find 2 third-years making a show of, accidentally, blocking a second-year's path to the door. It was petty and theatrical, the kind of performative dominance older kids do when no one's told them not to. Problem? I asked, mild. One of them looked me up and down and smirked. House business, Potter. Not for you. House business is everyone's business, I said. Especially mine. They didn't move. I looked past them to the second year. You going out or in? Out, he said, small voice. I stepped forward until I was uncomfortably close to the taller third year and stared. I didn't raise magic. I didn't need to. Some people move when you make it clear you won't. He stepped aside like he'd meant to the whole time. The second year slipped past. See, I said quietly to the third year. That wasn't hard. He flushed and muttered something about first years forgetting their place. I didn't answer. That story doesn't spread. The fact that no one laughed at me did. We had our first flying lesson on a morning that tasted like rain. Brooms lined up like a row of warning signs. Godric had taught me to fly without a broom first, which is a lot like teaching someone to swim by throwing them in a lake where the lake likes you. The school brooms felt sluggish and offended, but they still came up to my hand when I called. Draco tried to race me. I let him win by a nose the first time because it cost me nothing and taught him I wasn't trapped in his game. Letters started coming to the Gryffindor table addressed to Harry Potter, heroic version. People asked for autographs without asking me if I had time, like fame erased manners. I didn't sign any. I didn't make a speech about it. I just studied. Blaise made a tally in his notebook of how many people stared at me per meal and refused to tell anyone the number. On the second Thursday, Hermione slid into the library seat across from me and dropped a parchment. I drafted a schedule, she said. If you want help with social expectations. When to talk, when not to, what not to say in front of people who will tell the prophet. Thank you, I said, and meant it. I can trade arithmancy shortcuts, or warding basics, or how not to get hexed by a seventh year for correcting their pronunciation. She blinked. Did you? Once, I said. Godric laughed for 10 minutes. Then he made me write an apology note for being right out loud. She snorted before she could stop herself. Good. Helga's plant told me when I was pushing too hard. Leaves drooped a little the night I tried to do homework, write to the founders, and redesign the protective charm on my trunk to use less energy, all at once. I put the quill down. The leaves lifted. It became a game and a check I needed. At the end of the first month, the pattern was set but not settled. I had lines into 4 tables. In Slytherin, Daphne and Not were the ones I could actually talk to. Blaise the one I could never tell if I could trust but who made me laugh. Draco the problem that would keep coming until someone solved it. In Gryffindor, Hermione argued with me about theory and let me pretend it wasn't strange to know more than the textbook. Neville potted an offshoot from Helga's plant and named it something soft I won't write down. In Hufflepuff, a boy named Ernie asked very formal questions about bloodline law that told me his parents talked politics at dinner. In Ravenclaw, a girl with ink on her fingers and the last name Boot asked if I'd read a paper that hadn't been published yet. I went to the lake when I could. The giant squid liked when you throw bits of bread to fish, which meant the fish liked me, which meant the squid liked me. The castle song changed at night. Softer, older. I stood on the shore and listened and tried not to think about how many expectations sat on my shoulders with my school robes. The founders kept the nightly check-ins short unless I needed more. Godric gave feedback on my dueling footwork from memory, which is harder than it sounds, and he made it sound like a joke. Rowena asked me to prove my answers, which is just her way of saying she was proud. Helga made me list 3 things I did that weren't impress someone. Salazar asked names, not because he wanted gossip, but because he wanted to know who had leverage where. Dumbledore pushed at your shields? Salazar asked one night, and it wasn't a question. Lightly, I said. Expected, he said. He believes he's entitled to know. He's not. He said his door is always open, I said. That's because he owns the door, Godric muttered. Be respectful and give nothing, Rowena said. He's adapted to his plans changing. He will adapt again. I'm proud, Helga said simply. Not because you're clever. Because you were kind to Neville and patient with Hermione, and you didn't humiliate a boy for fumbling his trunk. Power is easy. That isn't. I shouted Slytherin at 1,000 people. I said, I think the easy things are over for a while. Good, Salazar said, satisfied. We were getting bored. The castle hummed in my bones again when I turned the coin off. I lay back and watched the green lake light make ripples across the ceiling of the dorm. Draco snored in small offended bursts. Blaise breathed like a cat, not slept like he was measuring it. I didn't know what the next month would be. I knew the shape of it. Classes, practice, politics, small choices that add up to a kind of person. I knew the work. The rest would be choosing every day to be Harry and not the story. That was the hard part. Also the point. The hat had been right. The easy path was somewhere else. Necessary isn't easy. Necessary is where I sat, in a room under a lake, in a house that didn't expect me, choosing to belong there anyway. And in the quiet, the castle sang. Harry returned to Hogwarts with steadier steps than the year before. The summer had been heavy with work, early mornings with Godric in the warded arena, long afternoons under Rowena's quiet questions, hours of slow earth-breathing with Helga, and the precise, uncomfortable pressure of Salazar's mental drills. They had not hidden their concern. Dumbledore, they said, would try to pull him back under a plan he never agreed to. Expect smiling pressure. Expect stories about the greater good. He stepped off the boat at the start-of-term feast and felt the castle answer his presence. A low thrum he could feel in his bones. Wards lulled and shifted like a living thing taking a breath. For a heartbeat, the ceiling's stars seemed sharper. The music from the staff table faded under the private pulse of stone greeting its air. By the second week, he noticed the changes. More patrols in the corridors. Extra charms braced across stairwell mouths at night. Teachers looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with lesson planning. Slytherin gossip brought the pattern into focus. A string of raids and recoveries over the summer, small but ugly, cursed family heirlooms surfacing in country estates. A private clinic shuttered after an illegal memory shop was found below it, and masked men seen just long enough to spark a panic before disappearing again. Nothing big enough to make the prophet scream, everything sharp enough to put everyone on edge. Classes settled into rhythm. He kept his head down where it was smart and let competence speak where it helped. With Slytherins he stayed careful but present. Not for study, Daphne for clean conversation, Blaise for the amused commentary no one else heard. Malfoy still spread his peacock tail, but it earned more side eyes than followers now. Being Sordid Potter, the hat trick no one expected last year, had burned away some reflex. October shifted the air. He smelled it first, cleaning charms and something metallic and wrong near the second-floor corridor. A crowd formed ahead. Filch's wail echoed down stone. Harry pushed through to the front, eyes already tracing Ward's seams in the walls, looking for fresh magic. Mrs. Norris lay frozen, mid-stalk, stiff as if carved. Above her, the scarlet scrawl dripped slow and deliberate. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. The letters looked fresh. The blood stink rode the corridor like a slap. He held his breath and scanned for residue. Compulsion traces on the stone were old. There was a slicker, colder signature close to the floor, sliding along the baseboards. He knew that feel from Salazar's lessons. An ancient serpent's passing left a thin glaze of magic, almost like oil. McGonagall's voice cut the noise. Back to your common rooms. Prefects, move them quickly. Now. Slytherin shifted as one body, back straight under the weight of everyone's stare. Harry could hear it. Slytherin's monster, whispered with fear and relief both. All the old stories had always pointed one way. Down in the common room, the green light off the lake made everyone look a little sick. Draco stood near the hearth, eyes bright in the wrong way. About time, he said, loud enough to carry. My father always said Hogwarts had gone soft. Enemies of the heir indeed. Maybe some people will learn their place. Enough, Harry said. not raising his voice. The room went quieter than the volume deserved. Empty threats make the house look stupid. You don't know what you're talking about, and you don't know who's listening. You want blood purity speeches, go practice in the mirror. Anyone actually harmed by this will not be impressed by your gloating. Color rose on Draco's cheeks. Blaise smiled without warmth. Not watch Draco, then Harry, then his shoes. The fear didn't fade. Settled in. Classes moved. Students stuck to groups. Hufflepuffs escorted each other to bathrooms. Filch stalked with a dried rag clenched in his fist, muttering. Peeves exaggerated every scrape and creak. The second attack hit a week later. A Ravenclaw second year and a Hufflepuff fourth year, stiff on the third-floor landing, eyes wide and unseeing. The chatter in the great hall cracked on contact with the news and died. Harry carried the tension in his jaw until it made his teeth ache. He slept with his coin under his pillow and answered the Founders at once when it warmed. Bad pattern, Godric said, voice rough in Harry's ear. Escalation with rhythm. Every predator tests a herd. Track infrastructure, Rowena said. Indoors predator of this scale requires predictable corridors. If it travels through a non-public artery, pipes, tunnels, your search domain narrows. Don't play hero alone, Helga said. If you find it, you call for help. Promise me. Promises are cheap, Salazar said dryly. But do it anyway. And remember the difference between commanding and persuading when you speak our tongue. He started to map. He spent evenings leaning on cold sinks in empty bathrooms, whispering Parseltongue into drains and listening. He cupped charms in his hand and threw them down like seeds at junction points. Rowena's tiny listeners that hummed when old magic slid nearby, Salazar's threads that snagged on reptile signatures. The night Hermione went down, it got personal. She'd stopped him in the library to push a note at him. I think it's the plumbing, Harry. Look at the way. And then she was on the floor on their way out, stiff as ice. A mirror smashed beside her like she tried to use it as a shield at the last second. He sat on the hospital wing floor outside the curtain until Madame Pomfrey made him leave. Felt like his head was full of sand and glass. He carried the anger back down into the pipes. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was empty but for the hollow sound of her crying cycling through the room in old loops. He stood, palms on cracked porcelain, and whispered a simple test command. Open. Nothing. He lowered his forehead against the cool of the sink, breathed once, twice, then shifted tone and respect like Salazar had taught him when he asked an elder snake to move aside. Please, open. The carved snake on the middle tap uncoiled. Stone ground back. The sink slid. The pipe mouth yawned open to black. He smiled without humor. Found you. He closed it. He didn't go down. Instead, he went to McGonagall's office, knocked, and didn't step inside until she invited him. Professor, he said, I know how to open the chamber. Her hand froze halfway to a quill. Explain. I'm a Parselmouth, he said, flat. Better to say it, better to own the room. It's lineage. Complicated. The entrance is behind a sink in the first-floor girls' bathroom. I can open it. I can guide us down. Everything in her face shifted at once. Fear, suspicion, hard intelligence catching up with old stories. She stood. Wait here. She sent for Flitwick with a flick. A streak of light took the message and shot away. Professor Flitwick arrived fast, tiny legs moving, eyes huge in his head. Minnie, what so? He saw Harry and then saw the look on McGonagall's face and skipped past small talk. Well? Harry repeated himself. Precise. No flourish. I didn't go down. I'm reporting it. Headmaster, McGonagall said tight and sent a second streak. Dumbledore arrived like he had been waiting for a cue. Snape came with him, silent and shadowed. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said, grandfatherly concern smoothed over the sharp. This is a very serious claim. It's, Harry said. Bring what you need. Shields. Light. Don't touch anything you don't have to. The 4 professors followed him to Myrtle's bathroom. He told Myrtle they needed the room. She sighed and sank into a stall, muttering about the living and their inconsiderate needs. Harry stepped to the sink, met the carved snake with steady eyes, and spoke softly in Parseltongue. Open for those who seek to protect Hogwarts. The sink slid back. The pipe opened. Snape's eyes flickered. Dumbledore's hand twitched once, then stilled. They went down one at a time on conjured cushioning slides and levitation. The air shifted from school clean to deep earth damp in a dozen yards. The tunnel stank of old stone, wet things, and a faint musk that made the back of Harry's tongue go numb. Salazar's statue filled the far end of the main vault. Pale stone and cold eyes and the same measured lines Harry had traced with his fingertips the summer before in records. But everything else was wrong. There were knots of dark magic stuck to wall joins like black barnacles. The air bit. A shed skin lay half-coiled in the near chamber, the papery scales the size of dinner plates. It was so big that even Snape drew breath. "Merlin," Flitwick squeaked. Near the base of the statue, they found a small body crumpled on the stone. Ron Weasley's little sister, Ginny. Face pale, hands scratched, eyes fluttering beneath closed lids. Next to her, an old diary that didn't look like anything at all until you listened. Harry heard it like a cold note held too long. Dumbledore crouched, hand stretching for the book. "Don't," Harry snapped. "Horcrux is a soul fragment. Direct contact lets it walk in." The word cracked across the chamber. Snape went still. McGonagall's lips thinned to nothing. Flitwick put both hands over his heart and stared at the book like it might jump. Dumbledore looked up very slowly. "How do you know that term?" "Because my guardians teach properly," Harry said. Later, he knelt by Ginny, careful not to touch the diary. Breath shallow, pulse faint.
No petrification sen.
Drained. She's alive. Whatever's in there has been eating through her. A sound slid along the stone behind the statue, low and heavy. The professor's wands rose in a single, clean motion. "Hold," Harry said. He stood, placed himself between the statue's mouth and the prone girl, and lifted his chin. When the basilisk came, it moved like a river, vast and controlled. Its head alone was longer than the potions classroom. Its eyes glowed like sick lamps. McGonagall lifted her wand higher, jaw tight. Flitwick whispered an incantation whose harmonics made Harry's teeth buzz. Snape bared his teeth in something that wasn't a smile. Dumbledore's hand cut a small arc in the air, old power rising. "Wait," Harry said again, and switched his voice. He spoke Parseltongue. He didn't command. He identified himself and his standing with care. He addressed the basilisk as elder and sentinel, as the guardian of a sacred place, not a weapon. "I'm the one Salazar marked. I hold his oath in my core. I know you were forced by a stolen claim. I release you from the last command. Stand down. No enemy of the school will command you again." The basilisk's head tilted. The pupils tightened to slits. It tasted the air with a long, slow flicker of tongue. The sibilant reply slid over Harry's skin like cold water. It spoke of long sleep and old orders, of a boy with a dark echo who had woken it with the right sound but wrong smell, of commands given that scraped against the first law Salazar laid: protect the school. Harry bowed his head a fraction, never losing sightlines. "I'll bind this place back to that law. Rest." The basilisk lowered its head to the flagstones. A gesture almost like a nod passed through a different body, and withdrew. The sound of its passage faded into the statue's throat. No one spoke for a long breath. Then Flitwick said, very quietly, "I'm reconsidering my career." McGonagall stared at Harry, then at the statue, then at Harry again, as if trying to assemble a puzzle that had too many pieces and not enough picture. Snape's eyes were Black Lake unreadable. Dumbledore's face had turned still in a way that had nothing to do with calm. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said, "you'll explain this. All of it. After we stabilize her," Harry said, nodding to Ginny. And contain that. He pointed to the diary without touching it. Professor Flitwick, can you raise an isolation field 3 layers deep? Nothing in, nothing out. Flitwick moved, relieved to have a thing to do. Light knitted around the book like stacked glass. McGonagall knelt by Ginny. Her pulse is weak. Madame Pomfrey. No stretchers down here, Snape said. We levitate. Slowly. He paused, eyes on Harry. You'll elaborate on your techniques. At the earliest opportunity. I'll, Harry said, after we destroy that diary. They went up in a careful line. Ginny between shields, the diary humming like a wasp in a jar. Pomfrey took the girl without questions and swept her behind curtains. All business. In an empty classroom, Dumbledore set the diary on a desk inside Flitwick's glassy sphere. Diagnostic charms, he said, and began to layer spell upon spell. The air hummed. The book shivered once and stilled, as if playing dead. Harry waited with his hands flat on the desk, palms resisting the urge to curl. When Dumbledore stepped back, eyes faintly dazzled by the lattice of information floating above the book, Harry spoke. Enough study. We break it. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. You're certain of its nature? Yes. Harry didn't offer the summer he had spent with Salazar walking through soul theory in plain words. He didn't mention the scar ache that had vanished the day the Founders burned the fragment out of him, or the dull echo it left in his magic that let him hear the same rot now. Basilisk venom destroys Horcrux anchors. It unravels the tether. We lack a basilisk, McGonagall said faintly. We've a basilisk, Harry said. We ask for a gift. Snape's eyebrow twitched. Preposterous. It will be controlled, Harry said, already turning for the door. And supervised. They went back. Harry asked in Parseltongue, careful with respect. The basilisk slid a little way out of the statue's mouth and lowered its head. It opened its jaws at his request, and for the first time he saw the curved ivory of a fong at arm's length, saw the viscous shine at the tip. Don't touch it, Harry warned, and conjured a tiny glass dish with a long handle. A single drop fell and smoked in the air, hissing when it hit the glass. He sealed the dish with a flick and nodded to the serpent, who withdrew like a tide. Back upstairs, he set the dish inside the isolation field. Break the sphere and we do this fast, he said. No splashes. Dumbledore took up tongs. McGonagall steadied the dish with a charm. Flitwick dissolved the shield with a clean syllable. Harry tipped the dish. The venom touched the diary like water finding a crack. The book convulsed. A scream ripped the room, thin and vicious, nowhere and everywhere. Ink bled out of the leather like veins bursting. A face rose in the air above it, pale and handsome and hateful, eyes locking on Harry in instant recognition. Tom Riddle opened his mouth to speak. Harry let the rest of the venom fall. The shade tore like paper in a storm and went to ash, sound cutting off so fast the silence rang. Flitwick put his hands on his knees and breathed. McGonagall pressed a fist to her sternum and stared at the ruined book like it might stitch itself back together if anyone looked away. Snape studied Harry's face as if he could track the line from decision to action and mark its source. Dumbledore's eyes were very old. It appears, Dumbledore said quietly, that you know far more than any second year should. Harry met his gaze and didn't look away. Yes. How? McGonagall asked, equally quiet. This isn't the sort of knowledge. I told you last year, Harry said. I've unique tutors. He looked at Dumbledore. They're the Founders. All 4. Alive by means you don't need from me. They removed me from the Dursleys when I was 15 months old. They cut the soul fragment out of me. They raised me. He let the words land without drama. I'm their heir, not just by oath, but by training. The room changed temperature. McGonagall sat down as if her knees had decided their own fate. Flitwick made a sound halfway between a laugh and a cough. Snape's mouth actually parted. Impossible, Dumbledore said, and he didn't sound like he believed it. Test the markers, Harry said. The castle recognizes me. You felt it when I came back. You've been adjusting your charms to account for unpredictable ward resonance since last September. He watched Dumbledore's eyes as comprehension flickered and then stayed. I'm not asking for permission. I'm stating facts. Pomfrey opened the door and stuck out her head. She's going to live, she said. Whoever did this to her is going to wish they hadn't when I'm through with them. She saw their faces and squinted. What did you lot do? No, never mind. Wash your hands. She vanished again. The fallout took less than a day to spread and would take the rest of the year to settle. Students learned about the chamber in waves. By dinner, everyone had an opinion on Parseltongue. By breakfast, half the castle had decided Harry must be either the villain who changed his mind or the hero who frightened the monster back to sleep with a look. In Slytherin, the reactions split cleanly. Some wary respect, some careful distance, Draco's brittle pride cracking under the weight of being upstaged by the very person he had wanted to own as an ally. Harry didn't wait for the common room to eat itself. He asked the prefects for 5 minutes. He stood in front of the green fire with his hands behind his back and spoke like Salazar had taught him when you wanted to be heard without pounding the table. Slytherin is ambition, cunning, and the preservation of knowledge. That's older than every blood rant most of you've heard at your dinner tables. Voldemort used our name to excuse cowardice. He threw children into war and called it purity. He wasn't protecting magic. He was hoarding it. That's not our legacy. He let the room feel the statement. I won't tell you who to be friends with. I won't ask you to like Muggleborns because it's fashionable. I'll tell you this. If you talk violence in these corridors, if you use this chamber scare to threaten people, you're picking a fight with the wrong person. Not because I'm Potter. Because I'm the heir who answers to the intent that built this place. That intent was to make wizards better, not smaller. Silence. Then movement. Theo not raised a hand like they were in class. Questions? He said dryly. Harry almost smiled. Go on. Simple, Theo said. You're asking for loyalty to a principle. House thrives on advantage. Show us the angle. The angle is survival, Harry said. A strong Slytherin house in a strong school. The smarter we're, the less anyone outside can use us as a cudgel. Keep blood rants in your own parlors if you must. In public, we act like the inheritors of the best mind this house ever had. Blaise leaned back. And if the headmaster doesn't like your newfound authority? He doesn't have to, Harry said. He doesn't own the foundations. We do. Daphne's mouth curved. Fine speech, she said. But practical question. What are you actually doing next? I'm binding the chamber back to Salazar's first law, Harry said. With professor supervision. You can come if you want to see what authority looks like when it's not bluster. The next afternoon, he took McGonagall and Flitwick down again. Snape followed, arms folded, until the door opened. Then his hands came out where everyone could see them. Dumbledore stayed away. By choice or calculation, Harry didn't guess aloud. The chamber felt less hostile without the diary's hum. Harry stood in the center and breathed with the stone. He spoke the binding phrases Salazar had drilled into his muscle memory, the old plain language logic of oathcraft that required no theatrics, only clean intent. He set his palm to the cold stone at the statue's feet and let a measured pulse of his core move into the foundation. Helga had taught him the pace for earthwork. Slow, steady, even. I'm not dominating you, he said in Parseltongue plain. I'm aligning you. Protect those who come to learn. Answer to the heir who keeps that law. The wards answered, not with fireworks, with a subtle rightness that eased the muscles in his back. McGonagall swayed a fraction and steadied herself on the rail. Oh, she said softly. There you're. Along the northern wall, a section of stone shivered and slid sideways. Behind it lay a narrow library, shelves sealed against damp by 1,000 tiny spells. The air in there smelled dry and old and good. Rowena's mark gleamed on the inside jamb, a simple line and curve and a number set into the rock with a carver's neat pride. Harry swallowed, throat tight. He stepped in and ran his fingers just above the spines. Titles in concise hand. Ritual journals. Political letters that would be dynamite if waved in the Wisengamot. Instructions for the governor's oaths that preceded the ministry by a century. At the back, in a wrapped packet sealed with 4 colors of wax, a single document bound in a kind of vellum that murmured when he brushed it. He unsealed it with his ring and spread it on the central table. Row after row of signatures. For names in older ink and older magic. A phrase at the top in blunt legal language that made him smile because it was so simple. Hogwarts School is a sovereign educational trust, to be governed by its charter and the intent of its founders, and not subject to direct ministerial decree save by consent of the charter's keeper. Flitwick hissed between his teeth like a kettle. Is that? Yes, Harry said. The original charter. He looked at McGonagall. And the keeper's mark moves to the air when the founders say it does. She stared at him with something like fear and relief braided together. Mr. Potter, she said, each word careful. You must be very, very sure of every step you take. He said, and when I'm not, I ask. He folded the charter with clean hands and sealed it again. That night the coin warmed. Well? Salazar asked, and Harry could hear the smile even without a face. Bound, Harry said, and the library's mine. Godric's laugh filled his skull. Knew you'd find the right door. Helga hummed in pleased approval. Remember to catalog. Don't rush. Dry the bindings by morning sun. Yes, even underground. Rowena's voice was warm silk. You saw the charter. Harry held the memory of the neat letters in his mind like a stone kept for pocket comfort. Yes. He will come, Rowena said. He doesn't enjoy being displaced. Dumbledore sent a note the next morning on a dove-gray parchment. Not school issue. My office after dinner, it said. Please. He went because avoiding the conversation only hands the other player more moves. The office smelled like lemon sherbet and old books. Fawkes opened one eye, looked at Harry, and closed it again as if promising nothing. The portraits pretended to sleep. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said, voice warm and deep, I owe you thanks, and perhaps an apology. The school owes you gratitude beyond words. You're welcome, Harry said. He stayed standing until Dumbledore gestured to a chair. He didn't take the lemon drop offered. You're quite extraordinary, Dumbledore said, but extraordinary power in young hands can be dangerous. I do hope you know that I've always wished to guide you, to help you shoulder what must be quite a burden. Harry folded his hands on his knee so the tremor from the long day wouldn't show. Headmaster, I mean this without malice. You cannot guide me. Dumbledore blinked, as if the word choice itself were a pebble thrown through glass. Cannot. You lost that authority when you put me with the Dursleys, Harry said level. You called it protection. It was neglect. You made decisions about my life without checking whether the premise of your spellwork matched reality. Blood wards require reciprocal love. There was none. You didn't verify. That pattern repeats. Secrets kept because you believe yourself the best keeper of them. Horcruxes searched for a loan because you believe only you can do it safely. Students steered like pieces because you think you can see the board from higher ground. You aren't alone on that board anymore. Dumbledore's hands tightened on the arms of his chair. The war against Tom Riddle demanded compromises. You compromised other people's lives, Harry said. You continue to. The chamber nearly killed a child this year. It would have if the fragment had found a different host. I don't say this to shame you. I say it because I need you to stop running plans around me. Work with me or don't. But stop trying to own the foundations by proxy. A flicker, soft as breath, touched his shields. A gentle, curious brush like an old man patting a shoulder. He didn't react. He let Salazar's walls hold. Dumbledore's eyes dimmed and then brightened again with something like tired hope. If your tutors are what you say, they've made you formidable. They made me careful, Harry said. Care isn't the same as fear. He stood. I've work in the chamber. I'll file copies of anything that affects school governance in the proper archives. If you want to discuss cooperation, send a note. If you send for control, I won't answer. He left the office while the portraits still pretended to snore. After that, life didn't return to normal. It sat near normal and watched it across a table. Ginny Weasley woke with a cry and a shaking that didn't stop for a day. Pomfrey spoke to her in that even voice of hers that seemed to staple people back together. The petrified began to recover when Sprout's mandrakes matured. The school buzzed with a new story every week. Harry caught Draco in the corridor one morning, about to start a fresh round of boasting to a cluster of fourth years, and looked at him until Draco swallowed the words and walked away. He spent his free hours in the chamber's library with parchment and a light ink quill, copying indexes, breathing the dry smell of preserved pages. McGonagall came down once, alone, and stood at the threshold like a pilgrim uncertain of welcome. Pick a shelf, Harry said. Read the covers. Tell me what you want copies of. I'm keeping originals here for now until I finish the bindings. She brushed her fingers over a spine and smiled at the neatness of the label. Rowena's hand, she said, and her voice had a softness he hadn't heard from her before. I thought I would never see it. Her temper is very precise, Harry said. McGonagall laughed aloud at that. They spent an hour comparing notes on curriculum gaps. She left with 3 titles and eyes that looked younger. Snape never came down. He sent a single note, an index of your medicinal holdings, if they include preministerial surgical charms. Harry sent him a list that would make a St. Mungo's bored cry with jealousy. Snape sent back a single word, adequate. Harry smiled into his sleeve. Daphne came once. She stood quiet, reading titles, and then asked, "Are you safe?" He looked at her, surprised by the shape of the question. "Yes." She nodded. "Good. Then be ruthless where it matters and generous where it helps. Your house needs both." She left before he could answer. The last conversation he needed to have that term was with the basilisk. He went alone. He stood below the statue and called softly. The serpent came because he asked like an equal. "I'll not use you to hunt," Harry said. "I'll not send you against children. But there may come a day when the school is in danger." "Then I'll come," the basilisk said. Its voice was older than the language. The language was simply the best tool they had. "I was set here to protect. Don't command me to do otherwise and I'll answer." "I won't," Harry said. "Rest." It slipped away like a shadow returning to its first shape. Winter came. Snow found its way down the main staircases and melted into people's hair. The prophet ran a series on the return of the heir that read like the writer couldn't decide whether to fear him or marry him to a ministry. Dumbledore kept his distance. The professor's patrols eased. The castle's pulse smoothed out. On the last night of term, Harry stayed in the chamber until the small hours. He set his palm to the statue again. The stone was cool and very steady. "You were never a monster's den," he said, quiet in his own voice. "You were a contingency with teeth." He let the old magic move through him in a slow tide and felt it come back, patient and sure. He wasn't just the boy who survived a curse anymore. He was the heir the castle had chosen to answer, the student the founders had decided to raise, the one who could stand between old intent and new corruption and say no. Above him, the school slept and dreamed of noisy breakfasts and Quidditch and exams. Below, in the old cold, Harry counted the breaths it took for his heartbeat to match the stones. When it did, he smiled, small and real, and finally went to bed. Gringotts never changed. Same cold stone, same metal tang in the air, same goblin guards tracking every move. Harry sat across from Griphook in a private office deep under the main hall. The desk between them was low and sharp-edged. Stacks of parchment were sorted into neat piles with brass weights holding each stack down. His ring, a simple Potter signet with layered wards, felt solid and warm on his finger. Griphook tapped the top sheet. All filings are prepared. Emancipation by demonstrated capacity, ancient house precedents, and founder line validation. When we submit, the ministry will protest, then comply. Harry leaned forward. We wait until the first task is public. If I file now, Fudge digs in. If I file after I show capability in front of the entire continent, he has fewer excuses. Calculated, Griphook said, almost approving. You'll need a public representative for the hearing. You. The goblin's teeth showed. With pleasure. Salazar's voice came through the coin tucked under Harry's sleeve. Make sure the filing references the Charter's sovereignty clauses. Wizards forget, goblins don't. I've got it, Harry murmured, and Griphook pretended not to hear. They went line by line. The language was tight. Recognition of the Potter lordship. Provisional seating under emergency circumstances. Validation of the heir of Hogwarts Markers Gringotts had audited in blood and magic. When they finished, Harry signed each copy with a pricked finger and a steady hand. The signature glowed once, then sank into the parchment. Timing, Griphook said again. Soon, Harry said. After they force me into a tournament I didn't enter. By September, Hogwarts buzzed. Carriages for Beauxbatons landed hard enough to shake windows. Durmstrang's ship heaved out of the Black Lake like a patient beast. Students crowded the lawns to stare. Harry stood back against a stone pillar with Daphne, Theodore, and Blaise. Slytherins watched everything and reacted to nothing. Godric's voice in the coin. Enjoy the show, then win it. I didn't enter, Harry said under his breath. Doesn't change the point, Godric said. The announcement night, Dumbledore spoke about unity and tradition. He drew the age line around the goblet. Harry watched the wards settle and thought about how he would have built it better. Rowena's training made patterns obvious. The line was focused on chronological age. It didn't account for sovereign authority markers or bound proxies. There were gaps if you knew what to look for. Hermione nudged him as they left the hall. You're frowning. Just thinking about how I'd key it to intent plus age, he said. Harder to trick. She lit up. Oh, that would reduce false positives. We should write that up later. After everyone stops panicking, he said. He didn't put his name in the goblet. He didn't go near it. He watched from Slytherin table when the blue-white flames spat parchment. Victor Crumb. Fleur Delacour. Cedric Diggory. Applause, cheers, stamping feet. Then the fire turned red and spit again. Harry Potter. The hall went quiet, then loud in a way that made his head ring. He stood because not standing would be worse. He kept his face blank and his pace steady. Helga's voice brushed his mind. Breathe, love. He did. In the side chamber, Dumbledore asked the question. Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry? No, Harry said. Someone bypassed your age line and committed fraud. I want an investigation. Karkaroff snarled. Madame Maxime scoffed. Bagman grinned like this was good for business. Barty Crouch Sr. said the contract was binding. Harry kept his tone flat. Then your contract design is broken. I'll compete if the magic forces me. Meanwhile, I'm filing formal complaints and invoking the Hogwarts Charter. This school is sovereign on educational matters. I'll not be treated as a prop. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed a fraction. The Charter is an ancient document, my boy. Which you signed to assume your office, Harry said. Age wards that fail, contracts that ignore consent, and a goblet left unguarded aren't signs of responsible governance. The room shuffled. Maxime's expression shifted from disdain to interest. Karkaroff went still. Crouch's jaw ticked. Bagman joked to fill silence. It didn't help. They told him to prepare for dragons a week before the task. Hagrid's hints. McGonagall's careful look. Rumors everywhere. He didn't panic. He went to the empty classroom where he did his morning conditioning and ran the plan until sweat soaked his shirt and his lungs burned. Godric led the drills in his ear. Footwork first. No hero lunges. Keep your weight under you and your head up. Rowena added numbers. Energy budget. If you pour too hard, you'll gas out. Control is strength. Salazar was ice. Wherever the crowd looks, do something quiet. Real moves happen in cover. Helga's voice steadied everything. You don't need to prove anything by hurting a creature defending a nest. On the day, the air in the tent smelled like canvas and damp grass and nerves. Victor rolled his shoulders. Fleur stood very straight. Cedric nodded once, jaw tight. Bagman bounced on his toes outside like he'd drunk a dozen coffees. Potter, Bagman beamed. Ready. No, Harry said, but prepared. The arena roared when he stepped out. The horntail crouched above the nest, spines high, tail lashing. Heat wavered off her scales. The golden egg sat in clear view. Harry stood, breathed, and set his feet. He didn't raise his wand. He lifted his empty hand and let his magic roll off him like a slow pressure wave. When the dragon tracked him, he spoke in the sibilant cadence Salazar had taught him for draconic root commands, not parseltongue, but close enough to make a creature pause. Listen, he said, voice low and edged. I'm not here for your clutch. The horntail's head angled. Confusion beat rage for one heartbeat. He used it. A golden shimmer built along his arms, ancient magic called tight. Not the wild blast he'd used as a child, but a narrow, controlled push. He shaped a wedge of force and set it like a shield between her head and the egg. She lunged. He moved. Feet under him, left step, right slide, shield up. Fire washed across the wedge and split, hot and loud and pointless against purpose-built will. He felt the heat on his face, the skin on his cheeks tightening, the hair on his arms prickling. He kept breathing. Down, he said in the same cadence. He didn't try to dominate. He offered an easier path. The dragon's chest heaved. Her talons scraped stone. She snapped once more to warn him and then backed off half a pace because the wedge didn't feel like prey and he didn't smell like a thief. He moved when she moved, reading muscles like Godric had drilled, cutting angles like Rowena had drawn on paper, keeping her focus on him and not on the nest. When her eye darted to the egg, he let a pulse of pressure pop off to the side like a thrown stone to draw her gaze back. 2 more steps. 1 clean reach. Fingers on the egg, warm, heavy, buzzing with layered wards. He tucked it into the harness he'd transfigured flat against his chest. The crowd went from a low roar to a wall of sound that vibrated his ribs. He backed away. He didn't run. He didn't show his spine. He kept the wedge steady between them until he cleared the marker stones, then dropped the construct and lifted his wand for a simple salute to the dragon. She huffed smoke and settled over her clutch. The judges conferred forever. Scores rose on plaques. Karkaroff lowballed him. Maxime and Crouch didn't. Flitwick, sitting in for Hogwarts on the board, smiled as he raised a 10. Under 4 minutes, Bagman boomed, and the boy never threw a curse. Harry ignored the rest and sat on the bench behind the curtain with his head down until his breathing evened. His hands shook. He let them. Then he stood, pocketed the egg, and went to find Hermione. She met him at the edge of the champion's tent, eyes bright, hair a mess from running. How did you do that without getting roasted? Angles, he said, and a lot of practice. That shield wasn't standard, she said, already thinking it through. The modulation. Later, he said, and grinned when she made the frustrated sound he liked. The prophet ran 2 front pages the next morning. One called him the most promising duelist of the decade. The other, by Rita Skeeter, suggested he was trained in ancient and questionable arts. Daphne flicked that page into the fire at breakfast. You'll never win with Skeeter, she said, so don't play that game. I'm not, he said, I'm playing the Wiesengemot. They filed the emancipation petition 2 weeks later. Griphook walked into the ministry flanked by 2 armored goblins and Harry in plain black robes with the Potter ring visible. The clerks at the front desk tried to send them away. The official seal on the petition made that impossible. Cornelius Fudge smelled like cheap cigars and sugar. He blustered when Harry explained the claims. "You're a child," Fudge said. "You cannot." "I can," Harry said, calm and flat. "Ancient house precedent, charter sovereignty, and demonstrated capacity. You can argue politics. You cannot argue text." Amelia Bones joined the meeting uninvited and sat without asking. "Show me the grounds," she said.
No nonsense. No smile.
Griphook laid out the parchments and pointed with a steel stylus. "Lineage validation here and here. Charter recognition here. Emergency seating precedent in the Arcturus rulings. The boy is also being compelled by a ministry-backed tournament in violation of age protections." Fudge puffed. "The goblet forced, which your Department of International Magical Cooperation authorized," Bones said, "and which failed to prevent fraud." She looked at Harry. "Who are your guardians?" "Family," he said. "They don't seek public office." "Convenient," Fudge muttered. Harry met Bones's eyes. "Not convenient. Private. I'll be judged on what I do, not on borrowed names." She held his gaze a long second, then nodded once. "You'll present this to the full body. Prepare for questions." Back at school, gossip moved faster than owls. Some said he'd paid off goblins. Some said Dumbledore would block him. Some said Slytherin had put him up to it. He ignored all of it. He went to class, did the work, and built alliances. He and Hermione used the library like a war room. She handled public narratives and research polls. He handled procedures and votes. When they took breaks, they argued about incantation design or wand movement efficiency. She accused him of showing off when he self-transfigured gill slits for 5 minutes by the lake to test a theory. "That's Newt level," she said, exasperated and impressed. "You can't just do that in the open." "I can if I stabilize the change," he said, and tapped the matrix he'd chalked on his forearm. "It's safe. Show me how after dinner." "Deal." Moody eyed him in class the way a predator sized a new animal. Harry watched back. The magical signature around Moody was wrong, layered, misaligned, masking something sour underneath. Salazar had taught him how real signatures sat and how glamours made edges. This had edges. Harry went to McGonagall first, then to Snape. He didn't accuse. He laid out observations and let them draw their own conclusions. Snape's face didn't change, but his magic drew tight. "I'll handle this," he said. 3 days later, the castle buzzed again. The real Alastor Moody was found in a trunk. Barty Crouch Jr. came out of Polyjuice stupor in chains under Snape's wand and McGonagall's glare. Under Veritaserum, he spilled enough to drain the room of all noise, Voldemort alive in some broken form, orders to deliver Harry to a graveyard, plans for resurrection, and the word Horcrux said out loud to people who hadn't wanted to believe it existed. Dumbledore's eyes looked older that night. Harry didn't gloat. He didn't comfort. He left the office and went to the chamber with his coin. The Founders listened while water dripped in the distance. "You were right to go to the staff," Helga said. "You aren't alone, even when it feels like you're."
Croche, senor.
Salazar asked. "Missing," Harry said. "Bones is looking." "Good," Rowena said. "She will not waste time." The Yule Ball turned into work in nicer robes. Harry asked Daphne because it made sense. She said yes because it made sense. They danced competently, then peeled off to the side to talk to the people who mattered. Amelia Bones's niece stared at Harry's ring, then at his face. "Are you really 14? "Unfortunately," he said. Amelia's questions were sharp. "Are you pushing emancipation to poke Fudge or because you plan to attend sessions?" "To attend," he said, "and to vote." Lucius Malfoy slid in with wine and soft threats. Hogwarts is no place for politics, Mr. Potter. Hogwarts is the root of our politics, Harry said. Ask your records office for the charter you pretended to lose. Lucius's eyes cooled. You're making enemies you don't need. I don't need the ones you offer. Fleur came by later, chin up, accent heavy. You were efficient with Z-Dragon. Too efficient. It made Z rest of us look like children. I was just trying not to get set on fire, he said. You were precise. That's harder with a crowd watching. She gave him an assessing look. You rescued my sister, you'll have our goodwill. I'm counting on your vote, not your goodwill, he said, and Fleur laughed outright. The second task came in February. By then he'd mapped the lake's ward layers with Rowena's guidance and tuned a self-transfiguration pattern that gave him gill slits, webbed fingers, and a low metabolic shift without risking organ damage. The runes traced on his skin under his robes hummed when he keyed the change. It felt like pressure in his ears and a cold rush on his neck. He slipped into the water and moved. The lake was cold enough to burn. Silt puffed in clouds when he kicked too close to the bottom. Sound dropped out except for his own pulse and the flap of his transfigured hands. He followed markers he'd placed legally a day before, tiny inert stones coded to his magic, and reached the hostages within minutes. Hermione's eyes were closed. Gabrielle Delacour floated beside her. Roger and Ron were there for the others. Harry checked the bindings, read the stasis weaves, and timed the cuts between pulses so he didn't trigger backlash. He took Hermione first because she was his, and Gabrielle second because Fleur's lines on the map had been sloppy and she wasn't here yet. He broke surface into noise and winter air. The stands blurred as water ran into his eyes. He dragged both girls onto the platform, stabilized his breathing, and let the transfiguration unspool in measured steps so he didn't shock his system. Fleur grabbed Gabrielle and cried in French and English both. "Thank you, Harry. Thank you." She kissed his cheek. He flushed. Hermione snorted even as she coughed water. "That was ridiculous," she said when she could speak. "And brilliant. Show me the sequences after tea." "Fine," he said, "but you're doing the maths on reducing the cost." She grinned. "Always." The judges argued again. It didn't matter. The crowd had made up its mind. He hadn't grandstand. He'd been clean. That landed better than any speech. By March, the ministry set a date for the emancipation vote. The chamber smelled like wax and old stone. Members in plum robes filled the tiers. Reporters packed the gallery. Harry stood at the floor table with Griphook at his right and a calm he didn't feel sitting at the base of his spine. Dumbledore sat high in the chief warlock's chair, hands folded, expression neutral. Fudge perched like an anxious bird. Amelia Bones sat very straight. Griphook spoke first for the filings. Then Harry spoke for himself. "I'm 14, he said. "I don't pretend that's ideal for politics. I also didn't choose most of the circumstances of my life. I was placed with guardians who ensured I was educated and safe. I've been forced into a lethal tournament by fraud. I've identified and helped capture a Death Eater inside this school. I fought a Horntail and not died. I've completed an underwater rescue and not drowned. I know the law. I know the charter. I know what power is for." He looked up at the tiers. Some watched with curiosity, some with hostility, some with tired hope. "I'm not asking you to like me. I'm claiming the rights attached to my name and my work. If you deny them, say so on the record and say why. But don't hide behind my age while you bind me to adult burdens when it suits." Fudge huffed. "It's irregular." "Law covers irregular," Amelia Bones said, and called the vote. Tokens dropped. Counters clicked. Harry watched faces instead of numbers. A greengrass elder nodded once across the chamber. A handful of minor houses he'd met in back rooms of Gringotts tipped their votes his way. A block that always voted with Dumbledore hesitated, split, reformed badly. The tally lit, passed, narrowly. loud enough in his chest to drown the crowd for a second. Harry didn't smile. He bowed to the chamber's center point, then to the goblin's gallery, then to the chief warlock's seat. Dumbledore's eyes were a storm kept behind glass. He inclined his head a fraction. The motion carries. When it was over, Harry stepped into the corridor and leaned his head back against cool stone. The coin warmed in his palm. "Well done," Rowena said softly. "Tight argument, clean delivery." "About time," Godric said. "Now you can push fixes instead of speeches." "Don't forget to sleep," Helga said. "And eat." Salazar, pleased and acerbic at once. "One seat is a start. Don't mistake it for victory." "I don't," Harry said. "It's a tool." He used it. Committee sessions turned into work tables. He backed Bones on procedural reforms that forced real paper trails in the OR office. He pushed, quietly at first, on school funding locked to performance audits instead of nostalgia. He filed 3 narrow motions off the charter that reminded the ministry Hogwarts wasn't a department and the headmaster didn't outrank the law. Dumbledore tried the gentle approach once more. He invited Harry to tea. "I wish to coordinate our efforts," Dumbledore said. "We want the same thing." "You want control," Harry said. "I want accountability. Those aren't the same." Dumbledore's mouth tightened. "Harry, you called me my boy, while leaving me with people who hated me," Harry said, still calm, still flat. "You left the goblet unguarded. You hired a Death Eater by mistake and didn't notice. You and I aren't aligned on methods or honesty. I'm open to cooperation on specific goals. I'm not open to being managed." Dumbledore looked old again. "I've made mistakes." "Then stop making new ones," Harry said and stood. "The charter isn't a story. It's a contract." Spring ran toward the 3rd task, and for once no one tried to kidnap him. Without Crouch Jr. on the board, the maze would still be dangerous, but it would be a maze, not a trap. Harry trained anyway. He drilled shield layers until his forearms ached. He practiced cutting curses into moving targets until the targets fell in neat halves. He ran the castle stairs until his legs burned and the air ripped at his lungs. He meditated until the noise in his head softened enough to think. On the night, he walked into the maze with a clear map in his mind. He moved fast and quiet, wand low, senses open. He ignored points he didn't need, shut down hazards instead of wrestling them, cut through a hedge with a clean transfiguration rather than fighting the plant. When he reached the cup, he didn't touch it until he had checked for portkey layers. There weren't any. He picked it up and raised it high. The stands exploded. Cedric arrived seconds later, chest heaving, eyes bright. They looked at each other and, at the same time, laughed.
No graveyards. No bodies.
After, in the noise and the lights, Hermione shoved through the crowd and hugged him hard enough to push the air out of him. "You didn't do anything reckless," she said into his shoulder, shocked at herself. "I'm learning," he said into her hair. Summer would be worse. He knew it. Voldemort wouldn't stop. Dumbledore wouldn't stop pushing. Fudge would pretend nothing was wrong until the problem bit him. But the seat in the Wizengamot was his now. The charter recognition was on record. Bones had a list. The schools had seen what a 14-year-old could do with training and purpose. Beauxbatons sent a note that was mostly compliments and partly policy, and Durmstrang sent something colder that still smelled like respect. Harry stood in the Wizengamot chamber one more time before leaving for the break. The light from high windows fell across the floor in clean bars. The air had that old stone weight that always sat here. He put his palm on the bench in front of his seat and felt the wood, the scratches left by rings and impatience, the faint hum of public magic tied to the place. The coin warmed, for voices layered in his head, steady and present. Pride, checklists, caution, and a reminder to eat dinner. He smiled at the empty room. "All right," he said. "We start." Harry woke before dawn to the soft hum of wards that ran through the celestial castle. The air tasted like stone and old magic. He dressed without thinking about it, training clothes, boots, coin around his neck, and crossed the corridor to the central hall where all four of them waited. Godric stood with his arms folded, a dueling circle already carved into the floor. Salazar had laid out a ring of etched silver and black chalk for soul detection drills. Rowena's desk held neat stacks of parchment full of runic matrices and arithmetic predictions. Helga had a low table set with tea, salves, and a stack of clean bandages that smelled faintly of lavender and antiseptic. "This isn't school anymore," Godric said, voice steady. "This is war. You'll be hunting artifacts that fight back and people who have chosen to be monsters." "I know," Harry said. His stomach fluttered anyway. He breathed until it settled. Salazar gestured to the silver ring. "Begin with calibration. I've tuned the array to amplify Horcrux resonance from a distance. You'll learn the feel so you trust it in the field." Harry stepped into the ring. The etched lines hummed against the soles of his boots, then pulsed once through his core. The sensation was clear and wrong, like touching heated metal with a damp palm. He held steady until the pressure became familiar. "Again," Salazar said. "You need it instinctive. No guesswork when you're tired or bleeding." They rotated disciplines until the sky outside turned orange. Rowena had him balance a 7-variable prediction on the fly and then prove it by rearranging a ward lattice with his eyes closed. Helga quizzed him on nerve clusters and shock signs, made him knit a shallow cut on his own forearm until the scar faded to a pale line, then asked him to list 3 ways healing spells could be misused and how to guard against each. Godric ran him through 2-on-1 combat drills until his arms shook and the world narrowed to footwork, breath, and the next spell. When they finally stopped, Harry collapsed onto the edge of Helga's table and drank tea that tasted like mint and iron. "Last time I'll say this," Godric said, meeting his eyes.
People will die.
"Some you can't save. Maybe us, maybe you. Be honest about that and move anyway." "No one is ever ready for that," Helga added, putting a warm palm on Harry's shoulder. "You can still choose to act with care." Harry nodded. "I'm going to finish it." Rowena's gaze softened, just for a second. "Then we keep you alive long enough to do it." The ministry tried to tighten its grip while pretending everything was normal. Harry didn't let them. Umbridge arrived with a simper and a stack of parchment over her pink cardigan. She read out Educational Decree number 23 in the Great Hall and smiled like she expected applause. Harry waited until the murmurs died, stood, and lifted a sealed scroll. "Madam High Inquisitor," he said evenly, "your decrees contradict the governing contract that defines Hogwarts as a sovereign educational institution. I'm placing a formal challenge before the Wisengamot." The next session was packed. Fudge blustered behind his desk, cheeks shiny, eyes flicking to the press seats. Dumbledore sat lean and still, hands folded, giving away nothing. Harry stood with Griphook to his right and Amelia Bones to his left. He broke the wax seal and unrolled the charter so its old magic filled the chamber like a pressure change before a storm. "The charter establishes Hogwarts as a sovereign entity with authority over internal governance," he said, voice carrying. "Curriculum, staffing, and disciplinary structures aren't subject to unilateral ministry interference. The document is witnessed and co-signed by the Founders, the Early Council, and Goblin representatives. Magical provenance has been verified by Gringotts and the Ministry archives." "Ridiculous," Fudge said. "Ancient parchment cannot." "Minister," Bones cut in, tone cool. "The seals are valid. We can argue policy. We cannot pretend this contract doesn't exist." Dumbledore inclined his head. "It appears the Ministry has overreached." Harry didn't smile. "Hogwarts will maintain standards. It will not become a political tool." The vote clipped Umbridge's authority down to nothing useful. She still hovered at the edges of halls, but her quill held less weight when backed by a law she couldn't bend. Harry kept the charter copies filed where everyone who mattered could see them. He didn't stop there. He used his seat to push for audits, basic, boring, necessary. Who was paying whom? where fines went, which departments were ghosting their own oversight. He co-sponsored a motion with Bones for Department of Mysteries review with external eyes. It didn't pass. It did drag ugly numbers into the open. He listened to the murmurs in the corridors, learned which old families were hungry for a shakeup and which ones were only brave when it cost them nothing. He ate the anger that came back at him and kept moving. The first Horcrux was a ring buried under rot and dust in a shack that still stank of old anger. The gaunt place sat crooked in the weeds. The door groaned and then gave way under a push of magic. Harry cleared the rooms without touching anything. Broken chair, dead snake on the hearth, a box with a simple ward that only looked simple. He worked slow, hands steady. Salazar's containment sequence etched itself under his wand as neat as parchment lines. The ring glowed faint where it lay on a cracked saucer. The sensation hit like a hot nail at the base of his skull, wrong, hungry, cold. He anchored the ward, added a bleed-off rune to ground excess energy into earth, and slid the basilisk venom vial from his belt. Now, he said to himself. He tipped 3 drops onto the ring inside the containment field. The air shivered. The gold smoked. A thin, human scream tore through nothing and everywhere at once. Harry kept his wand up, jaw locked, breath slow. The scream stretched, snapped, and cut off. The ring charred into a dead thing. He waited 60 seconds, counted them out, then lifted the field. The cottage was quiet again. He felt the prick of attention across distance, a predator turning its head. Voldemort knew. Fine. He burned the remains to ash and left without leaving a trace. The cave was worse. Salt, rot, cold. The detection charm pulsed warm against his sternum, steady and certain. He cut his palm, pressed it to the rock, took the blood and opened like a mouth. The boat was small and stubborn. He didn't bother with it. Godric had taught him how to right himself across a distance in 3 beats of breath. He did it and landed on the islet with a jolt through his knees. The green potion looked calm in the bowl. It smelled sweet on top, bitter underneath, like something that would be poison no matter how you approached it. He didn't drink it. He set Helga's purification grid on the rim, linked it to the containment sigils he'd already painted invisible across the stone, and fed the grid a measured stream of power until the potion turned dull. He siphoned it away in thirds, flushing each through a neutralizing rune he'd tested a dozen times. The locket sat at the bottom. The water beyond the ring went still. Then the first hand rose. Then another. Infree fingers scraped stone. Harry planted his feet and called fire the way Godric taught. No wand, no words, just intent and the memory of heat in his bones. Terror Infernus rolled off his outstretched hand in a contained sheet and met the water with a hiss that shook the cavern. The flames moved where he sent them and nowhere else. The first ranks of dead caught and collapsed back, the next melted away in pieces. He didn't roar. He didn't grandstand. He burned a path clean and held it steady while he levitated the locket into a second containment field. Back on the ledge, he broke the clasp, watched the thing inside show him a version of himself that wanted power for its own sake. He had seen worse in his own head. He put basilisk venom on it and kept his face blank while it screamed. Too gone. He didn't feel triumph. He felt a weight shift. He could work with that. They hit him in Hogsmeade 2 weeks later. 5 masked figures, 2 on roofs, 3 in the lane, civilians behind him. Harry dropped a shield in the first heartbeat and pivoted so the alley took his back. Down! He barked at the shopkeeper, then cut the binding curse out of the air without looking away from the left-hand wand. He went low and fast. Stunner to the knee, disarming arc at chest height, a sharp body bind that slammed the nearest mask into the wall. The air flashed green and he felt the killing curse slide past the edge of his ward like cold breath. He kicked the wand arm of the caster on his right and snapped a conjured chain around his ankles. He didn't chase. He didn't leave his spot open. He kept the civilians behind him and worked the angles until the last 2 flickered and ran. He let them. He might need the trail later. He walked the shaken baker into his shop, checked him for fractures, and left him a calming draft on the counter with a note. Outside, he sent coordinates to Bones and to the Order. Salazar's coin pulsed once against his chest, approval and a reminder to double-check for a second wave. He did. It was clean. He slept 2 hours that night and woke with his jaw clenched so hard his molars ached. Christmas, they tried again near the castle, under the cover of falling snow. The black lake steamed where the sparks hit the surface. Harry's breath fogged his field of vision, fingers numb despite warming charms. He adjusted, moved, cast, moved again. He drove them back and didn't enjoy any of it. Diagon Alley in spring was worse. Too many people, too many lines of fire. He set runic tripwires at the mouth of the street with a flick and a thought, layered disorientation on top, then shoved shoppers inside shops with a wide, low-pulse force wave that would leave bruises and save lives. He took a hex across the shoulder and smelled burned wool. He pinned the caster with a dull bone breaker and didn't look at his face. He kept count and kept moving. He chose to go to the Department of Mysteries. He didn't go because someone whispered in his ear. He went because the records were there and he wanted the truth to sit in the open where lies like to hide. He walked past the veiled arch and didn't look too long. He found the prophecy sphere and palmed it. He'd built a rune key in the castle to safely shatter it later. He turned to leave and the doors opened. Black robes fanned out in a semicircle. Bellatrix's laugh skittered over the floor. The first curse hit as he dropped and rolled, and the second cracked the tile where his head had been. He cut the room with ancient magic in short, precise bursts. Golden pressure that bent metal rails and tossed robed bodies like dolls. He slid a disc across the floor that triggered a ring of binding glyphs he'd chalked under his shoes on entry. 3 masked men froze at the knees.
Potter Bellatrix 100.
Come play. You killed my godfather. He didn't shout it. He said it like he was telling himself the weather. She came in hard. He let her come. He caught the whipping curse on a layered shield and drove a cutter under it. She twisted. It sliced her sleeve and drew a line of red. Her eyes lit. Better. The fight pushed into the next chamber, glass everywhere, shelves toppling. Harry's lungs burned. His right forearm throbbed from a misblock. He reset his grip. She tried to slide into his mind on a breath of amused contempt. His occlumency slammed like a door. She hit it and hissed. "Get out of my head," he said, and threw her into a tower of orbs with a punch of raw force that made his fingers tingle. Order members poured in, Dumbledore with them. Spells crossed in white, red, green, blue. Stone cracked. Something burned like copper. Bellatrix staggered. Harry stepped, gathered, and would have broken her wand arm cleanly if Dumbledore hadn't flashed between them and deflected with a sharp, efficient twist. "Enough!" Dumbledore snapped. Harry's chest heaved. His hands shook from too much magic too fast. Blood ran down the side of his face into his collar. "Don't do that again," Dumbledore said later, voice low in the ruined corridor. He looked tired and angry. "You nearly killed her." "She kills for fun," Harry said. Came out flat. "Stopping her isn't a moral puzzle. Power corrupts, Harry. What corrupts is deciding your power entitles you to make everyone else's choices. I'm not you." He held the old man's eyes until Dumbledore looked away. They got 12 Death Eaters into chains that night. The press lied about most of it in the morning. That was fine. The people who needed to know had been in the room. He slept 20 minutes and woke to his hand cramping around his wand. The cup sat in a vault warded to the teeth and beyond. Goblins ran the operation like a military raid. The Lestrange account manager foamed and shouted and was quietly escorted out by 3 armed guards with expressions like carved stone. "Proceed," Griphook said, and Harry stepped forward. He didn't duel with the bank's protections. He spoke to them. He showed the contract terms and the goblin's authority and his founder marks and asked the carvings in the stonework to open for lawful seizure. They did, grudgingly. Goblin magic liked clean lines and clear words. This had both. The replication curses woke when the cup left the shelf. He had planned for it. He snapped the tether rune to keep the original in his field and let the copies crowd around his ankles while he walked through them like smoke. In the goblin workroom, he set the cup on a slab and called the sword. It came into his hand with a whisper like a breath taken after a long hold. He drove the blade down. Venom that lived in the metal hissed. The soul fragment screamed. The goblin smiths didn't flinch. One muttered something that sounded approving. Another recorded everything without looking away. The diadem came home. Harry walked the castle's bones, felt the pull like a draft under a door. The room of requirement opened with quiet recognition and showed him the place where lost things go. The air inside was stale and thick with old magic and dust. He moved careful, stepping around broken chairs and dented cauldrons. The diadem sat on a bust like a joke. He felt Rowena in the back of his head the way he felt the castle, cool, precise, watchful. "I'm sorry," he said under his breath. He lifted it with a levitation charm into a box lined with counterwaist runes. Back in the chamber, he set it on the same slab he'd used for the cup and ended it quickly. It smelled like burned silver and damp parchment when it died. Rowena stood beside him afterward, eyes steady. "The error was mine a long time ago. The correction is yours. Thank you." He nodded. He didn't trust his voice. Politics didn't stop because he was breaking pieces of a man's soul. He showed up to votes. He argued again for oversight, this time with a list of specific failures that embarrass people with titles. He traded favors he could live with and refused ones he couldn't. He made sure Bones had the numbers she needed to push warrants through when names like Not Senior and Yaxley came up. He ignored the editorials that called him arrogant, reckless, dangerous. He read the ones that tried to be fair and sent notes to the writers who had bothered to get facts right. Ron stopped trying to talk to him. Harry let him go. Hermione sat with him in the library, wrote to her parents without letting the war eat the way she wrote about regular life. Daphne kept Slytherin politics from turning into something he'd have to burn down later. Theo watched, asked sharp questions, and didn't pretend he wasn't scared. Neville learned 3 new shielding forms and taught Harry a better way to repot a screaming plant without losing skin. Small things you hold so the big things don't hollow you out. Spring turned to early summer. Only one Horcrux remained. Nagini. The snake never left Voldemort's side. They mapped patterns, attacks, sightings, whispers, how long it took certain families to pack bags and disappear before raids landed. Rowena's numbers turned into lines and circles on the map that hung in Harry's room. He stood in the Chamber of Secrets one night and took stock. The air down there was always cool, always damp. Torches burned steady and threw orange across the carved serpent scales. On the table, basilisk venom. The sword, a sheaf of intelligence reports with names underlined twice. A stack of small, precise runestones for a portable perimeter that would choke the air out of a space and hold a target in place long enough to finish the job. Healing kits, 2 spare wands, a coin that warmed against his chest when the 4 voices wanted him to stop and breathe. "Almost time," he said to the quiet stone. He touched the base of Salazar's statue and felt the old magic answer like a pulse under skin. The coin warmed. Helga's voice came first, soft and firm. "You don't have to carry all of this alone." "I know." He did know. It still felt like the weight sat on his ribs. "Final pieces," Salazar said. "If he pushes you to the cemetery or the manor, expect layered wards and a feint before the real strike. Don't rise to the first insult." Godric snorted. "He will. He can't help it. That's when you take his wand away and end it." Rowena. Redundancy on your redundancies. If the first containment fails, the second one buys you time. If both fail, you leave. You don't die because your pride doesn't like retreat. "Understood," Harry said. He meant it. He went to bed late and lay awake staring at the ceiling until the numbers on his watch slid into the next hour. He thought about his parents' letters. About Sirius's laugh. About kids at Hogwarts who still tried to sneak sweets past Filch like the world wasn't breaking open outside the walls. He let the thoughts hurt for a minute and then put them in order and slept. The last Wisengamot of the season met 2 days before solstice. Fudge tried one more time to sandbag reforms with a speech about tradition and stability. Harry stood, gave a short, clean list of facts about missing funds and vanished trials, and asked if anyone wanted their name recorded in the minutes as voting against transparency during a war. Several hands lowered. Amelia's mouth twitched. Dumbledore watched without speaking. Harry didn't look back at him on the way out. He met Hermione in the courtyard afterward. The stones were hot through the bench. She held out a bottle of water and eyed the bandage under his sleeve. "You're overusing the right shoulder again," she said. "You compensate when you're tired." "I know." He flexed his fingers. The muscles clicked. "I'll fix it." "You always say that." She leaned against him for a second, quick and awkward and real. "Be careful. Please." He would try. At midnight he stood at the edge of the Black Lake. The castle behind him pulsed like a living thing through the markers in his core. He could feel the room, the hall, the stones that remembered him as a child and now as something else. "One left," he said into the dark water. "Then it's him." Wind moved across the surface. The ripples caught moonlight and stretched it thin. He went back below, packed, checked each piece twice, set the last 3 runestones in his belt sheath, and sat with his back against the cold base of the statue while the torches hissed. "Are you ready?" Helga asked again in the quiet. "As ready as I'm going to be," he said. "We've done what we can. Now we finish it." No one answered for a long moment. Then Godric's laugh rumbled from the coin, pleased and rough. "Go end it, lad." Harry closed his eyes and slept hard for 4 hours without dreams. They would all move soon, the Dark Lord, the Ministry, the ones who were waiting to see which way the ground would tilt before they chose a side. Harry was done waiting. He had the map in his head, the sword at his back, the old magic in his bones, and a list of names that would never hurt anyone again when this was over. He stood up, rolled his shoulder until it loosened, and climbed the stairs to meet the day. The warning reached him 3 different ways in the same afternoon. Bones sent an encoded note through the Wisengamot clerk he trusted. Snape dropped a single sentence into the coin channel Harry used with the Founders. Students first. War after. And the perimeter wards Harry had tucked around known Death Eater meeting points pulsed in a pattern that meant mass movement. Voldemort was pulling everything together. A week, maybe less. Harry called the emergency session himself. He walked into the Wisengamot chamber with his cloak still smelling like ash and old parchment from the chamber's stacks. Fudge opened his mouth to bluster. Harry handed Amelia Bones a folder thick with scry logs, blood-marked maps, and 3 independent witness statements. "Minister, deny this and you own the bodies," Harry said. "Calm. Level. No drama. I'm invoking charter provisions for defense of Hogwarts. We evacuate the 1st and 2nd years. Anyone who stays, stays by choice." Bones scanned, did her own verification, and stood. Aurors mobilized now. She didn't look at Fudge when she said it. He sat back down. Back at the castle, McGonagall met him in the headmaster's office without Dumbledore. That alone said enough. "You're certain?" "Yes." "Then we do it properly." Her mouth thinned. "We'll keep them alive." They moved, staff to their posts, ghosts as messengers. Prefects with lists, portkeys prepared in the Great Hall for the youngest and anyone who refused to fight. Letters to families with simple, honest language. "There will be a battle. Your child is being sent home unless they sign consent to remain and defend." At midnight he climbed the spiral stairs to the roof walk of the astronomy tower and made the call the Founders had warned him he'd only make once. "Begin emergency sovereignty under the charter," he said to the castle itself. The words vibrated in his bones. The stones answered like a low chord in his chest. Wards reknit in layers. Rowena's precise lattices, Salazar's hard edges, Helga's bedrock anchors. Godric's raw power poured in last, hot and bright. Doors learned new rules. Staircases remembered old warpaths. The castle came alive for him in a way it never had for anyone else in 1,000 years. At dawn, he stood in the celestial castle circle and let them work. Godric took his hands. No speech. Just transfer. Heat rushed up Harry's arms like holding lightning without burns. He gritted his teeth and held. Salazar's cut was quick and neat. Harry felt his blood twist, not corrupted, refined. Less waste, more bite. Rowena walked him through the last map. They'll test the wards here and here, she said, tapping with the tip of her finger. Then feint toward the boathouse. The real breach will be northwest of the greenhouses. Snakes will try the water, Salazar added, dry. You've counters for that. Helga's touch cooled everything down. Her healing circle settled his core. You'll push too hard, she said softly. When you feel the edge, pull back one breath. Then finish it. She kissed his forehead like a mother and stepped back before she could change her mind. Come home, Godric said. We don't do promises, Harry said, and they all pretended that was fine. Evacuation day felt wrong because it was quiet. The great hall filled with light as the third group of portkeys triggered. The little kids clutched at each other and vanished in batches with soft pops. Some older ones stayed. Harry didn't argue with any of them. He only made sure they understood what a body looks like when a curse hits wrong. Hermione stood with a clipboard, ticking names, jaw set. Neville checked the crates of potions one more time. Daphne ran the Slytherin lists like an auditor and cut through any posturing with one look. You can play house games after, she told 2 fifth-years. Pick a side now, defense or evac support. They chose defense. Snape came late, robes moving like a shadow. He didn't bother with a greeting. You told me to prioritize students, Harry said. That wasn't a request, Snape said. Where do you want me? North corridor choke. Your traps slow them, my teams finish. A pause, a slow nod. Acceptable. He looked tired in a way that wasn't physical. Don't attempt bravery. Attempt survival. Plan is both. They saw the first wave just before sunset. The ward line flashed hard enough to make the outer stones hum. Distant black shapes formed out of the tree line, then more than too many to count. Masks. Werewolves. Things from swamps. Ordinary people wrapped around ugly choices. Voldemort walked at the center, pale and patient. Harry stood on the astronomy tower and felt the thrum of the charter in his ribs. He raised his hand. The outer ring of wards slammed down like a lid. Spells hit in sheets. Color and sound stacked on sound. The wards held. The second layer flexed, drank the energy, and fed it sideways into the lake where it boiled safely. A third layer spat certain curses back at the casters. Screams started. Voldemort lifted his wand and spoke a word that didn't belong to Latin or to any sane ritual. Fiendfire rose, a black-red tide that chewed the air. Harry answered, Terror Infernus, a wall of living fire that listened, surged out from the battlements. The two flames met and tore into each other, claws of heat. The shock rumbled through the castle. Stones shed dust. Positions, Harry said into the coin. Greenhouse 4 vector in 3, 2, 1. Goblins came up over the ridge line on the left like a knife, shields tight, spears bright. They hit a pocket of masked wizards at a run and broke it like glass. The goblin war captain barked through his tooth charms, and the second rank folded right and took a werewolf pack in the flank. On the east side, Flitwick stood on the wall and layered shields in front of the ditches. A sheet of curses hit his work and slid off with a hiss. He flicked twice and turned the earth to sucking mud where the Death Eaters thought they had footing. They went down to their knees. The next volley from Aurors took a third of them out of the fight. North stairs, Hermione said on the coin, voice clipped. Pressure heavy. We're rotating Patil's team in to relieve the Hufflepuffs. Copy, Harry said. Snape now. The north corridor lit up and then went dark. Snape had wrapped the hall in a double knot of mute wards. The first Death Eaters threw triggered a runic chain that turned the floor into grinding stone. Bones broke. The ones behind tripped and piled. The third line hit a wall that wasn't there and fell into a silence trap that left them blinking and deaf while hexes raked across them from behind armor slits. Clean work. Efficient. Bellatrix found a seam anyway. She always did. She slid through a side window like smoke with 3 fast followers and went hunting, laughing, looking for pain to feed on. She ran into Neville and 2 DA fighters at the turn outside Charms. Neville didn't talk. He moved. Shield. Hex. Disarm. He took her first curse on his shield, second on his sleeve, third grazed his ribs, and he grunted and kept his feet. She smiled like a cut and went hard. Where's your mummy, little boy? Neville's face didn't change. He closed distance and hammered a blunt force hex into her ward at point blank. It rocked her. She clawed back with a cutting curse that would have opened him from hip to shoulder. Hermione hit her from the blind side. 3 spells stitched in a pattern Harry and she had designed months ago. Break ward, bind, stun. Bellatrix tore out of the bind with a shriek and went for Hermione's throat. Neville took the hit that would have killed Hermione. It knocked him into the wall. He rolled, came up bleeding, and kept her busy for 6 more seconds until Professor Sprout and Vector arrived with roots like iron ropes and a banisher that sent Bellatrix through a door so hard the wood splintered. She got out. They held the corridor. Inside the castle, statues woke and moved. McGonagall's orders were crisp. The armor charged in pairs, shields up, halberds down. Suits fell, others took their places. Students dragged the wounded back to the hospital wing and came right back out. In the boathouse, 2 masked men cornered 3 third-years. One defender froze and dropped his wand. The other 2 didn't run. Daphne and a 7th-year Ravenclaw cut the masked men down like they were taking out trash. Daphne grabbed the dropped wand and shoved it back into the 3rd-year's hand. If you can't cast, Carrie, she said. We need potions at Greenhouse 4. The girl nodded, sick and shaking, and ran. Harry moved. Tower to stairs to battlement to courtyard. He put force where it mattered. He slammed doors to split enemy groups. He opened a wall so a trap team could breathe. He flooded a corridor ankle deep and froze it without warning so a charging line lost their footing all at once. Twice he overreached and felt his core flare hot. Helga's warning pulled him back 1 breath each time. He lived inside the rhythm of it. Breathe, cast, move. Don't get clever when simple works. End fights fast. The outer ward finally cracked at the northeast corner. It didn't fail. It bent. Voldemort stepped through the gap alone because of course he did. He wanted it to be about him. Harry dropped from the battlement to the courtyard and walked into the Great Hall. He told the coin, "Clear it," and heard the last boots move out. The castle sealed the side doors without asking. The ceiling showed storm clouds rolling and a thin line of dawn somewhere on the horizon. Voldemort crossed the threshold with his wand loose and casual in his hand like he was out for a stroll. His eyes were bright with the kind of excitement that only shows up when someone thinks killing is art. "Harry Potter," he said, voice high and cold. "Little builder of sandcastles." Harry didn't bother with a reply meant to impress a crowd that wasn't there. "You brought an army to kill children," he said. "You always were a coward." "Courage is for the poor," Voldemort said, "and the stupid." "Connection is for the living," Harry said. "You wouldn't understand." They moved at the same time. The first killing curse hit a shield Harry had layered for this moment. It rang like a struck bell and bled the energy sideways into a binding circle etched in the stone under the high table. Harry answered with a cutter that shaved chips off a marble pillar when Voldemort slipped it at the last inch. They tested range, speed, hands, took seconds and told them both enough. Voldemort changed languages first. Parseltongue slid out of his mouth like oil. The air rippled and tried to bite. Harry answered in the same tongue but cleaner. Salazar's syntax, the original grammar that the snakes still used. The curse that came with it hit Voldemort's defenses in a way that made him actually blink. "Who taught you that?" Voldemort asked, thin with irritation. "Your betters," Harry said, and then they stopped talking. The duel went wide fast. The great hall floor buckled under force. Benches shattered and flew like missiles. Harry kept moving. Short steps. Tight turns. Minimal waste. He let Godric's strength power the blunt force hits and used Rowena's lines to cut angles into Voldemort's wards. Salazar's precision made his counters bite. Helga's steadiness kept his shields from failing when green hit. Voldemort was faster with old curses. His aim was surgical. Twice Harry felt heat slide past his cheekbone close enough to sting. Once a curse burned across Harry's ribs, and he choked on the taste of copper and salt. He pushed the pain down and stacked a bind over a shove over a trip. Voldemort tore free and answered with raw power that cracked a column from base to top. Harry changed the field. Runes he'd carved into the stone months ago woke under his feet. The circle tightened. Outside it, space seemed normal. Inside, everything was fractionally sharper and heavier. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. He felt it too. Not a trap he could break with a single surge of magic, but an architecture that didn't care about his ego. "You made a room," Voldemort said. "How quaint." "I made a limit," Harry said. He called the sword with a thought. It hit his hand like it had been waiting, weight perfect, balance eager. He didn't charge. He let Voldemort see it. The hatred that flashed across that face was pure and simple and useless. Nagini came in a ripple behind Voldemort's boots, head up, eyes wrong. Harry didn't waste words. He broke left, baited a killing curse into a wall, stepped through it, and drove. The sword met basilisk venom that lived in the blade like a memory and drank it. Harry brought ancient magic down his arm and into the steel. Nagini struck. He cut. The snake's head hit the stones and slid. The body thrashed once and then went slack. Something tore in the air with a sound like glass breaking inside bone. Voldemort screamed. Not words, just denial. He went feral. Power blew out of him in a sheet. The circle held. Harry's shield didn't. It shattered. He hit the floor hard enough to knock the wind out of him. He rolled, came up on a knee, and blocked the next curse with the sword because that's all there was in reach. He was tired. His hands shook. His core burned. He took one breath, exactly like Helga told him, and let the fear sit without owning it. "End it?" Godric said in his ear. Not a ghost, not a vision, just a memory he could lean on. Harry stopped trying to outduel a man who had spent 50 years doing nothing but practicing how to hurt people. He put everything together instead. Ancient magic rose like a pressure change. He pulled fire, stone, air, water. Not metaphors, elements that answered when someone who understood them asked the right way. He fed them through the circle's lines so they didn't tear him apart. Voldemort started a word that was supposed to make Harry stop breathing. Harry didn't let him finish. Fire came first, tight and disciplined, not a wave, a spear. It hit Voldemort's ward and burrowed. Stone came up out of the floor and locked the Dark Lord's ankles for a second, just long enough. Air collapsed around him, a fist-squeezing space. Water wasn't river or rain. It was the clean cold of purification charms, the kind that closed wounds and refused rot. It burned a soul like his worse than fire. Harry layered love into the shield that kept the backlash from breaking him. Not sentiment, the memory of the garden with Helga, Neville's shaking hands that still held. Hermione's annoyed laugh when he pulled a prank and she forgave him anyway. Daphne's dry, pleased look when a plan worked. The Founder's hands on his shoulders, proud and terrified and present. It changed the color of what he was doing in a way Voldemort couldn't read, couldn't stop, couldn't copy. "Stop," Voldemort said, and for the first time it sounded like someone who knew what fear is. "No," Harry said and pressed. Light filled the circle. Not warm. Not beautiful. Just total. It ended in a crack like the castle itself exhaled. Voldemort fell apart. There was no body left to bury. Nothing to try to resurrect. No shade in the corners. The circle went still and the sword went quiet and Harry's knees gave out. He didn't hit the floor. Hands caught him, Neville on one side, Hermione on the other. He leaned into them because he didn't have anything left to prove. Outside the hall, the sounds changed. Spells thinned. Someone shouted that he's gone, and it rolled down the corridors without anyone pushing it. Some Death Eaters ran. Some dropped their wands. A few kept fighting like habit had hollowed them out and there was nothing else. Aurors and professors finished it. No speeches. Just the work a war leaves. He drank water that tasted like dust. He stood when he could and walked out into the corridor. McGonagall stood with blood on her sleeve that wasn't hers and gave him a nod that said more than anything she could have said. Flitwick sat on the base of a statue and breathed hard and smiled without much humor. Snape leaned against a pillar with his eyes closed, then opened them and gave Harry a look that had a piece of respect in it. They counted the cost. 2 goblins down, 3 more badly hurt but alive. For Aurors dead, a 7th year name of Moran from Hufflepuff didn't make it. Professor Sinistra had dragged 2 first years into a stairwell and taken a curse meant for them. She died in the hospital wing with Pomfrey's hands still on her face. Harry didn't go in. He stood in the doorway and let it land. He walked to the north corridor where the floor still held a red smear that wouldn't be blood for long because the castle would take care of itself eventually. He stood there until he could breathe without counting the beats between. The coin warmed in his pocket. He touched it. "You did it," Godric said. "We're proud of you," Helga said, voice breaking just a little. "Now you rebuild," Rowena said. "Not an order, a direction." "Sleep first," Salazar said, dry as chalk. "Even generals fall down." He laughed once, because it was that or start shaking again. They set watches even though there was nothing left to fight. Bones took control of the grounds and started the paperwork part of war. Fudge tried to appear and was turned away at the gate by a goblin who didn't recognize the concept of ministerial privilege. Harry walked into the great hall again when the first gray of dawn pushed at the enchanted ceiling. The walls were broken in 3 places. The tables were gone. The floor was cracked and blackened. Sunlight came through in a pale sheet and laid itself across the circle like a bandage. He stood in it and let the warmth find his skin. His hands were steady now. The sword hung quiet at his hip. The ring Rowena had given him felt heavier than yesterday, and that felt right. Hermione joined him without speaking. Neville sat on a block of stone and leaned his head back and closed his eyes for a minute like the weight had finally found him. Daphne came in last, looked around, and exhaled through her nose. "Over," she said. "For now," Harry said. He thought about what came next and stopped himself. Not today. Not while the blood was still tacky on the stones. He let himself have one clean thought. It's done. He sat on the floor where he had stood to finish it and noticed he could feel the castle breathing again. Not literally. Just the sense that it wasn't braced anymore. He set his back against a pillar and closed his eyes. "You ended it," Helga said in his ear, gentle. "You didn't start it. Remember the difference." "I know," he said, and the words felt true. People would want him to be a symbol again by midday. Reporters. Politicians. Old families with new plans. He would deal with all of that because he had to, because power left a vacuum if you didn't use it, because rebuilding without fixing the rot only invited the same disease back with a new name. But he wasn't a symbol now. He was a boy who had killed the worst wizard in a century. He let himself be that for the space of 10 slow breaths. "Rest," Rowena said. "Eat," Helga added. "Sharpen your blade," Godric said, habitual and fond. "Then write laws before fools do," Salazar said, practical as ever. Harry smiled without opening his eyes. "Bossy, all of you." "Yes," they said together. He slept sitting up for a while. When he woke to the sound of quiet voices and the scrape of brooms and the first clink of plates, he stood. He did what had to be done. Spoke to the families, thanked the fighters, wrote the statements that needed to be exact. He gave orders that sounded like invitations so people would follow them without thinking about why. He met McGonagall's eyes and saw grief and steel and knew the school was safe. He walked out to the steps when the sun finally cleared the ridge and stood in it. The grounds looked wrong and right at the same time. Scorched earth in stripes. Craters. A set of goblin spears in a neat line because they didn't like leaving things untidy. Oars moving like they had done too many of these mornings and would do more anyway. He put his hand on the stone of the arch and felt the castle answer him. Harry Potter, it said, not in words, but he heard it anyway. Heir, keeper, builder. Yeah, he said. We'll fix it. He didn't look for Dumbledore. If the old man was there, he could come to Harry. If he wasn't, that was a different problem for a different meeting. Harry didn't feel generous or angry. He felt done. The argument that had been running under everything for years had ended in action, not words. He found Neville on the steps and sat next to him. You saved her, Harry said. Neville shrugged, winced. She saved me back. Good, Harry said. It was enough. Hermione came and handed him a sandwich that tasted like salt and something sharp. You owe me 3 footnotes in the paper I'm going to write about that binding circle, she said. Her eyes were red. Her voice was fine. 5, he said, mouth full. Daphne stood, looked down at them and made a face. You two are insufferable, she said. And correct. She sat anyway. They watched the sun finish coming up. The light hit the lake and threw needles of brightness into the hall through the broken walls. The air smelled like ash, damp stone, and the weird clean scent of overused healing charms. Someone started to cheer out on the lawn. It swelled and rolled and fell back in waves. Harry didn't stand for it. He didn't wave. He let other people have that because they needed it more than he did. He closed his eyes for one more breath and then opened them and got up. Rebuilding meant meetings, votes, signatures, budgets. It meant laws. It meant trials that were real and not just theater. It meant fixing the aura training program so the next group didn't go into fights with the wrong spells learned first. It meant school rules that trained kids to stay alive without training them to love war. He felt the weight of that work and didn't flinch. He had people. He had a castle that listened. He had a seat in a room where decisions stuck. He had 4 voices that would keep him honest and a handful of friends who would make fun of him when he got pompous. Harry turned toward the Great Hall to start the part that would take years. For the first time since he could remember, he wasn't being pulled by other people's plans. He was walking into his own. He didn't look back. 3 months after the battle, the ministry sounded different. No shouting in corridors to drown out panic. No staged press conferences. Just the low hum of people working and the sharp scrape of chairs as witches and wizards took their seats for a session that would set the frame for the next century. Harry sat in the Wisengamot chamber with a stack of bills that weren't just his. They were the sum of 1,000 conversations. Late nights with Hermione over tea and charts, back-and-forth letters with goblin legal scholars, quiet questions to Amelia Bones between hearings, short notes from professors who finally felt safe to admit where the system had failed them, and a lot of blunt margin comments from Salazar telling him where his arguments were soft. Rowena had forced him to cut 3 pages of rhetoric and replace them with one table that showed exactly how bribery worked in practice. Godric had written, "Say it plainly." Helga had circled 3 sections and added, "Where are the people in this?" He stood. No grand speech voice, just his normal one. "Power corrupts when it's concentrated and unaccountable," he said. "We all watched that happen. We waited for someone else to act. We justified it because it was easier. I'm not here to replace one autocrat with another. I'm here to make that impossible." He laid out the reforms in order. Campaign finance limits with a transparent ledger the public could inspect. An independent inspectorate with legal teeth to audit every department. including his own favored projects. A civil rights code that gave muggleborns and magical creatures the right to live, work, and learn without harassment, with real penalties for violations. Azkaban reformed, Dementors removed, sentences reviewed, violent criminals confined securely but offered treatment, lesser offenders given paths back. A clause that forbade any single person, minister, chief warlock, even him, from holding more than one top office at once or exerting control over the school. Accountability, he finished, not to any person, to the law, to the people who live with the results. The chamber was quiet in a way he had learned meant people were actually thinking. Bones tapped her quill twice. Several elders looked ready to object and then didn't. Dumbledore watched from the dais he no longer owned with a look Harry couldn't read. Respect, regret, something tired. The votes didn't come all at once. They never do. They came in stages. Motions to consider, motions to divide, amendments negotiated in side rooms that smelled like old ink and damp robes. Harry kept his tone even and took the small wins. When a conservative bloc tried to gut the inspectorate, he traded a reporting schedule for subpoena power. When a few progressives wanted to ban private schools outright, he argued for standards instead of bans and reminded them who had once tried to control Hogwarts by decree. By evening, for bills passed, 2 were tabled for redraft with his language mostly intact. The Azkaban overhaul scraped through by 2 votes after Neville spoke quietly about visiting his parents for 17 years and asked the chamber whether they wanted to fix anything or just feel righteous. After the session, Dumbledore asked to speak in his office. Harry considered refusing. He went anyway. The office hadn't changed. Whirring instruments. Books. Fawkes watching with bright, sad eyes. Dumbledore stood instead of sitting behind the desk and took off the ring Harry had always seen as part of the costume. "Harry," he said, plain for once, "I owe you an apology. Not just for the Dursleys, though that alone would merit it. For the times I decided for you. For the way I treated you as symbol first and person second. I told myself it was for the greater good. I was wrong." Harry let the words sit. He wasn't 17 anymore. He was tired in ways that didn't show on a face. "I appreciate you saying it," he said. "I don't know if I forgive you yet. That isn't a switch. It's a process. But I know you've lost people, and fear does strange things. I learned that too." "What will you do now?" Dumbledore asked. "You've more leverage than any wizard I've seen in my lifetime. It has destroyed better men than me." "That's why I'm not keeping it," Harry said. "I'll vote. I'll push the reforms. I'll teach. I won't be minister. I won't be chief warlock. Power isn't one thing. Sometimes the right move is to step back." Dumbledore nodded once and looked older. "Then I hope," he said, "you'll do what I should have done more often. Ask for help, even when you could do it alone." Harry left with less anger than he'd carried in. It didn't make the past fine. It made the future possible. Work didn't stop for personal closure. It never does. Hermione turned down 3 offers in a week. The Department of Mysteries wanted her for research. The Ministry offered her a new experimental magic division. An international foundation sent a letter with too many seals. She set the letters next to a list of textbooks and a timetable grid. "I want to teach," she said, almost apologetic, like ambition only counted if it came with a title. "If we don't fix how students learn, we'll just make more wizards who can repeat the right answers and never ask why." "Then teach," Harry said. "Hogwarts needs you more than any office." Neville took over the Longbottom estates quietly and moved into rooms that felt empty even when they were full. He spent mornings with healers at St. Mungo's, signed his first set of payroll orders without his hand shaking, and voted for the Azkaban bill like someone who had long stopped expecting the world to meet him halfway. When he spoke now, people listened not because Harry trained him, but because he sounded like a man who knew the cost of doing nothing. Daphne didn't ask for a place. She had one. They had spent so much of the war talking in corners between strategy meetings that the step from partnership to something else was less a leap than a quiet, mutual decision to stop pretending they weren't already in it. "Are you sure?" he asked one night, half joking and half not. They were on the balcony outside his rooms, watching lanterns move beyond the lake. I come with 4 immortal mentors, a seat that keeps me in committee rooms until midnight, and more nightmares than sleep. She laughed. Harry, I watched you design a ritual that boxed a Dark Lord and then taught yourself how to breathe through panic in 3 lines so a first year wouldn't see you shake. Simple isn't on the table. I'm here because you're decent, and because you forget to eat unless someone puts a plate in your hand. They didn't make grand promises. They made breakfast and schedules and room for each other's work. It held. The Founders called him to the Celestial Castle a week later with a question he had been circling since the war. Should they return? Not as rulers, as themselves. Rowena laid out the problem with the same clean lines she used for proofs. Our presence will shift every balance. It will help and it will distort. If we reveal ourselves, we must set boundaries and keep them. Godric's answer was simple. Students need to see that courage can be taught and isn't just a trait you're born with. Salazar's was sharper. If we return, blood purists will either bend the knee or plot. Both outcomes are manageable if we're honest about the cost. Helga looked at Harry instead of the room. Will it help the children? It will if you do what you just said, Harry told them. Advise. Teach. Don't run the place. Let the headmistress run the day-to-day. You sit above the top of the org chart and only move when the foundations shake. They chose a middle path. The castle remained theirs. They would maintain a presence in Hogwarts as the final court of appeal for school governance and as teachers of classes no one else alive could teach. The announcement exploded through the world, as expected. Skeptics shouted hoax until they watched a 1,000-year enchantment recognize the 4. Then the shouting turned into arguments about what it meant. That was fine. Arguments were healthy. Dictates weren't. School changed first. It always does. Harry proposed a new core alongside the existing subjects. Ancient magic theory, real runes and enchanting, not the watered-down version. An ethics course that included dark arts analysis without euphemism. Civics that taught how laws are made and how to dismantle bad ones. And practical life skills that meant students left able to balance accounts, file a complaint, and not burn tea. He guest taught the 7th years on a Friday because that was when they were most honest about what they didn't know. He set a plain wooden cube on the desk. This isn't a trick box, he said. It's a transfigured stone block with runic channels carved under the surface and a charm net stitched over the top. I'm going to make it float, glow, and transmit a message to the board on your left in a script you invent. You're going to tell me why each piece works and where it will fail. He transfigured, carved with a stylus that left no mark, spoke a charm under his breath, and watched the box rise and blink a steady pulse. The message appeared on the board in neat block letters. Why? A Ravenclaw at the front raised her hand. Sir, you're binding transfiguration permanents with a charm matrix. They shouldn't merge. How did you keep the matter stable? Good question. Anyone? A Hufflepuff in the second row squinted. You undercut the cost by using the original stone's mass as anchor. The runes aren't decoration. They're stress relief. Exactly. Magic is a system. Pieces support each other if you plan them to. Memorizing spells without understanding the frame is like learning words in a language without grammar. You'll say clever things badly and break what you didn't mean to touch. He broke it down until the room was noisy with argument and then stepped back and let them try. Some failed loudly. He smiled at that and told them to try again. Outside the classroom, the reforms he'd fought for started showing up as lives. Winky, no longer bound, now Winka because she wanted a name she chose, stood in the Hogwarts kitchens with a payslip in her small hands. I bought a scarf, she said, voice steady. With wages. I go to Hogsmeade on my day off. I choose which house's laundry to fold. I like Hufflepuff best. They say thank you the most. In September, a werewolf boy named HEIR pushed a trunk twice his size up the front steps and handed McGonagall a letter from the ministry's new health office guaranteeing wolfsbane and accommodation. His mother cried in the doorway when the letter came, not because she was afraid, but because someone had finally said yes. He sat third row in charms and argued with Hermione about lesson plans by November. In winter, Marjorie Shaw took her seat as the first Muggle-born elected to the Wisengamot. She shook Harry's hand without awe and voted against him twice in the first session because she thought his language on departmental oversight was too vague. He rewrote it, sent it back, and earned her yes by fixing the thing she had pointed out instead of calling her ungrateful. Azkaban changed, not by speeches, by contracts, inspectors, and new wards that kept people in without feeding them to despair. The Dementors were moved to an island wrapped in wards keyed to nobody. The Aurors assigned their war amulets that blocked the worst of the cold and rotated out before the numbness became the only thing they felt. A half-blood man who had spent 8 years for theft without violence learned to read and sent a letter to his daughter that didn't start with, "I'm sorry," and end with a blank because he didn't know what came next. The Horcrux knowledge didn't disappear. It went into a vault under protections that made old ministry safes look like cardboard. 3 locks. Goblin, Hogwarts, and a panel of 6 masters from different fields, none of whom could unlock it alone. Its rules were simple. 2 conditions: proof of necessity and full oversight. Harry signed the charter that made it so and put his own name under the clause that barred him from opening it without meeting the same standard as anyone else. Healing wasn't a checklist. It was weeks where sleep came in slices and days where the past hit without warning. Helga sat with him on a quiet bench in the garden wing and didn't try to solve it. "You saved the world," she said, after he told her about waking at the sound of stone cracking and expecting green light. "That doesn't mean you owe everyone perfect steadiness. You're allowed to grieve. You don't have to be fine to be good." He took that and made it a practice. Walks. Work that wasn't war. Saying no when he was empty. Telling Daphne when the dreams got loud. He went to Privet Drive once more because leaving doors half open gives them power. Petunia glared, thin mouth tighter than he remembered. Vernon blustered. Dudley stood in the kitchen doorway and didn't meet his eyes. "I don't forgive you," Harry said. "I don't need to. I'm not here for that. I'm here to say this is the last time you see me. You failed." "I didn't." He left before they could answer because their words didn't matter anymore. By spring, the election was a formality. Fudge had spent his last capital long ago. Kingsley Shacklebolt ran on a simple line: steady hands, open books, and won by a margin that surprised only people who hadn't walked the streets in the last year. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd and clapped and then went back to Hogwarts. He would endorse policies and fight bills. He wouldn't be the power behind the throne. He had been part of taking a throne down. That was enough. In the chamber, he earned a name he hadn't planned on: the swing vote. He listened. He changed his mind in public when someone made a better case. He told friends no and opponents yes. He voted for a conservative procurement reform because it saved actual galleons and against a progressive hiring quota because its metrics would punish small departments without the staff to fill forms. People learned they had to bring arguments, not loyalties. It didn't make him popular. It made him useful. Responsibility to Hogwarts formalized in a ritual that didn't need spectacle. In the chamber, with water still and air cool, the 4 of them stood as they had when they cut the first foundation lines 1,000 years before. Harry took the blade, pricked his finger, and pressed blood to stone. Godric's hand was heavy and warm on his shoulder. "We raised a fighter. You became a builder." Salazar's voice had lost the edge he used to keep people away. "We gave you tools. You chose limits. That's the part one couldn't do at your age." Rowena looked like she always did when a problem clicked. "You understood the frame. You made something new inside it. That's the work that lasts." Helga hugged him because she never cared about form. "You're ours. And you're yours. Keep it that way." The magic took. Not a flash. A settling. He felt the castle accept him as guardian with a quiet yes that hummed under his skin and never left. 5 years passed in the way years do when you stop counting wars and start counting terms and students. Harry taught advanced magical theory in a room that had once been too big for him. He liked it most on days when the students argued with him. That meant the culture was changing. Hermione became deputy headmistress with a stack of timetables she actually enjoyed building. She ran faculty meetings with a firm line and a habit of asking why. That kept everyone honest. She still sent him papers to read and wrote "clarify here" in the margin when he got lazy with an explanation. Neville grew greenhouses that fed a wing of St. Mungo's and argued budgets in the chamber with the same patience he used to stake a vine. He came by on Sundays with dirt under his nails and news from a committee Harry had forgotten he sat on. Daphne negotiated with 3 ministries at once and a goblin council that would have happily eaten a lesser diplomat. She came home with new treaties and a bag of bakery bread from a muggle shop she liked. They ate in the kitchen whenever they could and said no to invitations when they couldn't face another room of people wanting something. Luna, who had been off the map during the hardest months doing work no one paid attention to, brought Centaur representatives into a history of magic class and let the students ask questions that mattered. The school started telling stories that didn't center only wizards. The world stayed imperfect. It always would. A newspaper tried calling for the return of Dementors after a violent jailbreak. It failed, but the headline made Harry's jaw clench for a day. A rich family tried to slip old blood clauses into a contract. They lost in court. A group of parents complained about civics being too political until Hermione invited them to sit in and then asked them kindly which parts they objected to. The part where children learned how a budget worked, or the part where they practiced writing a letter to their representative. On a rain-dark afternoon in September, a first-year knocked on Harry's door and stood on the threshold like she wasn't sure if she was allowed to enter. "I don't know how to be here," she said in a rush. "Everyone already seems to know what they're good at. I feel like I'm supposed to be a version of myself I can't find." Harry heard the edges of a voice he used to carry. He pulled 2 chairs to the window where the light was the least awful. "The world will try to define you by your worst moments or your best moments," he said. "By what other people expect or fear. Your job is to define yourself. Make choices. Learn from the ones that go sideways. Use what you've to make something a little better. That's harder than playing the part. But it's real." She nodded like she wanted to believe him. He gave her a reading list and a schedule that had breaks in it. She came back the next week to argue with him about a proof. He counted that as a win. Some nights he went back to the chamber, not because he needed to hide, because it was quiet and he could think. He sat by the pool with notes on new theories spread across the stone. The founders' voices came through the coin when he asked for them. "You're overcomplicating the binding," Rowena said. "It will hold," Salazar said. "He should stress test it anyway." "Let him make it and break it," Godric said. "That's how you learn." "Drink water," Helga said, "and go to bed before 2. He caught his reflection in the pool. Not a symbol. Not a prophecy. A man with a faint scar that said, "Once, someone tried to end you and failed." He smiled at the thought and at the memory of a younger him hearing Salazar call something adequate and deciding that was enough to keep going. "Not bad," he told the reflection. "Not perfect, but adequate. I can work with adequate." He packed his notes and climbed the stairs toward morning. The world didn't turn bright and painless. It did turn steadier. Students learned the frame. Laws had checks. Creatures had rights on paper and in practice. People still made mistakes. They fixed more of them than they used to. He stood once more at the window of his office and watched owls cross a sky that would always carry whether you couldn't control. That was fine. Control had never been the point. The world doesn't need chosen ones or prophesied heroes. It needs good people making good choices, using whatever power they've to make things a little better. That's legacy worth leaving. Not a legend, but a foundation for others to build upon.